Oh, hello, everyone. Happy 4th of July to those people who are also in the Pacific at this point, and thus, it's still the 4th for us. For everyone else, well, you know, pesky future people. All my usual setup. I picked up 10 followers on Kick in the meantime. That's weird. I mean, I love it. Still weird. Thing is how I'm now up to 28. I only had 18 before, so that's why picking up 10 is so weird. Like, I remember the day where I picked up 100 people on Twitch though, but it was probably just a bot thing, and every once in a while they get deleted, so then I end up with a few less. I don't know if they're bots or not, but I assume they must be, because a lot of them kind of gibberish names. But hey, whatever. His works already had enough to be affiliate, so it did actual nothing. I was like, okay, well, yeah. I still do the monetization for Kick. I believe that's just about everything. I think what else it could be that I have to do. I'm sure I'll think of it. I told the Discord, I'm streaming on all the platforms. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Enable the multi-chat. I should probably have a getting ready thing or something like that. I don't know. I just kind of start. The more barriers I put between me and getting something done, the less likely I am to get it done. So I just kind of put the least barriers, and it usually works out. So off stream, I did do a little bit of tweaking with the Red Queen. Mouse is plugged it in to charge it, and it's kind of dragging all over the place. You know? I have a new version of her. Her hair doesn't move yet or anything like that, but decided to make her like outfit more golden. Place it with metal, including her hair. Place her outfit with more of a metal look to it too. It's more shiny. Give her more of a glass type of other portion to her. And yeah, I pretty much just replaced all of her gold with the same gold system there. Perhaps I can read it. Yeah, I replaced all the inlays on her stuff. I'll probably re-import the model because I gotta fix her, like, you know, her bust there, because you can kind of see it's poking through a little bit on the sides, and it shouldn't be. So that's a little bizarre. I'm not gonna worry too much about cloth physics, but now I know what I want her to look like at least, because she's a lot more visible now too. Much more angry looking. She's pretty good. I'm a fan of what happened with her. I actually have chess pieces that I could do too to fix them. Oh, this is just for here too. Well, that's exciting. Something on them is not okay. It's probably a text thingy. I might have to remake them. They don't have that much about him anyway. I wonder if people actually watch tonight. I mean, it being like the 4th, probably. Well, most of the people probably aren't even in the US, so. I imagine not really. Because I'm in streams during such weird hours. I gotta make myself a better logo. Yeah, this weekend well, last weekend I just felt terrible, so I didn't do anything useful, but maybe this weekend I won't feel terrible and I'll be able to finally get that Steam page up, finally get the I'll make the graphics. And after that we'll see. You crash again? Not sure about doing anything with these. I might have to just delete them. Oh, like I said, I mean, they weren't that hard to make. Thought I could just cheat my way to victory. Yeah, I gotta get that, and I gotta start getting together the stuff needed for, well, some YouTube videos, and I still have to do the stuff for the Mega Grant. I figure I won't apply for the Mega Grant until like mid-August anyway. I have until like September 22nd. Or at least that complies the 14th of this month, but I just don't really have the game exactly where I want it to be to show it off yet to them. I mean, I guess I could take small clips of it too. Probably not a bad idea. They probably just want like a clip show anyway, so I probably should do that. In which case, the game probably works great. So, maybe. All these broken. That's probably the main base character that's broken, the emoji one. Let's see. You compile, right? Yeah, I got those things to do, and well, the videos are endless, but I actually recorded a video last week, but then I thought maybe I'd want to turn it into some sort of like series thing, but then I realized I should probably just put videos out as fast as possible, because if I just put it out, I would have a video out there that probably would get like 150 views, nothing major, but at least it would be more experience of getting views and building up subs and everything like that, as opposed to just trying to be perfect, which is never a good idea. Perfection is an unattainable goal. I'd much rather just have something out there. You crash it too? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to delete the 3D text out of their parent. And that should hopefully prevent the bug. I don't know how it can be bugged off this. I mean, you said their parents got that, but it's a gamble, if you will. I can always add it back. It's not a big deal. I might not make custom tarot cards for this game. I'm starting to think I'm not going to. I said I was going to do it a long time ago, and I've yet to do it. I told us to open two of the ones that were previous open. I realized after doing that one of the ones that was previously open is what crashed it, so it once again crashed. Nice. Right. Anyway. I thought I'd fix these. I don't know why they're crashing. I mean, I know the 3D texting had a problem, but the 3D text should literally only be on the base one and not on the children. I can make the children again. This is where you don't open the previous ones, because that was a bad idea. Oh. See which children work. Yep, something wrong with the 3D text. Add any 3D text or text 3D. I just assume there's something wrong with that one, even though it looked like it was fine. But is it fine? I mean, these are all the right materials. You'd think it would be fine, but here we are doing here we are things, and let me tell you, not fine. Not fine at all. What does this mean? Option. Well, fine, I'll pick that one then. I know, it's crazy, but hear me out. I'll pick that one. Sorry, let me see messages. Sometimes they aren't set up correctly. I'm just going to assume that everything involved with the other set texting is tainted. After all, if removing it causes the problem to be fixed, then clearly we know that was the issue. We handed the children, and the children were broken. But it's only the text thingy that's usually broken, it's not the other. I'm not sure I'm going to divide this one up anymore. I might just make it where you're facing the queen, because she's so much more of a cooler looking character than what I have for the checker. The checker could be like more of a mid-boss or something, or just maybe they can just be like enemies that are running around. Blessers. Because they were never planned for. I'm kind of leery of putting in things I didn't plan for. Load the level. What I need to load is those characters to see if they're broken still. You compile just fine. Nice. How about King Checker? It work now? Sure it does. Compiles just fine. Nice. Regular checker? Hell yeah, brother. They're using the old systems, they need to be completely redesigned, but at least I have 3 enemies kind of figured out for this area, and that's already in here. Should delete that one, I don't like it. Too high pitched, something about it just irritates my ears. Happens. Now that she got her massive change to being scarier looking. That's what I wanted. I couldn't remember where it was. Soft environment. Maybe. I like those better. More stuff from the Victorians. Oh yeah, I remember I did this. I went through and I actually made white versions of the pieces too. You gonna move over, buddy? And all I did was just create a white version of the same thing so I could have these ones too. Trouble is, this thing material is set up for weirdness. Like, it doesn't. Why is my mouse not working? Why can't it rotate? There's so much weird going on right now. Yeah, like that setup's so weird for like a chessboard and everything on one thing. It's glorious. It zooms in and out super fast. By glorious mean annoying. I mean, I could use this sort of thing. It's kind of a bizarre thing there. It doesn't look as good on the pawn. I guess it gives it more detail than the other option. Sadly, it only has one section. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Forgot what my time is? I usually start at about 10 o'clock Pacific. what's it now? 10 p.m. Pacific, and go until 6 to 8 in the morning here. So kind of whenever. Trying to match some things with my new Red Queen, who's much creepier looking. Probably looks cool in the world. Where's the map at? Trying to have like some old concept things that I want to kind of match in and throw in so I can say I have more enemies than I currently do. Okay. So I'm like super far behind you. I'm basically like 9 hours behind you. I just had the worst time ever because it's like everyone in the US has basically gone to sleep and people in Europe haven't necessarily gotten in front of the computer yet when I start. I must say it. There's that concept room for the Red Queen when I get her in here, but I do have a... Where is it, dude? Doesn't do anything yet, but still. Should be interesting. I'll have to fix her hair so it actually doesn't go through her body, of course. But yeah. I haven't made her do anything yet. This is just me designing the character. I got a bunch of things I gotta do to fix her. And this is for like the 3rd chapter, and I'm not even done with the 2nd chapter yet. Heck, I'm still kind of improving some boss fights in the 1st chapter, to be fair. They work, but they could work better. The 2nd chapter has exactly 0 boss fights currently built. But gotta make a model before I can have the model fight, right? Yeah, I gotta improve some things on her. Mostly there's like some peek through on her chest there a bit. And I gotta do all the cloth physics and stuff like that, and the hair physics. But overall, I think she should be pretty cool. And I made her a throne. There's nothing else in this room yet. It's all concept, but the 3rd chapter is entirely concept. I was gonna have a toy city down here. I haven't put like any other than some concept rooms. Laid some stuff out. I have the washroom. Very important. Gotta have the washroom. These are important now because you can turn the sinks on and off. I slowly keep adding things to there that are completely frivolous and stupid, but I know people will want to do it. Like, why could I turn the sink on and off? Well, you see, I didn't think about it. Well, sucks to be them. I did think about it. Aha! The water's still playing. Oh, no, he's still playing, huh? Interesting. Shouldn't be, but... Still water does still hurt you. Poppet does not like water. That's exciting. Really not this place is not that figured out yet. I fixed the building a lot, so this is actually the bottom floor of the building that I was looking at building. So you play like the top here and then this bottom one there. The whole 3rd chapter comprises those 2 floors, and then the 4th chapter comprises the basement and a secret area. Of which I have a concept boss in the 4th area who I haven't bothered to reveal yet. Only because it's like massive spoilers. And I don't think people want me to spoil stuff like that without a warning first. I'm kind of trying to lay out the entire game just from start to finish. Typically whenever I don't feel like doing anything else useful. Which is somewhat often. Not really. I work every night as hard as I can on this. I was also working on we'll go fight in the Broken Compass, the favored new map of places to fight at. Yep. Broken Compass. I'm slowly building it into a restaurant. I mean, the building is kind of a theme park building in a way, so you know. Except the first area is not. Well, maybe I might make it more theme parky. I don't know. This does not work right at all. You can see I even left the thingy on for it to show things off. Mostly it just does attacks, but it drains health when it hits things. I need a nav mesh now, don't I? I do sort of have one, but it's not in this room. Nice. Good job, me. Got a handful of new toys. Basically on a pure content thing at this point, with only having to really tweak a couple of things or add new abilities every once in a while. This does drain health, kinda, but it doesn't work very well. Apparently, it's can you hit this guy? Really? Why can't I hit you? It turned green. Okay, well, this thing doesn't work right. Well, I mean, it didn't work right when it was turned off last night. It sort of worked. I don't have good swinging things for it, though. It swings so crappily. Gonna summon other things to help out? That worked. These little skull signs watch. Oh, that hasn't worked for a while. I too can launch fireballs. Where's a good target? Where you at, buddy? What was shooting at me? Heal myself up. This doesn't have very good effects for it, but the devil has another ability where it reverses the curse. And now in the darkness, I no longer gain curse power, but I do gain sanity. And if I'm in the light, then I gain curse, but lose sanity. Of course, it's hard to see, which is why it's not a very good effect currently. Like, it works, but it needs better visuals. Oh, there's the hangman, which like grabs hold of things with a rope around your neck to pull you places. Basically, spider pop. Get yourself anywhere you want with this. Goodbye, cruel world. Okay, it actually doesn't really pull you down per se. Ah. It causes you to fly to the next area, so it doesn't really, I caught in there in a while, huh? I don't know. That's currently its main claim to fame. Pretty fun. More fun than flying is. Flying's boring. Swinging around like an idiot. Surprisingly fun. Also, this is like the most kicking track of all the places. It's just like makes you feel like you're on an adventure even though it's just a tavern. I've had any other new abilities recently. I think it's those 4 of the new ones. Yeah, it's pretty much those 4. And new enemies in here. I didn't bother to finish building the navigation. Like a champion. Yep, those are most of the exciting new stuff. New boss model. Some new enemies in here. Signs that look at you. And yeah. Had to replace the trees in here because the other ones broke. Don't like these trees as much, but they're fine. They don't quite have that little bit extra that they're like. They need something, but at the same time, they also don't glitch out like the other ones do. So hey, you know, there's that. And there's still a canopy, so that's something. I actually don't even need to have the little pillars there. I can just have these mushrooms in places. My pillars mean the oh, I guess I did that. Instead of having these little lampposts, which I think I took them all out of it. No, there's one here. I don't think I need this. I think that it's kind of weird. There's mushrooms over there. Why do you need this here when you have glowing mushrooms and lights on top of here? Yeah, it's weird. At least that's my theory. And move some mushrooms around. I've been solving the mystery of this thing. There was a bug here that every time you were any enemies would spawn on here, the enemies would like die but not truly die. They would like sit there and become unhittable, never despawn. The game lost all control of them, and they would just sit there. And if you hit them, they would just go flying off and never lose any health. Unless it became the Isle of the Forgotten. I've since fixed the bug, but it will always be the Isle of the Forgotten. This one stupid little island here. Turned out the water was too high up, and that was causing an instant kill on them. Because they were just barely touching the surface of it. But the timing was messing it up and they weren't completely dying off. It was weird. Anyway, disaster averted. So I need to figure out why death works like garbage and work on the encounter system. Because it's not great. And maybe look for some scythe animations that don't suck. Anyway. Hit me. The full manages to hit these just fine, but every time I swing it, I get health back, which is not ideal. Because I get health back like doing that, right? Yeah. That was the problem I was having. I was getting health back when I shouldn't. I mean, I'm going to replace the animations later with something cooler, but for now, as long as I can make it kind of ish work, I'll be fine with it. Not that Poppet would be particularly, like, you know, all devil may cry with this or anything. She's not like she'd be particularly efficient with fighting it with it. So... There's the only trigger here. Oh. Why is this done twice then? Why do I even want that on end swing? I don't know what this is for, but I'm gonna go ahead and move it aside for now. Oops. Still attack continue? I did not. How am I unable to hit those? I mean, the fool hits him just fine. I mean, hit the little jar thingy. Let's make sure this isn't messing it up. Might be. That one. It's like the shortest range. It's not exciting, but it does work. If I swing it, I don't get anything back. If I hit him, I get something back. See, if I keep swinging, nothing happens. Just doesn't hit very easily. This isn't fun. It's fine, but it's not fun. It works, but it's not fun. What would make it more fun, though, is the question. It's not fluid or cool, and I just don't have animations that are fluid or cool as far as attacking goes. There was one on Fab I was looking at that might be okay. But he wants like $1 million for it, so unless it goes on sale for like 70% off, the answer is just no. But we'll look at this one, see what it has on it. I'll try to make my own, but see if they have any better ones. Okay, well, that's a thing. Well, the spinning ones are cool. We only did like 3. This is a Grim Reaper set. Problem is, it's grossly expensive, but there aren't many actual light animations, so maybe if it goes 70% off, I can think about it. Because it would be cool if they were like some nice animations for it, but right now the animations they have are unexciting. Like, the weapon works. It now only drains health if you actually hit with it. It doesn't hit very well. Like, you have to be super close, which doesn't play very well in my game. Like, having to be like at like point blank range is not... It's pretty hard to get in there and hit something without taking damage in that kind of world. It makes the weapon pretty bad. But you actually keep regenerating health pretty fast, so it's like you kind of just trade hits, but eventually you win, and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so it just kind of takes forever, and nothing about it was fun, I think, is my problem. And I'm not sure that better animations will make it fun. The Fool's a lot more fun. I don't care about the walking stuff particularly. I mean, I'll have a different pose, I guess. This one uses like mostly a one-handed weapon, though. Should I be using scythe as a one-handed weapon? That's not, doesn't seem right. Anyway. I have it on my potential options there. There's just not a lot of Not a lot of scythe going on, if you know what I mean, on the old, Yeah, on Fab there is exactly 4 scythe things, and 2 of them are like FPS ones, which really won't look cool. And this one, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Just kind of a lot of stuff, I guess. Scythe idle ready. That's it. Not even an attack? Oh, that's lame. So basically there's one option for those. So if anyone wants to make money, go make yourself a scythe pack, a scythe animation pack, because this is your competition. One that doesn't have anything, 2 that are first person, and 1 that costs $70. Right. And it would feel bad to basically pay, you know, 50% of that, like say $75 for what amounts to probably like 4 or 5 animations I'll end up using. That's a lot of money for that many animations. It's pretty hard to justify that because I probably get like 3 or 4 new enemies for that price. So I'd be better off just restructuring this weapon to be a different style weapon. But I wanted another melee weapon. Even though the melee weapons in this game kind of... I mean, the Fool's fun. The only melee weapon I have, actually. Look at all the problems it causes. Thankfully I fixed all the problems, but... Anyone actually using these, or am I just have them here because I restructure them on the other thing, right? They might be being used, we'll double check. It's possible Mixamo has some scythe crap. That's true. Go over to old Mixamo here and see what they got. Just a harvest thing, that's it? Hey Livy, how's it going? I think old Mixamo is going to help me on this one. Exotic weapons are hard to find animations for. I already have axe stuff though. To be fair, if I want a one-handed axe, you guys could swing like that, but somebody don't think Poppet would swing a scythe one-handed. Not particularly big. I was playing with the Death Tarot. It works, it just isn't fun, doesn't work. I'll just show you, it's not that exciting. I mean, there's things I can do to improve gameplay on it, but overall it's just... I just don't like it. Cancel that thing. Currently I just have it doing like some, you know, attacks and it drains health and gives it to you. Just as a second melee weapon, plus I had a cool scythe I wanted to use, right? But for the most part, the range isn't that great. I don't know. Like, I guess it works. And once I added some gameplay feel, it might help some, but a lot of it comes down to the attack she uses. And this first one works, actually the second one works okay, the third one works okay, but that first one isn't very good. I probably replace that. Those two work okay, just, yeah. So maybe if I just replace the first one, it won't be so bad. Of course, the second one almost misses a lot too because it's so low. I could raise that up though, that's not a big issue. Yeah, it works. It's just, it's not exciting or fun or anything that where I'm like, ah, yeah, this is such a cool thing. It's like, yay, it's a weapon that you hit and you gain health back. Yay. That's so cool, really. For a game with the stuff in this game, it's about as exciting as Justice. Actually, Justice is more fun. Just shooting things with a gun is weirdly more fun than this. Don't get me wrong, it's actually very good. Because if you look, I'm back at full health again. JPW is in Sweden right now? Wait, what? How is JPW in Sweden? What? Are you asking this question to me, Batman? I don't know what all these abbreviations were. How is it in Sweden right now? My bad. That's your place, sure. I'm assuming you're asking someone else because I'm in California, not Sweden. I'm gonna go with Sweden's probably really bright right now because it's day, and thus I would hate it. Because the sun is evil. Is that it? Is that good? Maybe just dealt more damage. He's already a little overpowered though. Because I don't take any I took damage from that last hit, but I was back at full health again, so. That's crap range. I'm already back at full health again. Poppet Quest is the name of the game. This is Poppet. She's on a quest. Yes. And her is still trying to kill her for some reason. I don't know why. Had the name longer than I've had the version for UE, because it was an RPG Maker game at first. It is obviously much cooler than the RPG Maker version. Hey, Seven. Myself, I can sort of call Lazy Panda to stream the other day. Let me know how hard you work and how lovely it was. Hang out and stream. Oh, thank you, Seven. I don't even consider it work. It's just fun. I mean, I guess it is work technically, but this is what I want to do with my time. So much to follow here, and Lazy Panda said she wants to reach out and help you set up your fake smiles. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll have to chat with her. I haven't done hardly anything with Kick. I haven't done anything hardly with anything except for just work. Just work on the game. Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, wow. That's cool. I didn't even know there were awards to give out on these podcasts or for podcasts and stuff. I'm so ignorant of the entire influencer world. I'm just like, I'm just gonna make my game. I'm gonna stream it. My entire master strategy. And eventually sell game and hopefully make lots of money. Probably. Hopefully. You're not working, buddy? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button, that's why. We. Shot in the head. Can I stand on these? Ah. Yeah. I mean, that's the real dream. Streaming is just a way to, you know, build up. Actually, it's honestly the best way to convince myself to work on it. That's really what it is. Because while I'm working on the game, actually while I'm streaming, I don't take a lot of breaks. I don't get sidetracked easily. I just kind of keep building. What are people saying? I think I missed a bunch of messages. Batman said, "Hello, RPG games. Always really good." Sure. Why not? Everybody says looks so good. Thank you. If I know all this, I'd be making indie horrors. Lots of famous creators want them. I mean, indie horrors are where the real money is. I mean, making a Metroidvania, especially a 3D one, is probably not the best decision. If I got to pick a genre, it's probably like bottom rung for what you should be making. But to be fair, that also means there's a lot less competition for it. But I mean, if you ever want help on how to make assorted things, I can help you. I mean, you know, I'm always happy to answer questions about Unreal. If I know the answer, I'm pretty much an open book. Thanks. Did I make all this myself? I built the game myself. I made some of the models myself. Like I made Poppet. I made a lot of the female victims. Things like these get designed in the engine using geometry brushes, like for the rooms and things like that. I program it all and everything, but did I hand make everything? No. Hey, Bard. I have another character I was building over in this one. Lately, I've been on a level design and make models kick. Yeah. This map generates warnings. It's also like a pure concept map too. It's fine. It can have warnings. I just put some things here so I can remind myself to look for assets in the future that might help. Yes. So I have the Red Queen in here, like, well, her throne so far, and she shows up, but this is what I have for her. She's a chess piece. This is my Red Queen. I haven't done her hair physics or her outfit physics or jiggle physics or anything like that, but she just sits on her throne. You have to fight her and all of her minions. Yeah, I was working on her actually before the stream because I had an idea. She has no mechanics yet. She's literally just how I want her to look. Yeah, I made her. I was working on the pirate girl earlier. I might do some of her boss fight mechanics today. I was trying to fix the Death Tarot so that it program-wise works. It doesn't look good yet. It doesn't play well yet, but it works. I can always change the animations. I can always tweak numbers. But it works. That's what's important. This character doesn't really have a lot of mechanics yet either. Yes, the pirate graveyard. The whole second area is very like Neverland themed. Or maybe a bit of Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, take your pick, you know. Oh, I made the skulls watch you now. Yes. It's just an extra fun thing. Can I get out? Can I get out? Oh gosh. This isn't even sanitized for play yet. I was working on the pirate girl. She has giant, you know, pirate sword now. She doesn't really have a lot of her own attack. She stole them from another boss, but floating things. Yep, I made her, and you're gonna fight her on her boat in like the 3rd phase, which I'll have to plan today or something like that. So but I don't know. I just haven't got her yet. Also, hey, Bard. And I'm probably going to tweak this boss to look different, but for now, my concept for this boss will probably have a lot more clockworky things for her. But it'll probably be some combination of what she currently has, plus additional clockwork stuff. Kind of slow to spawn in, apparently. I literally just duplicated the other character, which is why she has the same sword. She'll have a different weapon, but... I might even throw gears or something, but... How do I even plan all this? Well, what I found is that, I've kind of gotten it down to a system, if you will, right? I have an ending point you have to get to, and I always write my stories backwards because this way I know how to write to where I'm getting to, you know, if I know where I'm trying to get to. But most of the time I lay out like a concept area of, hey, this is what I want. And the concept might be really stupid, like really simple. I remember this concept area was like 4 mushroom pads around the outside, like little bridges between them, and a single mushroom pad in the center. Because I knew I wanted the boss to be able to raise and lower the water, and I wanted you to have to try to fight on some kind of thing in the center. And then over time I come back and start adding things. I go, okay, well, now let's make it a more fleshed out idea of what this should look like. Or like a concept there. And then I make something that's like actually game ready. Like, or it's gamified. It's like, it goes from being okay, this is just sort of a concept to, oh, look, you can play a game here. And then I sit there and pimp it out and like that. And I have like a game dev doc too. So this was actually something I learned from Thomas Brush when he talked about things that you that he would do different. Where is my game dev doc? I'll bring it up. I don't usually bring it up now because it's horribly out of date. But is this the new one? So here's the original game design doc. But I kind of have a timeline for things too, on how things are going like that. I just kind of am working from make the characters and then just kind of build the game as I go. But yeah, I started out with like a game idea. This thing is 71 pages talking about various characters, things about them, some enemy concepts early on, most of which aren't even in the game, mechanic ideas, some of which I never bothered to fill in. If you can see, I just put it there and said, yeah, I'll fill it in. Never did. Kind of gave me an idea of everything I wanted. But yeah, like I can link Thomas Brush's video. Yeah, Thomas Brush's video, not Brush's. Old versions of what the rooms look like, old story ideas. And every time I will sit there and I'll keep going back and I will refine the thing like that. I'll go, okay, well, this doesn't work. And I just keep reiterating over and over it to kind of keep an organization. So essentially, like this kind of setup here with almost like a timeline or just kind of a list of things in there in an order usually helps me organize a lot. These are all rooms that don't even exist anymore. The original concepts for the game. Voodoo's original room, which looks super different now. There used to be an outdoor map. This is totally different. Yeah. Yeah, the outdoor map that doesn't exist anymore. This doesn't even let you zoom in, does it? I don't think it does. Add a comment? No. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, By the way, you know that room you saw there? I originally did have, actually I can zoom it this way. I actually did have Sally's ship in a bottle. It's just was outside. And she was we would break the bottle and have her sail around, but then I cut all that because it didn't make sense. Sally is her concept art. Sort of story bits. Other versions I changed, yeah, just stuff. Yeah, you get the idea. And I've been going back through and changing it as I go along too. Including breaking it up into individual story things too. So I don't usually show the story stuff on screen because I don't want to spoil things for people. There are people like, don't show me spoilers. I don't want to be that guy. But I have a to-do list that I keep track of ideas that everyone suggests. This is often just my working document with bugs and fight notes and achievement ideas. And anytime anyone suggests something, it gets tossed into one of the idea thingies. An order for the second chapter, which rooms are in. Essentially, you can never be that too organized. So whenever I find that I start to meander around and just start working on things that make no sense, I go back through and reorder everything, going, okay, this is what I'm trying to accomplish. This room, this room, this room. But basically, that's become my go-to. I don't think that works for everyone necessarily, but it does work pretty well, for at least for me. Hey, Ruin Comsai, thanks for the raid. Got to chatting and just kind of, yeah. Yeah. Got him out real fast. Yeah, I can find that video from Thomas that really helped me out. It really changed how I looked at things. Yeah. Just to avoid copyright, I won't show it on stream, but, well, I mean, I'll show what the video is. This guy here. And he's like a really well-known indie, you know. 420,000 subscribers, you know. He knows what he's talking about, and he's got really successful games. So that's why I listen to what he says, even if he sometimes just fails. Yeah, there's the link for that. I'll link it to everyone else too. But he goes over what goes into a game dev doc, and really, like, it made I reorganized my whole game. That's actually what brought up that big game dev doc I had. When he started talking about all the various things that you should have in there. Yeah, the game design doc, he just talked about those things there. And what a game loop was, and, like, you know, the game feel and things like that. And he's a wealth of information for good concepts for building games. He's not like a wealth of information for programming or anything like that. I mean, he knows a lot about Unity. If you use Unity, then he would be probably helpful. He is pretty handy for things. I've definitely learned much. Including his video where he, what was it? He was, how best to put it? He was talking about how he was actually at one point spending $20,000 a month towards the game that he's building. And how he wanted things to be a certain way. He really wanted it in his mind to be like this way and everything like that, but he couldn't get that. And then he would constantly go back to them and say, I want it redone like that. And he was just wasting money and time and years. And then he eventually went back to being a solo dev. And I don't think it was because he wanted to go back. I think it's because he couldn't get by the most important lesson I think every game dev needs to learn. The game you're making will not look like the game in your head. It's never going to look like the game in your head. There's two forces in all of game dev. There's your dream, and there's a timeline. If the dream wins, the game never comes out. And if the timeline wins, you cut everything out of your game and the game sucks. Gotta go in between. And he just... Dude's released some successful games, but he also is not immune to the same mistakes I made. With my previous first game. How much did Notch make Minecraft so big? I think Notch released a crafting game into a world that didn't have a lot of crafting games. And he was like basically the first of the genre, really, to have the open world crafting 3D type of game like that. And his first game wasn't even that great. But he had no competition, right? So if you have no competition, and you bring something the market people want, it's going to be pretty easy to get big, right? You show up doing exactly what everyone else is doing. Sure, maybe they're successful, but how are you going to even, get above that entire like ocean of people that are just doing exactly that? So he shows up with that, and it's a gamble, right? Because you pick something that no one does, and then you hope that there's an audience for that, right? And if you pick something that no one did and it worked, then you end up big. And if you pick something that no one wanted, and that's why no one did it, well, back to the drawing board. Kinda. That's largely how he did it. Now everyone else is like late to the party. There's still a huge market for crafting games, just like horror games. That's a huge market. I mean, there's a reason why it's successful a lot of the time. Plus, it's really easy to make one because you don't have to do level design. You get to skip that part. They usually are in some random forest somewhere. You build a crafting system. You build the most bare bones combat system imaginable, because crafting games don't usually have very complicated combat systems. Then maybe you put some random things to discover on the island, or maybe you don't. Some of them don't even have that. Like Minecraft didn't start with any of that. Of course, if you release one of those games, you have to be better or have a hook that pulls people in, because why are they playing your game over all the other ones? Which is always a problem, I find. A lot of people show up, like, I hang out in a lot of game dev discords. A lot. And the number of times I have seen a crafting game with a default mannequin running through a very nice looking forest, because Unreal Engine is very good at making nice looking forests, chopping down trees. Well, let's just say it's a very large number. It's the kind of number that, might be what you see on the freeway going home during rush hour. It's really common. And then like, how cool is my game? I'm like, great, man. Wonderful. What am I seeing? I don't want to, crap on anyone's dreams, but you're going to show something off, maybe get it a little past like the most basic of basic things, like just a little, a tiny bit, something that sets you apart. It doesn't got to be perfect. It doesn't have to be even real. Just anything. But yeah, this is basically a template. People they get really excited about it, and I can get that. I really do. When I first started, I was showing off things that were, well, not great. We'll be generous and say not great. So I get the excitement. I do. But then they wonder why nobody looks at it, and it's like, well, sorry, bro, but, I mean, their friends be like, yeah, thumbs up, man. And I want people, I do want to encourage people, but that's definitely, if you want to see anyone look at your stuff, they're marketing to other game devs. It's funny. Like, this is another thing I encounter in the game dev space. It's the most hilarious thing ever. People join all these game dev discords to show off their game to other game devs, and then they think that this is advertising their game to players. Game devs often don't have time to play a lot of games, first of all. Second of all, these aren't very large things. Like, you're not getting any kind of anything. Like, you'll be lucky if 100 people see your game ever at that point. It's so funny. And that's advertising. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Thoughts on doing it, but they've got to keep... Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've tripped and fallen many times on this path, and I'm not even successful yet. So I'm sure I'll fall on my face over and over and over. That's how you learn, right? I mean, that's how you learn. But yeah. It does help if you try to learn from other people's mistakes too, which I've been getting better at, because there's a lot of people making them in front of me. I'm going, hear me out. Let them make the mistake for me. Yeah, I like that. I don't need to make that. I don't need to personalize this mistake. It can be theirs. They can own that. Dawson doing that. I don't know why that's mad. Yeah, it's so common to advertise to other game devs. Heading in the right direction. Well, thank you. Yeah. I figure if I just keep working on it, eventually the product will be amazing. And I'm hoping my work just speaks for itself. That's it. I'm showing it off to as many people as I can while I do it. And, you know, hopefully the quality shines through, or at least the love in the product, if nothing else. Just how much time I put into it makes people go, you know, this is worth a try. And if not, well, back to the drawing board? I don't know. It's not that hard to keep working on it, though, because first off, I love what I do. I mean, this was my hobby. And to be fair, I work on the IRS definition of what a hobby is. Since I haven't been paid for making this game yet, it's still counted as a hobby. Once I get paid for it, it can then be a job. But, I mean, I do this for fun. Even if I wasn't streaming, I would still be making the game. I worked on games for a few years before I ever streamed it. So, I don't think I'd be as far along, though. I'm pretty certain I wouldn't. The fact that I'm just on stream and forced to focus. I mean, I talk to chat sometimes, but even talking things out, I often come up with better ideas too. And to be fair, chat has actually come up with some good ideas too. And some really bad ideas, but there have been some good ones. But I mean, just being in front of it, you know, and being forced to sit here and not look at YouTube videos, watch random shows, doom scroll social media, none of that crap has really helped for moving this along at a good 40 to 50 hours of extra work a week that I was not going to do. Like I probably would have done like 20 to 30 in my free time kind of thing. So that has really helped immensely. And now I'm probably closer to like 35% of the way done in the game. I've been laying out so much stuff. The problem is polishing the game is so hard to account for. I'm learning that polishing a game is very time consuming. Like I made this room very quickly, but I haven't done much to actually make it look good. Like it's got a working game concept and it's got some buildings in the way just to act as like barricades, and that's it. Like this isn't designed as it's a pure concept room. Like this is a gamified room. There we go. We're past the concept phase, and now the concept phase was like a pool of water with a thing at the bottom of it. I think it wasn't very much. But now it plays out a whole game in here. And the next thing I'll do is I have to make it look good. Like it's supposed to be like a little pirate city around it, so I'll have to come up with some way to make that and still have it be gamified. And then I'll polish it after that. Not a bad room. I'll wander out and show it the next time you fight Charlotte. And it's interesting. Let's see. Lippa said, sadly, people don't make videos of their mistakes or what they learn really. Tutorials are just meh most of the time. What I really need to do is just have an entire, like, you know, I go through all my old streams and just get all of the mistakes that I've done on stream. Wait, I can't swing this weapon for some reason? Wait, what? Weird. What are my PC specs? Let's see. I have AMD Ryzen 5700, 3.8 gigahertz, 64 gigs of RAM. I have two graphics cards. I have a Radeon 6700 XT, got like 12 gigs of VRAM. And an NVIDIA 3060 Ti with like 8 gigs of RAM. They're both COVID cards, you know. I bought what I could get. That pretty much sums it up. And I've got like 3 hard drives. A couple, like an NVMe 1 terabyte, an SSD 1 terabyte, and a 256 terabyte thingy. Oh, sorry, 256 SSD. But realistically, you can run Unreal Engine off of either one of those graphics cards I talked about. Like the 3060 Ti or the 6700, could easily run it. It's just that I'm using the 3060 Ti to be the streaming card, basically. To do all that stuff. So it's mostly the 6700 that's running everything. Oh yeah, 4090. You'll have no problems. Nothing. No problems whatsoever. That card's better than my two cards combined. So I mean, yeah. And to be fair, the thing about Unreal Engine is it's you know, depending upon the assets you use, it's just like with a regular game. If your game uses really low poly stuff, it doesn't take the resources to run it. It just takes less resources to build it too. You don't have to, it's not as bad. If you use AAA stuff, you're going to need AAA resources to build it, right? Because you still have to run your game that has AAA looking resources and Unreal Engine on top of it. But if your game looks like Minecraft, Minecraft has very low requirements. Your game might have higher requirements because it's not heavily optimized by a billion-dollar corporation or multi-billion-dollar corporation, but still, running Minecraft is a lot easier than a AAA game. So, I mean, you can get away with some pretty weak graphics cards as long as you realize the resources you're using, you know. Unreal Engine doesn't make those resources free to use at all. Another guy has a 1060. Ooh. I got like a 1080 at my office. Does that count? The old graphics card. There's a 1070 and a 1080. Well, you know, blue note's good. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's definitely. I think that people. Gosh, the thing. People just assume this is the AAA engine, and to be fair, they're not wrong. It is the AAA engine. All the AAA companies use it. No AAA company uses Unity at this point. It's basically like they use some of their own house stuff, but I haven't seen a single one use Unity in years. And there's no AAA company that uses GitHub. I've never heard of it. If someone has an example, feel free to prove me wrong, of course. I mean, I'd be most excited to hear just because it'd be interesting. But it doesn't have to be a AAA engine. It can do a 2D side scroller if you want. Some of my early stuff was like, I did 2.5D in it. So I did do some, like, you know, I did a couple of 2D platformers to test out. Like I did some tutorials for that. And you know what those required to run? Nothing. There's still a bunch of sprites. It's not like sprites require resources. So it's always funny to watch. People assume their computer can't run it. And even the people who have like weak computers, UE4 worked on my 1080 and I was able to stream it. It's so much less resources intensive than UE5 ever was. And I mean, it was good enough to make the Final Fantasy VII remake. So if it can make that, it can probably make your game too. Just hear me out. It probably can. In fact, almost every AAA game you've ever played was made in UE4. UE5 is only like a couple years old at most. You know how long it takes to make your average AAA game? Usually like 4 to 5 years. Besides something like Expedition 33, you probably haven't seen a single UE5 AAA game. And that wasn't even AAA, but I mean, we're still at that point where all the games you're playing were made by UE4. Give it a couple more years, and we'll start seeing the UE5 games, and it'll probably blow people away. To be fair, I think the Final Fantasy VII second remake game, Rebirth, I think, might have gotten ported over to UE5. I don't know on that. People have to admit, I heard whispers of that, but they were just whispers. Hey, Mike, how's it going? I mean, it's just something to think about. A lot of people are just like, oh my god, I just use the latest version of UE. I mean, I do because I jumped on the Ghost Girl. I leverage a lot of the new features in order to produce my game faster. And I stream it, so I figure it's more exciting if I'm using the latest version for people to see. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for everybody. Obviously, if your computer's ridiculous, you know, I just run the best version. Let's be real here. If it's ridiculous, whatever. But a lot of game devs I find have really low resources. What am I making for the Herald Jam? They still do that? Didn't they just do that? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so the mechanic of this thing here, I have this bubble just to show where you can look at. You can look at her and she'll stop moving. If she catches you, it just kills you. And your goal is to lower the water and move the lights around so you don't die in the process. Oh. There's one that just ended, the little Herald Jam thingy. I don't know why anybody would make games for it, but sure. Oh, I should have grabbed the other one. Mistakes were made. The top part's not that hard because, you know, you have a lot of space. But you got to go into the pool. That is something I recommend for anyone who's new to game dev, and that is to do a game jam. Game jams have a way of teaching you what the timeline really is. Because, you know, everyone has a dream, and the dream, you know, can take forever. You'll just get caught up in making it whatever you want it to be. But with a game jam, they give you a timeline that says, okay, well, if you don't get it in by this time, then it doesn't matter. The game jam's over. So that really was, I think, the thing that changed me from being a pure dreamer to more of an actual game dev or trying to complete something, is because I would, I had like a month to complete it. And I was like, okay, well, I have to have it done by now. I just have to cut all these features because they aren't going to get in here. I can't get it done in time. I know I can't get it done in time, so... Up there. But I actually made a horrible mistake in that jam, and that was that I tried to add so much content that I didn't leave enough time for testing. And I actually ended up losing in the first round because even though my game was probably objectively better than most of the others, my game also was objectively buggier too. So that kind of didn't help my cause, you know? So the lesson was, if I had ignored my dream a little more and went with the timeline a little more, I could have actually made a much more quality game. Just a thought. But, you know, if I had just done that, and I would have done a lot better, you know? Less is sometimes more. But yeah, you really start to prioritize a lot more, and it really puts timelines in perspective when you do it that way. So I highly recommend anyone who wants to really become a game dev, like, watch some tutorials, learn how to do it, and then do a game jam. Just a simple one, not even with a prize on the line. A lot of them are like, we have a week to do this, or a weekend to do this. Okay. Then you get to see what it's like to actually make a game and finish it, even if it's not like the best game in the world. Like, there's one lady in the category who she just sits there and does a different game every day. She wants to do like 100 games in 100 days or something. And, you know, more power to her. That's a challenge. Oh, yes. I hit the button and screwed up. Oh, I'm so terrible at my own game. I could have died there. Oh, well. Hard lesson, but it's the same with content creation. There's so many ideas, such as it's hard to make those key decisions. Yeah. I need to learn that with content creation. I need to learn that with just spending my time in general. Honestly, there's plenty of things where I'm like, I should be doing this, but then I just do something else instead. And it's having the two jobs. Well, I treat this like a job in its own right, and how much time I put into it. I enjoy it, but it doesn't add hours to the day, unfortunately. But I definitely need to make a point of learning to, I mean, I started taking the Mondays off from streaming just so I could have time to actually do like spend a day and make some videos or something. Start working on that kind of stuff. I just don't have enough time to do a 90 to 100 hour week and then still make videos on top of that. Like, it's just not happening. I mean, I could probably get away with it for a week or two, but eventually that's just going to run me down to nothing. There's no way. So rather than do that to myself, I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, I just don't stream Monday, and then I can have time to do this other stuff. Which I think would be probably better for long term. I mostly just have to get monetized on YouTube. I don't care after that. Once I monetize, you know, over time, I'm sure things will build. But I think the thing that I'm having the hardest time with is the worry about making the video too good as opposed to just putting out stuff, like just crapping out content as much as possible, which I think is probably, in my situation, better than trying to make great videos. Because realistically, in my particular niche, about the best thing I'm going to come up with is like tutorials, right? And tutorials don't really require a huge level of quality so much as just, they just have to be informative. Or things to promote the game, which I'm also terrible about. Yeah, you get the Moon Tarot from down there and you just make it out, and then you have the Moon Tarot. Yay! Then you would continue on, though I don't actually have the key to go anywhere else, so. Yeah, I don't have those things yet. I haven't done a run through this level in a while. I'm not even sure it can be done yet. But yeah, it's... I really do think that's the thing. I need to treat the videos just like I would a game jam. Where I just go out of my way to go, this is the timeline, this was what must be done, kick it out the door. Make the next one, kick it out the door, just that timeline. Essentially, I have like 1 day a week to make my videos, so I still gotta work my regular job, I still gotta stream. Well, I still gotta make the game. I don't really want to sacrifice too much game time because I have a pretty strict schedule to get this done. I'm trying to have it done by September of 2026 because if it's not done by then I might as well wait until the next year to release it. Because if I don't release it during Halloween, it's going to be so hard to get seen on Steam without doing that. Like, this is clearly a game that during Halloween will do great. But if I release this after Halloween, like in November or something, nobody's looking for this game in November. I mean, even if the game's good, it's still the kind of game where people are looking for it in October. It has to be ready. Like, content creators have to be able to play it from the start of October all the way through. So it needs to be finished in September. So if I cut too much time from the game, there's no way I'm making that timeline. I sit there and restructure the game over and over and over and remove things that don't work and mostly just cut the game down to what will be likely possible in that time. I can always have DLCs later, but like say, if I miss that target, I probably will just release in October of 2027 at that point. Actually, September of 2027. Yeah, exactly. So by September, I'm going to have the game available. Like, I'm going to have the Steam page up and all kinds of things to show off like that. I mean, I'm probably going to have that up sooner than that because I have to apply for an Epic Mega Grant because Epic gives out money to help out people for these things there, and it's between $5,000 and $75,000 towards your game. Gotta apply for that. That's pretty important. Yes. I've seen some of the things they give it for. I have a pretty good chance of getting it, I'm sure. How much? I don't know, but that has to be done between July 14th and September 22nd. Or is the window to apply. I won't know until December if I get it, though. But so I gotta have all the trailers and everything for that first, or everything necessary to convince them. They're not looking for a released game or anything like that. They're looking for something beyond the concept phase. So I have something pretty far beyond the concept phase at this point. I think we can all agree. It's just a little bit beyond the concept phase. So I gotta do that, and then yeah, gotta get the Steam page up. I've already paid for, but I need to make a bunch of art, which I am once again just kind of waffling on because I'm like, well, maybe I want it to be this or that. I should probably employ game jam theories on that too, where it's just like, this is the timeline, this is when it must be done. Anything is better than nothing because you can always change them later. It's just so people can wish list the game. It costs $100 to list a game on Steam. After you've made $1,000 net, I believe, might be gross, but I think it's net, they refund the 100 to you. And there's like a bunch of information that you just have to fill out and everything like that. It wants a bunch of graphics too. I think there's like 7 graphics I need to make that are essentially to advertise the game. I would showcase it, but the pages have a lot of personal information on it, so I really can't show them off per se. But they get percent of the purchases. Steam takes 30% of the purchase thing. Like they're awful like that. They take a lot. Epic, I think, takes like 5 or something like that. It's really low. I'm gonna also release on the Epic page as well. But Steam is where you want to release a PC game. It's most of the market, so it's stupid to not do it. Yeah, they get a bunch of money, and they don't really provide much to help you in that. Like, you're not going to get visibility from them. Like, your game isn't going to do well because of Steam. There's no such thing as traffic from Steam. It's just not a thing. You get buried under so many games. Most of them are garbage, but it doesn't matter because, you know, you take a treasure and then put it, you know, inside of 1,000 things that suck. Maybe someone finds it in that pile, but how long are they going to look, right? Like, maybe. So you need to have a certain number of wish lists first, and then they push you up in the algorithm, which is why you need to get up early, because you want to have it up at least a year in advance. That increases your game's success rate. Since my game's not coming out until September 2026, we haven't hit the point where I even need to have the Steam page yet, but I do want to get up sooner rather than later because people have been asking about wishlisting it, and I have not had the ability to do that. That needs to get done ASAP. Those two things need to get done. And then, of course, the YouTube videos so I can get monetized. Well, lately, the YouTube traffic has been pretty bad. But to be fair, it's also July 4th today, so I'm not surprised. Not many people actually watching this one. I mean, on Twitch they are, but we'll see. But yeah, it's kind of the plan. I need to do these 3 things, with the Steam page probably being the most important, because I'm probably going to want to have that to show to the people for applying for the Epic Mega Grant. I would assume. Probably. They're looking for, let's see, something beyond the something beyond the concept phase. They also want things like, how does it help the community? Like, if you do things like that, that helps out too. So doing tutorials are also just, I have every single stream I've done for this game making it available on YouTube in a playlist too. So I can just link that to them. It's like, yeah, you can see me make the game and how it's done and everything like that. So that would probably count in my favor. I don't know. If you short form on YouTube, I get a lot more traffic there. You can also do long format and short on the same channel, so you're doubling your chances. I briefly looked at, I did like one short for it, and it did have 10x the views. It got a whole sub, so it didn't really net me very much value per se, but I mean, I need to kind of mess with it. The big problem I have with a lot of short form content on there, well, one, I don't watch it because I hate it, but hate the whole short form thing. But the thing is the aspect ratio, right? This is like, if I want to show you how to do some sort of like tutorial thing, it's this aspect ratio, you know, which doesn't really apply well to shorts, because if you do a short, you can't see anything. And if I like split screen it where you can see what's happening at the top and then the program at the bottom, it's too small. So nobody can tell what I'm doing. So for the main content I'd have available for that kind of thing, it wouldn't be very helpful at all. I don't really know what to do about that. I've never seen tutorials in shorts before. I could do content for my game, I guess. I mean, it would probably get people looking at it. I did a short for my game. It did like 50-50 on thumbs up and thumbs down, though, unfortunately. Probably because I think people view it more as an advertisement, even though I was trying to be funny, which, I don't know. I'm sure there are some ones who've been successful doing that kind of stuff, so if I'm doing shorts, it's probably to advertise my game. I just don't see how I can do a tutorial that way. And I don't know what other content I can make. I mean, people watch me, like, devs watch me because I know what I'm doing, kinda. At least I think I do. And they want to also make a game that's, you know, their own dream game, so it's kind of inspirational for them, but, yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, wish lists are huge. More watch time. Yeah. So to be fair, the watch time I got off that thing was less than the watch time I get off any other stream. Some of the streams I have will get like 500 hours of watch time. This one's not going to, but it's also random when I get like, I've had as many as like 100 people watching me concurrently on YouTube before. And right now there's 4. But it's the 4th of July. So, to be fair, the 4th of July, well, I guess it's not anymore, but it was the 4th of July, and most of the Americans and a lot of people are asleep. You need to worry about that. Just show the center of the screen while live. Streaming into shorts is great. Is it though? I mean, like, if you have like content where you're, you know, like going all hype and these things happening, sure, but I don't know if my streams lend themselves well to shorts. I'd have to go through and do something with it. I don't have much on my YouTube channel at the moment. I actually hit all the old videos I had. Most of what I have are just streams. That's not it. I think I have like 2 whole videos at the moment because I got rid of the others. So I just have lots of streams. And this thing did okay. Not really. And a whole short that I think did not like very low poorly too. Yeah, it did like 150k views. Not that great. But the lives, I got a lot of those. My endless playlist of, let's see, 196 videos of work on this. Actually, there should be 198, I think now. I think, because I didn't put yesterday's on there, and I'm pretty certain today's is, well, I mean, today's obviously on this, yeah. Old version of these things. I guess these are the 4 years are old. These are 6 months old, guys. Why? Why don't you show the latest? I guess live show the latest. That's my bad. Yeah. Holidays are a terrible time to stream. But actually I have a lot more in there. I have like 7 more. So I gotta figure out something for content. Maybe I will do some kind of shorts. Maybe I'll have some sort of AI scan through my super long streams and find useful things in them. I don't know. Going through a 10-hour stream or 9-hour stream to find good clips going to take a minute. I'm just saying it, going to take a minute. But maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll just do the whole look back through streams for something interesting. All right? I mean, I don't know. Stream to Eclipse. What is it? Eclipse. Not smoothly, but it does that for me. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. Add it to my bookmarks to come back to later. Because it's worth a look. What does it even cost? 20 a month, not terrible. I have to cut my streams to only 12 hours long. Oh no. Interesting. Yeah, I'll look into it. One of those services sounds pretty good because there's no way I'm going through a 9 to 10 hour stream looking for something good in it. Can't eat up almost all my time. Take Twitch content, you can direct to it. They scan the content, spit back shorts, etc. Huh. So can I just like upload a video to it and just like take like one of my streams from like YouTube or something where the quality's higher and send that to them? If I can do that, I got a lot of streams to go back through. I'll get a lot of shorts together. Yeah. Maybe make a video of like a timeline of how like I've gotten there from one place to another. That's not a bad call. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. This is what, the last day of the week I stream. Yeah, so I'm pretty much over the weekend. I'll have time to mess with it. I do still have to do regular work on the weekend too. Look at that, heli commands and viewers can mark the good parts. Also not a bad idea. I need to set up all these things for these streaming things. I never seem to. It's time in the day. I mean, I could have probably done it today, but instead I made a character for the game. Yeah. Yeah. That's because I'm so excited about working on game stuff. That's always kind of my Achilles heel. It's what got me to this point, the pure obsession I have over it. Unfortunately, it's also what hinders me everywhere else because it's like, but I really want to work on the game. And they're like, but, can I do this? I'm like, but I want to work on the game. And so, yes, which is very awkward. Yes, yes, indeed. But yeah, I think I'll give that a try. Just feed the streams into there. If I can automate finding good shorts and just dump them on there, I'll do what everyone else does, pollute YouTube to the point of it being unwatchable like it is now. I don't even watch anything on it anymore. Like I catch some, I look at tutorials on it now. That's it. Just don't watch it anymore. I used to. But every time I scroll it, it's just a bunch of AI crap. Like AI generated crap. Not even good. It's like, oh, cool. Probably should do that and find out what people actually like. I don't know. I just want to make games. Gosh, I forgot what I was even doing. Got all super tangented. Usually if I'm going to talk to people, it's better to do level design because level design, or at least concept design, is much quicker and easier to do with less thinking. I found. You spend too much time thinking about it. It's like, well, blah, 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 like, you know, it's hard to keep up with chat. Like, or get really interested in engaging with chat if you're sitting there programming something complicated. I find that's probably the hardest thing to do while being engaging. Yeah. Put the music back on. But that's pretty much it. Just I assume that's the plan going forward. Make tutorials because I can make them pretty quickly. Have an AI run through all my shorts, or not shorts, my all my streams and see what they can come up with, and then go from there. I guess. I was going to have two different enemies fighting on this. I was going to have like the chess and the checkers side. I don't know if there's enough space for this to pan out. Because I'm splitting half this with having a city area on this side. And then this chess and checkers fight happening over here. And I'm putting more rooms, but that's one of my biggest game dev sins, I find, is I try to do things too fast. I don't give the player time to enjoy anything before I've immediately crammed something else in there for them to do. And that tends to lead to, well, the obvious problem of the player doesn't get to take a break on it, and it's just perpetual, just slam it in their face. There's no enjoyment. I think is really what it is. Like, it's like, okay, well, it's like putting delays in like the weapon attack so that they take longer to kill things and stuff like that. Or like, so you add in animations and things so that or like additional particles and everything that happens and them being hit and stuff. All this game feel stuff that tends to get left on the cutting room table because things are too fast. So I need to be better about that, I think. Also try to put like too many bosses too quickly, too many enemies to fight, too many collectibles, too much good stuff, I think is the best way to put it, right? Yeah, I can have a little side rooms here or something, maybe. Oh, wait, don't move this one. Undo that. This one over here is already practically the right size. Kinda. Hey, CandyBen666, how's it going? Found my channel? Oh, thanks. Oh, of course. I don't even need thanks for streaming this. I love Unreal Engine. I love game dev. Left unchecked, it's what I would do all day, every day. Unfortunately, the world likes to keep me a little more checked than that and prevents me from doing that all day. But if I had the option, it's what I would do. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I hope that people really see the effort I put into this game and they're super excited by it when they actually get a chance to play it. Yeah, definitely. I wish the world would just leave me alone some days. Today they're all like, well, you know, you want to work on this game, but you got to go through this, you know, big old collection of things you're going to buy instead and spend like 4 hours doing that. And I was like, but game. I still managed to make a character off screen because I got excited and I couldn't help myself, but it was not ideal. I probably should have been doing what I was supposed to. But not there. I guess it's... How come that one had a weird turned side and the other one didn't? I have so many questions. Might have side little display rooms here or something. He says, I myself am able to learn and... Oh yeah. I mean, listen, you know. Best way to learn is just pick it up and start playing with it. And I just found some random tutorials and started following their stuff, and then when I got to the end of the tutorials, I started combining in other tutorials, and they're trying to figure out, I was like, well, I want this feature. Okay, well, I watched a tutorial, and they're like, well, starting from a blank project, I'm like, well, that's not helpful. So I'm trying to figure out how to get their blank project to mesh with what I wanted. I learned a lot. Most of which was how to break things, but in breaking stuff, you also get the opportunity to fix it, right? Some people look at that as a bad thing there, but I see it as a pretty valuable thing. Some educations are free as far as monetarily. They might be a little painful, but you know. I'm just curious, what kind of video card do you have? I have a RX 7600 XT with 16 GB of VRAM. It says I run out of memory. Well, I use 2 graphics cards. The one that's running Unreal Engine right now is a 6700 XT with 12 gigabytes, so not as good as the card you have. And then I have a 3060 Ti that does all the streaming stuff. But a lot of why you're running out of memory is largely optimization, I would imagine. I mean, there's a lot of optimization going on here. First off, I'm on a open world map which H-loads stuff. And to give a prime example of how the H-load works, we load this up here. You'll see that this building here does not completely load, right? Out here, the building is not there. Everything else is here. That's because they're set to load at a greater distance than this building is. Most of the game, see how the building starts loading in the closer you get? That's the H-load. These things are set to load at a certain distance from Poppet here. And the distance is, you know, inside this distance is even less. And so this way, there's a lot less going on that's, you know, forcing the game to constantly run it. That's an important one to note. Other things that are kind of important is, well, these are all on different... This is actually a level instance, which means it's its own separate little level. I'll go to that real fast and show off some interesting things that might help you out. This one. Open. It's dark because there's no no light in this area, but I'll add one. You can see what I'm doing. I did this because the same city loads on 4 different maps, so I didn't want to keep making it over and over or copy pasting it over and over. I also have an instant sky right here. Ultra dynamic sky, fantastic. Drag that thing out of there. Let there be light. It's very how you spend this game. I'm at about 15, 16 months at this point. So one of the things you can do here is you'll have these buildings here, and you can do 2 things. You can actually select some stuff if you want. Usually you just want to do one thing, like, you know, you want to get all the pieces of a building, which I've already done it on these things, but let's say I wanted to grab these things on top of it too. I'll select a bunch of them here. You can go up to tools and you can do merge actors. And this will merge all the stuff that's currently selected into an actor by just hitting merge actor here. You'll save it and then it'll have the collision of that. And what this does is it prevents the amount of, it reduces the amount of draw call, which will increase your FPS because it's still loading the same amount of stuff. It just takes 1 draw call to load it instead of 1 for each and every time it's called. If your building is made out of pieces, unlike this one, then that's even worse. The merge actors will turn it into 1 singular thing. That's pretty helpful. The other thing you can do that's really good for purposes of this, you can go to audit and then statistics. And give me texture stats, I believe. Is that the one? Ah, yes. So, fully loaded. This map here is 514 megabytes, right? And it shows you the various things here, such as, you know, these. We'll do this cathedral floor thing here. So this cathedral floor here is 5 megabytes, and it is 2048 by 2048, right? You can go into this and edit it. I believe you type in max if memory search for this one here. Yeah, you can do a maximum texture size. I can go, well, just like 1024. And then it'll compile. And then save it. And now, from that point on, you'll go back to the other thing here. And see that it's now reduced. It's not even on the list anymore. It's moved down. And what this does is you haven't changed the size of it. What you've done is you've changed the display size. And most things don't have to be that big. Like, even your game in 4K, if you have some stupid little light on a car, it doesn't need a 4K texture for this one little light on the car. It's fine. Even up close, you probably won't see a difference. These don't have very high detail to start with, so they're not the best example, but all these things are blown up really large. But what you'll do with that is you can reduce the amount that the things is, because this is the size of everything. You'll notice now the map is 507 megabytes. It went down by 5 megabytes of total loaded. That's what it takes to load the whole thing. It went down by 5, all because I did that. And it tells you how many times they've been used too. So, you know, some things that you use a lot, it adds up quite a bit. And I'm not going to, the real stars is huge, but I don't want to get rid of that because some things, like something that takes up the entire sky, really do need to be big. That's true. That needs to be big. Yes. That's the whole sky. That needs to be huge. But for everything else, like, it doesn't need to be that big. So doing that will reduce your stuff a lot. Between those two things, that does a bunch. And like the third thing I do that optimizes and will probably fix your memory problem. I mean, this is everything I did. Oh, if you're curious, I'll show you the stats on this map. As soon as it loads it. I need to make a video about the optimization techniques that they don't tell you about. There's actually like 4 things I recommend. One of them people won't like me saying it, so I'm not going to probably say that one. Because they'll try to convince me that they know better. Well, their game doesn't run. But the other 3 everyone should do. And these are the 3. Well, I've done 2 so far. Let's refresh this so you can see what this map is. And you can see this map is, 1.4 gigabytes. It includes that city, but you can see I've reduced all these ones down to much smaller amounts. You can see that they're not so bad, right? Let's see. Sorry for asking many questions. You don't have to apologize. Ask all the questions you want. I love answering questions. If I don't know the answer, I'll tell you, but I mean, hey, if someone can learn from what I've picked up along the way, it's awesome. Anyway, let's see. Let's try and move out of the way. So interesting things started early on in development of this game. For example, content of it, just the map, characters, or just general look. Like, what are you interested about them? Like, I mean, do you just want me to talk about them? Like, what, if you want to see, like, I keep a record of all the streams on YouTube. So if you wish to peruse back through what's probably like over 2,000 hours of streams, you can see everything back from when it was like in paper ZD to what it is now. Oops. Let me drop that in the chat for anyone who wants to see the videos, how I got there. So let's see. I want to know, you started with it, like first thing you thought of before starting it? First thing your game you start with? Well, this started as an RPG Maker game for the Touch the Stars game jam, where they were like, it was all about reaching for the stars. So what was my plan? I made a game where you were playing as a doll who was cursed to look outside of a window in an attic every night. And then during the day, someone picked her up and put her on the other side of the attic, and she had to get back across there, but the attic was haunted full of all the other haunted toys that were trying to stop her. And she was just trying to go back and look at the stars. That was her whole thing. That's what started the game. It was a simple concept. It was for a game jam. It, I had 30 days to make the whole game. And it was a lot of fun, honestly. Like, the game itself was not good, but it was a lot of fun making it, if you will. Let me see if I can find... I have some old, like, pictures of it. Where was the original game jam footage? It was not pretty. I mean, don't expect anything great on this. It's not. It's not great at all. But this is the original game jam game. It's very Diablo-like. It looked good for RPG Maker. I'll give it that much credit. But beyond that, it was not a good game. Very simple. Very just run and collect them. You can see all the broken things like that. I didn't keep a lot of footage of it. I made better versions of it along the way. It was more of a Diablo game until I decided to switch to Unreal Engine. But I didn't know what I could pull off. I knew a bunch of JavaScript, but that can help a lot too. I did improve the development of it later, so I can find like the latest thing I ever did on it before I dropped it. I did some 2D stuff in it too. Oh, actually, no. This is much better. This is the version right after. This is what the origination of Tinka being inside the paintings, by the way. I mean, still RPG Maker, this was really early on. So. The concept's been around a little bit. It's nothing terribly exciting, of course, but, you know, I'm breaking it down. Attic's on. Yeah. I eventually made Annie's on. I had the same thing for all of them. It was terrible. This was really early on. But then the combat got a little better. Let's see. Yeah, it eventually expanded to being her trying to get across, like, the attic, like, you know, like, solve this mystery of what was happening, like, try to save herself while being driven insane by a curse. And the curse has changed a lot along the way. I also hid the image right now. Looks like Wanda, yeah. I mean, she had longer hair for quite a while. The problem was that same hair put in this made her look like Cousin It when you applied physics to it. It was not pretty. It did not work out well. Here's like some of the last footage when I was still doing RPG Maker, and it was a little more refined for what it was. So I've been tweaking various versions of it for a while since that Game Jam game. Like I said, it was a very Diablo style game previous. And I used to have it available to play because I had some like prototypes for it. I took it down eventually. It wasn't very good. There's actual music for it too, I believe. I think, was there? Oh yeah, you can hear some of the music. So I'm going to put that boss in there. I have the model for it. I was actually doing renders of the models that had been made. Like, these were all 3D models anyway, but RPG Maker couldn't do 3D models. It was a 2D engine, so they were renders of the models. So they will be back in there. And Poppet used to be a witch character, for those people keeping track too. I've been kind of on a road, if you will. I had health problems in like the middle of like 2.5 years. That also sidelined a lot of my development for this. At one point I went the paper ZD route. So this was like, originally went inside of paintings. This is the early Unreal Engine. I don't know if there's actual music on this or not, but sure. The video quality on Image is usually not that amazing, but whatever. If you want to see better video quality, like say the streams are all there, and you consider these were just taken straight out of streams. This was part of the let's see, the first version of this where you went into the paintings turned out to be, the scope was too big. Like, this map was huge. This map was basically as big as the entire map I had for the current game. Like, if you stacked all the building levels out there, this map was probably bigger than that. And the problem with that is you got to fill it with content. So delusional me was going to have multiple paintings that she went through into these worlds that were all larger than my entire current game. And yeah, that was dumb. Like, that's the thing that just was never going to work. It was very apparent it was never going to work. And otherwise you'd be traveling around inside the actual place like that. And like I said, it was done a little more 2D at that point. Except for you could go inside the paintings. These Say to Archive visuals you gained in the past, right? Are these fully ready to play? These are just old version, like archived versions of video footage. Like I say, they have had all these streams. Like if you went back and looked at the streams, everything you're seeing here was in a stream. I don't do it very often, grab the things out. I needed to, I just don't for the most part. But my entire plan was just like, it's like I was showing off people on my Discord for various things. And it led to this kind of stuff. So it was, you can definitely see the full journey from a paper ZD game where it was like 2.5D game to what it is now. Like here was an outside area that's no longer in the game. This mechanic's still there. And those would float too. Technically, I still have access to the water that made them float. It just has so many bugs the water does that I don't know what to do about it. But originally, you were gonna have. She still had issues with water. So I may or may not put this back in. I made this place huge later. This thing like ballooned in size to 3 times the size. This is like a really old version. Although I was a dreamer or a stoner, not completely sure. The worst part is until recently, I wasn't even a drinker, so I don't even have any kind of excuse other than I just dreamed real big. And I'm happy to let people see all my mistakes. I have so many old videos of things. Actually, recently I've been putting more of them up. Let's see. This was like the first version of the Hierophant. In the dilapidated place instead. Where there's like flooded areas where I had like broken ground and everything like that. So. Mechanics did come about from a lot of testing. And I had whole rooms I got rid of. You'd have to look back at the old video footage. Because I actually had some playthroughs of the old versions. But they were all in stream. I never actually yanked them out as any kind of recording thing. Back when it was like, oh, look, it takes like 25 minutes to win. It's so cool. We beat the first boss in 25 minutes. Actually, it was up to Patrick. Because Patrick was a boss for a long time. Actually, I think he was one of the earliest bosses, if not the earliest boss. With Vu being second. No, wait, Vu was not second. Was she? I didn't call her that at the time. That's true. I had so many delusional things, but I didn't record most of it, or I didn't put it on here if I did. Here were some old character ideas I was going to use. Well, actually, this is when I was coming up with character ideas, and an old version of Poppet, by the way. Actually, she used to be a witch doll, and she was also dressed in mostly black, but the big problem was she was really hard to see, so I adjusted her to being red and black. Characters haven't made it to the game yet. I was just lining them up. It's like, oh, look at this character and this character. You can see some of the others. I guess Patrick wasn't even here, so Mason Vu is older than Patrick. The Tinka model. Well, I still have to improve because she's got some bugs in her. And of course, the Vu model. Who hasn't really changed much, honestly. I didn't do much to change her. I think I just made the pins not part of her directly. So, yeah. I've had lots of concept things along the way. I actually have concept images too of stuff too that I've been designing as I go. Like I say, they were all models designed for here's more failures. They were all models designed and then I would do renders of things, so that kind of made it different too. This is more of that whole delusional outside world thing inside of paintings thing. And also a witch outfit I had for her later that I tried out, but it was glitchy and weird. It didn't work very well. It looked kind of cool until it didn't. That was like its claim to fame. It was cool until it didn't. Her first ability, in fact, was the devil. He was a pure caster for the vast majority of all the time I've worked on this game. Until very recently. Yeah, you can just see that this is, I think, when PCG graphs came out, and I was really excited to try them, so I randomed out all this grass and trees and everything. If you're wondering why they're in terrible locations, that's why. But yeah, I did go out of my way to make all these open world maps that just... They didn't really serve any function. Like, sure, you can make these huge maps, but I learned the important lesson of filling that map up with content took so long that it was just pure delusion. And like, yeah, there was just no way. It was just pure stupidity on my part. But yeah, if you go back to the various streams, you can. That's really nice. Oh, cool, awesome. You can actually see Poppet's outfit was stolen from another character from the other game that I gave up on. Oh, here's real extreme jank for you. Let me So when I first learned the 2D thing like that, this looks awful, by the way. I feel bad for anyone who has to look at this. So I was experimenting, like this was like the first week I even touched Unreal Engine, so feel free to mock it endlessly, I do. Where I was like, oh look, I managed to figure, there's no sound on this anyway. And I was gonna have like, you know, various things where you would use the various pictures as the things. These are all sprites, right? And it was not good. I had no idea what I was doing and how to do perspectives and like that, and it wasn't there. But we should definitely keep the ugly stuff to remind ourselves. Oh, Poppet was an ugly doll, by the way, too, to start with. She was really ugly. She was like designed to be I don't even know. I guess like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas, except for Sally's more friendly looking. I think was the best way to describe Poppet. Yeah, like when I was learning Paper ZD and things like that. Actually, that was just Paper 2D. I didn't even do Paper ZD at that point. Yeah, there was a character who... Is it? I can find it. I think it's on my Twitter. I haven't updated that in a million years either. I think it's been like 2+ years since I put anything on there. For a while I was putting it, I would stream, but the problem was that nobody would ever really click on it because it just isn't really, yeah, it's not a good place to advertise. Or at least it wasn't back then. Where are you? Where? Oh. Can I do justice? This was the first idea that I had that was in the other character. And this was actually the attic models used for the RPG Maker game. The pictures of this were used, what was a progenitor. So it was actually really cool to see it as 3D for the first time. I remember being so excited this day. Also, someone challenged me to use a rubber chicken as a weapon. So that's why she has a rubber chicken as a weapon. And she's tiny because I was imagining an Alice in Wonderland type of thing, which is why she looks like an Alice character. And her being tiny. And just breaking all the things on a table. This was Unreal 4, by the way. My first experiments with it. Yeah, I stole her outfit. Put it on Poppet, saying the outfit would work. Let's see if I can find the other character running around doing her thing. All right, here we go. Yes, this would be the endless story time. Yeah, I just gave her a little sword, and like I was happy that she had some cool things, like some electrical stuff. I don't know why she had electrical stuff. I didn't care. But I'd followed someone's tutorial on how to make a 3D open world game, and I only had one enemy, which was a bunch of wolves. I didn't really know how to animate stuff very well. I figured out how to animate her, but I was... Yeah, it was definitely the road to get here, right? It's been long. You might recognize some of the assets for the buildings, too, if you're paying attention. Same world, so all my games are in the same world, so I get to share lore. More fun that way. I think I tried her as a caster later or something. Alright. Yeah, I've been kind of at it for a while. Pretending otherwise is adorable, but... Actually, I ended up taking a big old break for like 2.5 years, which kind of screwed everything up. But there was like a whole map I had going on. I'm going to make maps really quickly. Like, don't be impressed by a forced and Unreal Engine. Let me put it that way for you. Don't be impressed by a forced and Unreal Engine. Trust me when I say you can shoot those out really fast, especially with PCG. Oh my gosh, 15 minutes in, you're like, look how cool this is. Most people will just randomly some landscape out there or use a pre-made landscape based on real topography and PCG out a bunch of stuff, and it's over in seconds. It's super fast. But yeah. What's the date of this one? This one was the pre-problems. Yeah, so this was 2021, before I had all the health problems. And then I dropped off the face of the earth not long after, and you just didn't see me do hardly anything. When's the last time I did anything involving that? It would have been this cave thing, was I think right about when I kind of fell off the face of the earth. So November, yeah. Was probably the last time I did any with it. I was really big on doing the Alice in Wonderland thing with her, 100%, even though she's not an Alice character and she was never meant to be an Alice character. So I was like, well, she falls down, you know, off a cliff like that, and like this ends up in this cave, wakes up in this cave with all these mushrooms and things like that. So I was like, okay, cool. I built this whole thing like that, and this is when I was learning how to do environments. So if you're wondering why there's nothing particularly interesting going on, and then after that, like I really stopped working on things for a very long time. I think that's the last time I even touched Unreal Engine, was that video. I messed with the RPG Maker in the meantime. I think at the time I was getting more views with RPG Maker, so I was like, we'll just continue this one because people seem to like it better. Oh yeah, yeah, she's a Daz character. They're all made in Daz, for the most part. But making a character look cool in Daz is not always easy, but they were not like handmade pixel by pixel or anything crazy like that. Let's be real here. That did not happen. This is the last pinned tweet I had. Let's see. This was actually from 2024 when I came back when I was doing Paper ZD. Yeah. This is the Paper ZD, but this is where I just played Control. I remember that. And I was like, look, I can have the same mechanic as Control did. I picked up a bunch of chess pieces and threw them around with a 2D character. I was super happy. I didn't even know how to make them, like, you know, really knock each other around. What? Eh? So anyone who thinks that, oh god, I haven't got anywhere in a short period of time, listen, Rome wasn't built in a day, okay? I got lots of failures out there. Lots of what happened, and there's like 2,000 hours of how I got there or more in the form of those streams on YouTube. With like over 200 streams at this point. Plus the RPG Maker ones are still there too. There's like 50 RPG Maker streams as well. In case you want to see how the game was being built. Like, the concepts that largely kind of got thrown out, but some of the concepts are still there from the RPG Maker days. Much of the music's actually still there from the early part. I need to start using social media again and just putting my stuff out everywhere. It's gotten a lot more impressive since then, and I don't know why I haven't done that. You know? I mean, I never really got any views, though. I think that was probably why I stopped, because it's just like, oh, cool, I posted that video, and it had... actually, I think it had 233 views. So that's not, like, the worst. But only 16 people engaged with it, which means it really had 16 views. So that's nothing. Like, cool, but why? Right? Why post it? Actually, until recently, I thought everyone hated the game. since streaming on Twitch, I've discovered people thought the game was much better than it was. But before that, because I couldn't get anyone to even look sideways at it, I thought people hated it. Just outright, I thought the game was crap. I mean, if no one wants to look at it, it must be terrible. That's my theory anyway, and I believed that for quite a while. Now I think it's not, but you know, at the time I was like, am I making a mistake? Well, that's the jury's still out on. Am I making a mistake? Okay, we can all agree the jury's still out on that one. I mean, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do like a test of the encounter system and try to fix it. Unless people want more story time about my, you know, game dev antics, in which case I could story time the whole stream away if I really wanted. But while people think about that, I'm gonna take a quick bio break because yeah. I drank a bunch of stuff for the stream and I'll be right back. All right. No idea if you guys want me to continue with story time, but if you do, I will tell you more about the games that the game that failed, the great dream game that I abandoned because God, that game was a train wreck. All the things that happened with that, I learned a lot of things. I swear that game actually has benefited Poppet Quest so much because I learned so much with that game and all the dumb crap I did with that it just led to a lot of good stuff for Poppet Quest. That game was like the pure dream game. I actually had I wrote essentially a novel I never published like that, and I was going to base the game entirely upon that novel. And I learned something real important. A novel is a novel and a game is a game, and they are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Seriously, they're not the same thing. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do it. But a character with so much behind her and everything like that, and like expectations of what it was supposed to be, was so much harder to make a game for. Coming into this entire field I didn't know anything about, being brazen and stupid enough to think that or just delusional enough to think that I could turn this big old long book into an actual game, it was just dumb. Like, there was just I didn't. Hubris, there's the word. The hubris on that was on a level that was just incredible, and it had no concept of how to be gamified, nothing. I learned that gamifying things made a big difference right there. It's just like, oh, well, if you don't, just because you put it there doesn't make it a game, you know? But I swear that character, like, I started with where I wanted to be, but then I kept pushing it back to try to, come up with how I was going to begin the game. And eventually, I've largely walked my world back in time from, I think, the point where the original game I wanted to have happen was happening, to a point where she had gotten to this world like that, but that hadn't really been written. There was no story. I mean, there was like a story there, but it was such a brief portion of the book. Then I started adding in things, and eventually she started to become more like an Alice character, which wasn't even like the book. And it went down the rabbit hole of more and more stupid things that had nothing to do with it, and it kept getting pushed farther back in time. To, well, how did we get there? How did we get there? So eventually I started learning that I largely write backwards for game dev. I was at like the end goal, and I was like, how do I get there? I couldn't pick a direction. And that was back when I lived purely off the dream and didn't know about the timeline. So armed with that, it was just, the dream just kept getting more and more dream, and I was like, well, I'll make this new cool thing, and then I start making all these plugins to make it possible, and it's just, holy crap. Like, the level of dumb things I can do, I can tell you on that journey. I mean, there's a whole series of like doing dumb things in RPG Maker, which was literally streams of me building dumb things in there, largely for that game. And it was all dumb. That's also where I learned where making a template that you make a bunch of games off is dumb. You shouldn't do it. I did exactly that mistake. I spent all this time making that. And if I had just spent that same time releasing a regular game, I would have put out multiple games in that time. All to make this perfect template that could do all these future games to make them so much easier. Yeah. And you know what I had at the end of that? No game. Nothing. I actually ended with Poppet Quest. Like I used all the plugins for that to make the Game Jam game for Poppet Quest. I'm trying to break the encounter system, which is why I'm just running around and chatting. Because eventually it kind of stops working, and I don't know why. So I'm watching the numbers of the two arrays to see what's happening. Looks like the encounter rate hasn't evened out though, which is interesting. That's what's happening, I'm pretty certain. But what's funny is in the Game Jam game for Poppet Quest. Oh, those are the encounter. Oh, this one's fine. There was actually a painting. There was just a painting that didn't talk, and it just occasionally flashed words, and mostly pictures at you. I just called it Pig. It was just one of the haunted items in the attic, right? And Tinka was not a thing. Not at all. But what she was a character from the other game I was making, And Remember Tomorrow, that was just flat lifted straight out of that game. I was like, well, she could use a backstory. I'd already had all the models together, and I was like, cool, perfect. I mean, I didn't have to change much out the character particularly, but... And that's also why I stole Poppet's dress. Also, I learned how to do hair and dresses and everything like that from early experience of putting that game in Unreal Engine. That game was the dumb experiment game. There you go. If I was going to make a mistake, it was because of that game. And Poppet Quest is literally the game that came about because of all the hard learning I did from the other game. Yes. Such hard learning. Yeah, the encounter is not empty. There's still 3 or 4 in there. Yeah. It's weird. Why? Should be down here. Right now. You know, with this back on here, the validate arrays. So this will make it where it checks the arrays over and over and make certain that they actually are still there. Might not work, but the orange one's the encounter array, and it keeps track of the number of encounters that are around versus the Puppet controller. That the Puppet Master controls a lot of things, not just enemies and stuff. It's moving everything around. It's just one super smart actor. Yeah. Yeah, you can anyway. Back to the story. Then you can definitely see a lot of the mistakes that I had made in the other game, and a lot of the characters that I came up with. I'm probably just going to recycle a lot of the characters out of that game. I think that, well, I like the concept of that game. I think that the history of the world, like if I did an overall world, would be pretty cool. Because everything is going to be in the same game. But I don't believe that game will ever be made. I think that what will happen is if this game does well, Poppet Quest 2 comes out, and if the game doesn't do well, I'm probably going to make horror games. Because the time investment's so much lower. And the virality of them is much higher. But I just don't see why the other game gets made. It was just such a hot mess. Which really is almost like how I should be looking at the YouTube content of, okay, well, what should I do on YouTube that gets, you know, gets to the heart of what I'm trying to accomplish and is easily producible in a short period of time? Because honestly, YouTube rewards frequency, not quality. If you don't believe me, look at shorts. All shorts are terrible, and it rewards them by producing a lot of them. Yes. Mostly it's just, even with streaming, if I don't stream for a day, YouTube rewards me a lot less than if I stream every day. I could just start sending traffic over and over the more you stream consistently. So consistent content's more important. So I need to take the lessons from game dev where I failed horribly on the other and apply it to exactly that too. The dream game that could never be versus the timeline. I think with YouTube, the timeline should win, and with making a game, it should be a balance. I gotta leave this room to see if it fixes the time on the thingies there. It should go to 0 and 0, and if it, I mean, it might go to 1 and 1 because something spawns, but yeah, it should be 0 0. Someone said I should also stream on TikTok too, and I was like, but I don't even, I don't even have an account at TikTok. What? I should, probably, but Because I don't like shorts. I never did. Or I don't actually know what they call them on TikTok. Are they just called TikToks? I guess it probably is, right? That in the ground? I think it is, actually. Not that it matters that much. You can still get in here, so that's all that matters. Stuff still spawning. Good, good. But it's so funny. As far as how the gaming story time goes, or actually, are we coming out right? Yeah. As far as the gaming story time goes, the originally, like Miranda's story for I Remember Tomorrow, like her family gets wiped out by a bunch of, they were just, I think, largely bandits. Actually, originally the world was more medieval, I think, a little bit, and I started pushing it forward in timeline, and I never named them. They were just some losers that she kills later. And later on, they became more and more like a war between families and everything like that, almost like a Hatfield and McCoy's type of setup. Which actually led to some of the creation of the people for this game, because that war is still going on between these two families. They're like big prominent families. And, you know, poor Poppet here knows that they exist, because there's like 4 ruling families of her city, like major families. She just knows to try to stay out of them, and, you know, kind of gets partially roped into some of their antics, if you will. But all because of some stupid bandit. Right, I said never bothered to name because they were meaningless crap. Actually, I think Miranda didn't even have a name at all. I didn't give her a last name until much later. Poppet has a name too. First, last, a family history, everything. I started writing it like a D&D type of setup where the characters would talk to each other. And that's how I'd make the characters up. Take the most known character and have them talk to another character. Even out. And that led to them getting a lot of personalities. It says I was watching Arcadum's D&D, and that was how he did it, and his world was so fantastic. Nobody's ever gotten to make me watch D&D like Arcadum did. I mean, he turned out to be a scumbag later. I think he got like Me Too'd by like 20 women or something. It was crazy. I was like, Jesus, man, did you forget anybody? It was a lot. It was impressive, but he was an incredible storyteller. Where I was excited to meet his NPCs again as they bounced from campaign to campaign. The players, you know, they were okay, but the NPCs, they were very cool. And a lot of times it's because they learned a lot. Actually, they developed their personalities by talking to various players. They're like little D&D AIs. There we go. They were blank slates, but talking to enough, you know, players doing stupid things led to them being interesting NPCs. Perfect. It's like if ChatGPT got left alone with Twitch chat. What could possibly go wrong? He says as he throws a block that bounces off the thing. Weird. A weird line there. Looks like it's a decal, if you will. So far the encounter system hasn't broke since I added that code in there, but the problem with this particular bug is that it's inconsistent. Those are the worst bugs. Usually they're a timing issue, because that's the only time when you see random behavior in Unreal Engine is when two things are happening, but they're happening in a different order each time. And since you're not, like, because it's like a multi-thread system, so one thread could happen before another, and then if you don't have some way to restrict when things happen, it leads to the big problem of randomness, or what appears to be random, because it's just doing the directions in random order based on how fast it's just doing it. And this is one of those bugs where it appears like it's random, so it has to be some timing issue. I think it just wasn't cleaning the arrays out or something like that before it went to the next room. This is the last great bug with this, though. Wow, that's... No, that seems true, actually. Does seem like the last bug. Maybe not. We'll find out. I don't even want to say last bug. That seems like a dangerous thing to say, honestly. But yeah, actually, one of the reasons I pulled Tinka into this game specifically was the Arcadum effect with his characters, where... This opens, right? Good. Where she was a known character. Poppet here, not a known character. Poppet is a character who started with nothing. He started as a crappy little doll in an attic with no backstory, who looked out at the stars all night. And that was what she was cursed to do. And she was just trying to get back across the attic and do exactly what she was originally supposed to do. Why was she cursed? Ew. Was she even human before that? I mean, at the time I didn't think so. She was just a toy that was a haunted toy. But there's kind of something I learned from doing this game versus the other, is the other game, poor Miranda had a book behind her, basically that. She had so much information that she had to work behind, so she couldn't be different. She couldn't serve the game had to serve her. Poppet here, not the case. Poppet, blank slate, the game can be, she can serve whatever purpose she needs to in the game. She can have any personality, whatever it takes. Irrelevant. I mean, don't get me wrong, she has a personality now and everything, but at the time she didn't. And I developed things and all the events and everything around the game itself, and not, oh, I wrote this story, now can I turn it into a game? Which I think is the better way to go. That I really do. I think it's very hard to take a story first and then turn it into a game. Like, there's people who adapt books into scripts and games and things like that, and after trying to do that, it's hard. Not easy. Because, you know, they're different mediums, right? The book tells you have to explain everything in words, and when you're making a game, you have all these visuals that are already out there. And then you have to account for the player's experience, too, running around through these things, and maybe the player won't even go in the right order. If your game's not linear, then your book story isn't going to work very well for a non-linear play. Plus, you know, books don't have branching dialogue or anything like that either. They don't have a, well, then the player, oh, actually, and the character in the book decided to just say no randomly instead of saying yes to this thing. Okay, well, then you got to write all that now, too. So, a lot of things were like, this doesn't really work the way I thought it would at all. Meanwhile, Poppet's just like, I'm just happy to be here. I think that's actually why the other one turned out to be such a disaster, was because I was trying to serve two masters, essentially. You know, the master of the book and the master of the game. And the problem was, you really can't serve two masters effectively. You gotta make compromises, which becomes pretty challenging to do. But along comes Poppet, who's like, oh, she doesn't work as a witch doll anymore. Fair enough. But she was a witch doll. Now she's, well, not. I mean, she has a magician hat on now, but now she's just like a cute doll, something like that, you know? She's a sack doll. Designed to be somewhat adorable. And that's kind of it. Why did she become not a witch doll? Well, because I couldn't ever justify why a father would give his daughter some sort of a witch doll when he himself hates all forms of magic. And happens to be part of a group who hates all forms of magic. You wouldn't imagine that he would give his daughter such a thing. I was like, wait a minute. Seems kind of a weird thing. Heck, Charlotte came about later too. There was no Ghost Girl. The original boss of the Game Jam game was Bugaboo, which was just a big doll, who is actually in this game. I was not going to leave her out. There's no world I was leaving her out. No. In honor of that game, she gets to stay. It looks like the encounter system's still working. It doesn't take much focus to just run through the areas and occasionally hit things with stuff and watch some numbers, so. It came about because I needed an explanation for why all this was happening. Like it was fine if there was an attic full of haunted toys. You don't really need much of an explanation for that. Like someone just put a bunch of haunted toys in an attic. But the other thing was like a whole dilapidated warehouse, and it's like, okay, well, did someone just get a warehouse in the middle of nowhere and just fill it full of toys that come to life and kill each other? Is this like a thing? Like, why? Why are they here? What's going on here? This makes no sense. Too big of an area for no real story. Also, not a Game Jam game. The Game Jam game, clearly, you know, you didn't need much of a story. I need to remove these platforms. Got the ribbon here. I used to have these platforms just bouncing around here for no reason. I don't think the Namish goes this far, by the way. So, yeah, I couldn't justify why these things were outside. It's like, okay, well, people would see those. Like, they might not see a doll running around up here, but there's floating platforms, and then there was like weird oily goo out here, and it's like weird. Oh, I didn't grab the key. Dumb. Go jump back up there. Mistakes were made. You should see some of my original concept art for Charlotte. She was literally like a girl in like a white dress holding some really creepy looking doll thing. Except for that, like her dress was covered in blood. She also had a bag over her head too. And the bag was covered in blood too. That ought to give you an idea of what kind of character I was aiming for. Or at least the story behind her anyway. Obviously, you don't end up as like a 14-year-old ghost girl by accident. Someone had to, you know, kill her off, right? I mean, you don't just go, oh, look, I've decided to not pass the afterlife and be a ghost haunting this place because... What? I think the system works, by the way. Spawn things, people. You gonna move? These things are so dumb, I don't even know. Sometimes they just kind of do nothing. They have like the stupidest AI. They are supposed to be kind of dumb, though. I haven't seen a break since. I actually had the final 4 fights planned out, especially the last fight, for how the mechanic. Actually, I have all the mechanics of the last fight figured out. I said I like to make my games backwards. That's what I learned from And Remember Tomorrow's fiasco. And making the game backwards is the better plan. That game I just started with like a blank, well, not like, I started with a book I wanted to try to convert over, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to try to get to these points here. How am I getting there? Blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, her game largely was pretty unfocused. I mean, there were some like real end goal things, but if I'd kept to what the book had, it would have been much better off. Because I would have picked a different time frame and ran from that. And it would have made sense. But instead I tried to backpedal to a point before the book to explain things, and then I realized that that created a world where I had no endpoint, really. Like, I had no story. But I was trying to reach a story, but the story had like time in between. It wasn't like a solid progression, essentially. And it was really weird. Then all the terrible game ideas where I was like, well, then I'm going to try to make this game idea. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense for the story. Why does she do this? Well, it's such a good game idea. Okay, well, then how are we going to change the story? And that led to the thing that, you know, Poppet's so great because, again, she doesn't have anything to worry about. I don't have to make her meet up with a book or anything. There was an end goal of the game, but it was planned for the game. Which is just so much easier. I could go fight Patrick, but I'm just trying to spawn things over and over and see if it breaks. And things seem to keep spawning. The spawn rate's a little low. I think it's fixed. I guess I keep testing too. I haven't ran a full test in a while. I don't know if I really want to fight Patrick per se, but I guess I can cheat my way through the fight too. That's true too. Patrick's overtuned. He's really overtuned. Also, this area sucks. There's no reason to be over here anymore. Like, now that the enemies just spawn randomly, these areas over here where there was reason to run over and fight don't exist. And there's no more little statues over here to break or anything, so this area needs to just be reworked into something new. Because there's nothing to do. I should probably write these things down, too. You know, if I'm going to turn this into an actual, just straight-up test, well, a ghetto test. It's not a very accurate test, per se, because I'm not going to start from the beginning and unequip all the tarot cards or anything, but, you know, let's see. We work, Patrick's room right before Patrick. Oh. I have to go through and I'm actually pretty happy with Patrick's AI. He just needs to be toned down. He's way too strong. His first phase is a joke. His second phase is ludicrous. His third phase is probably easier than his second phase. Be about my best way to describe old Patrick here. The last time I managed to glitch him out too, and he just died instantly to a hit from the magician and the cube. So there's a bug that I can figure out. I'm gonna try to duplicate to see if it works. Honestly, the magician's probably the most effective thing against him in these early phases. His first phase is really easy though, so it doesn't really matter. But then his projectiles are so fast that it's hard not to get hit by them. And they do a lot of damage, so they probably need to be toned down damage-wise. Especially because you're supposed to use this to heal, and it's kind of slow. And it heals him too, so it's pretty bad news. I have the legal right to use this music. Oh, you talking about this? I mean, this isn't actually Patrick. Patrick doesn't have a weird metal ball in there. He doesn't have metal plates. He isn't stitched together flesh with a giant mouth and gaping things like that, gaping teeth in it. I mean, he doesn't look like Patrick, really, but yeah. He just happens to be... He's not even a starfish. He's a voodoo doll. I don't really think a flesh voodoo doll is the same as a starfish thingy, but... And it's not like you can copyright the name Patrick either. It's a generic name, but... But Twitch chat decided that his name was Patrick, and thus his name became Patrick. I could cheat and use justice against him. Get justice, loser. Justice is just a generic pistol. I haven't done anything cool with it. Let's use weapons I'm not supposed to have. Haha. That does not work well. It's actually a really bad decision to use that. I double jumped and cheated. I'm terrible. Turn that off quick before it completely rickrolls me. Justice him or something. Actually, the dice are pretty strong against him too. Hit justice, loser. Yes. I'm sure the dice are probably really good against him. You're not supposed to... Are you frozen? He froze. No. Oh, he tricked me. Wow, do you see that? Do you see that? Oh my god. My little AIs are learning. I thought he froze. He's like, ha ha ha, the devil think I froze. I'm just gonna stand here. Suck, Patrick. But depending on how well I roll, these can be really good. If I roll 1 a bunch of times, it's pretty terrible, by the way. That's why it's Wheel of Fortune. Sometimes you gotta gamba. Probably don't want this weapon for now. Actually, technically you'd have Temperance for this fight. For some reason it's hitting me. There's a glitch that keeps happening with these things where they're hitting the weapon or something, so it's not even working right. Well, that sucks. I gotta get a better victory fanfare, but I did put one in so you know you killed him at least. You wanna fight? You wanna fight, losers? That's right. They just blow themselves up, so you just have to run by them and then get away fast enough and it blows them up. Later versions are much more devastating than those ones. The lore I have for Patrick is literally that he's been put in timeout in this room because he was eating the other dolls, which is why he spits up dolls. No other explanation is required. This. He's not that complicated. There's actually little things where I was going to put message on there saying that he was actually a good boy and things like that, and then, you know, I'll probably put message that he says he promises he won't eat the dolls anymore and like that. Just have him talking to, like he's going insane. Patrick won't eat other dolls anymore. It's just, I need to put a bunch of them all over the walls. I just never got around to it. It's one of those things where there's no story explaining it. But there is a sign out there from Charlotte saying that he's in timeout, he knows what he did. And if I write all over the walls that he was eating the other dolls and he's sorry about it, I think players can figure it out. It's not deep. If they can't, well, that's fine. It's not going to ruin the game if they have no idea, right? Like, that's cool. You don't gotta know. I think that fixed the encounter system. I haven't seen a single bug since then. It still feels like it spawns a little slower than I want. So what might happen is I'll probably speed up the spawning, but then I'll have it where I'll probably institute a random wait before it starts checking it again. Like once it maxes out the spawns, it's like, oh yeah, okay, well, maybe I'll wait a while. Just to avoid completely running over the player, which can happen. Also, this room needs to have its spawn rate really high, I think. But I think I already accounted for those. I'm pretty certain I did. But it does feel like the thing isn't spawning enough. But it hasn't stopped spawning, so I mean, I can always tweak the number so it spawns more. That's not like a problem. Oh, that burns really fast. I raised the cost of this thing by a bunch. Also, did she spawn? Do I have to tell her to spawn? This was the boss from the original Game Jam game. Bugaboo. And also my reference to Annabelle. The warning positively do not open. It's what's written on her case. Also, I need to note that her case is too far forward. Bugaboo's case is stuck in the wall. Make that encounter system. I'm just writing it on here in this little side thing here, by the way. Encounter system spawn more often. Have a timer that starts once it maxes out of room before checking again. It could also randomly just check too, right? It could go, okay, I'll check this many times. Well, that might be better. Oh, it might be better by far. This is the best heal in the game. Well, the star is pretty decent. So far, this is the best heal in the game. For that case, let me write that down. Or have it roll the dice a random number of times. See if it periodically to see if it spawns stuff. I'm probably gonna go with that. That's more of like the dungeon master style, which is really what it is. It's a dungeon master. I want to lure her away from the secret thing there. You can spawn in the smoke, so it's still dangerous to go for this, but... Whoa! Now that was a power hit there. I don't know how that happened, by the way. Actually, I think I have an idea. What happened was the physics on those there's still physics applied to them, so at the pieces, and I kind of clipped one and it sort of threw me from its weird momentum. Like I landed on the piece and the piece threw me. Poppet doesn't really have a lot of weight. It doesn't quite work the way you want it to. I mean, I could probably figure out a way to fix that, and I probably will, but as it stands right now, it doesn't work the way I want it to. I need to make a note to fix the storage room. This room is, let's see, fix up the storage room in the first chapter. It's gonna come down to why does it still say so many? It should have lowered the encounter number. Oh. Yeah, this thing like that. Also, update the encounter number to include the possessed objects. Or make it so they can't go into the encounter array. I think that's what I actually need to do. I've been needing to do this for a while anyway, to run through things and figure out what I want to fix. For the most part, it runs pretty well. The encounter system's the current hitch in the game, but once that's fixed, most of this should be pretty good. I might just cheat here. I failed. You could actually drop and cheat and grab that if you were like really cool. Not that it's hard to get it the other way. This used to have Anizons in it, and I need to like I said, make a decision on if you're going to rescue toys or not. And I think a lot of it might come down to it's a lot of extra work for not a lot of extra gameplay to add them in as a rescuable thing, and I don't know if I want to do that. Like, I've kind of waffled back and forth and said it both ways, but what's going to happen is I probably need about 14 to maybe 16 NPCs in the game who didn't exist before, purely so you can rescue them, and then they can provide some kind of dialogue slash mini quest slash service or something in the painting world. But the painting world is not a gamified area, it would just be like a town, effectively, that you're building. You would go to all this effort to build a little stupid town that doesn't really enhance gameplay. Or I can take the NPCs and put them in the world in strange locations, and then you have reason to go explore these weird locations to find these NPCs, to talk to them and do things. And the thing is that if the painting world's just Tinka plus paintings places, then I'm already done with it. I have to do so little. I can just tweak things, make this one room look really cool, and that's it. If I have to build a whole city there, then I need to essentially construct an entire map whose sole purpose is to house all these toys. So that might prove to be too much work for a feature that isn't that handy. So I'm kind of arguing with myself on that one. I think I'm leaning towards the other, going to lean towards kicking out that mechanic, that rescue the toy mechanic. Well, on paper it sounds cool. In practice, it's not that neat. Uh-oh. Oh god, there's two of them! Why are there two of her? They're cheating. Also, that means I can use them as something to fill up a room too. And there'll be a lot less of them. I don't know. I'll think about it. It's not a decision that's to be made too quickly, but I kind of want to make it sooner rather than later because I may want to put the like Anizons in the world in that room. And then the room has more purpose. As opposed to now where it's just a place you can find some keys, but it's boring. There's not a lot to it. I thought about adding some more Halloween style stuff to this area. As it stands now, it's actually an area not for, it's just for the employees only kind of thing. But I could retool it a little bit to not be that. Oh no! Why are there two of you? You're cheated. Okay, I'm cheating too, so it's fair. We're square. I will throw dice at you.
3, 1,
It's possible I nerf this so that you have to roll the dice near you.
4.
I've been debating on that one because it's kind of weird that the other one operates like this, but this one doesn't. Also, it just seems like it would be how it worked. Yeah, 2 Charlottes is very scary. I'm not so sure this is the way it should be here. I'm just cheating now. Oh, you can jump make that naturally. Actually, there's not much room to go over that way unless I want to. Laggy. Well, you know what I could have been doing all this time? I could have closed up all the other crap to make the lag not so bad, by the way. Apparently I just like lag. Hey, Lazy Panda, how's it going? Seven was just mentioning you earlier today. So just in time to be just in time. What for? I don't know, but you're just in time for it. I'm testing things out. Finding bugs. Oh, I can grab her. Haha! Woohoo! Save a Toy Foundation. Where'd she go? I threw her and she vanished? Bugs. Hello. Oh god, there's two of her still. There should only be one of her. But apparently I'm playing hard mode today, so, you know, it's fine. Hello. Stealth mode. Not actually stealth. Oh. Nice. So what sort of a podcast do you do? Bonus points if it's about game dev. I'll obviously be incredibly interested. I mean, I'm interested anyway, but I'd be more interested here. Yes. Can't make jump in own game. Bad at own game. Why bad at own game? Stupid possessed books. You know what you did. I don't know why she went back when I grabbed her, but you shouldn't have. Okay. That's terrifying. You stay over there. Let me borrow a second. Bye bye. Light cubes are wonderful. I want to make a note that that's broken though. I have the big bad list of broken things. My big notes list here as I keep fixing all this crap. Let's see. Fortuna is destroyed if she gets too far from where you pick her up. Not sure if that's the cause, but it sure seems to be the effect. Taking all the damage. Time for some healing. Going up. Something's sitting in the encounter system that's taking up too much space in there. Bubble wand. Because enemies should be spawning here, but they're not. I think the encounter system needs to account for... I think the possessed objects are just stuffed in there, and that's why she can't, why it can't spawn new stuff. Once I leave this room, it should clean it out of the system, so it should work in other rooms, but I think that's what's happening. Not love, live. Let's see. What'd say here? No, it's not. It's a live stream podcast called Kick Conversations. Oh, I see. I drink different creators on my channel, and we have casual chats about streaming, content creation, the platform, and more. Oh, nice. Oh, sorry, live stream. You know, listen. The worst part is I actually read the correction first, and then read the other there. Completely forgot about the correction. Then went back and read the correction, and was like, oh yeah. We'll call it game dev brain, where you're like, oh, I've got this, all these, you know, calculations going in my head. It's like, oh yeah, this is a thing. Words are hard, and I don't profess to be the most smart person in the world either. If I was, I probably wouldn't, you know, try to make money off game dev. If you want to get technicals, it's probably not the best choice. I should get my curse back before I go on. This is the Devil Tarot. Devil Poppet. Doesn't really break things at close range, though. You gotta get farther away to break things. And Hierophant Poppet. Yay, Hierophant. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. This is Poppet. She has a weird habit where her hair is trying to kill her. That's not actually part of the lore, but for some reason her hair is always trying to kill her, so, you know. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the light, you, actually, if you're in the dark, you gain curse power, which is what brings all the toys to life at night. Because this place is, she's trying to escape this haunted toy store that she woke up in the middle of the night. Well, it's more like almost like a theme park in a building, really. I like to refer to it as, you know, if Disney made a building full of toys all trying to kill each other. So basically, it's a small world. Yeah, so if you're in the dark, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. And if your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over, and you lose. But the curse is also what powers all your abilities, too, including these tarot cards I've been using, which is... not that. Which are these here. They're all the major arcana. This horror? No, it's not horror. It's more of a macabre Metroidvania, a 3D Metroidvania, so kind of like an adventure game. There are some minor horror aspects to it, but it's not like a straight-up horror game by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, if your sanity gets low enough, I'll let the effect play for that. Sitting in the smoke here. Starts putting words all in the sky so you can go, wait a minute, I'm going crazy. Oh, God. But if you go back to the light, which I'm using the magician to turn the light on and off, it's low-grade telekinesis. Eventually they'll all go away and you'll get your sanity back. But you don't gain curse power in there, so you have to go to the dark if you want to gain power to use your abilities. You like Spooky Fight, Spooky Event? Yeah. I think this is closer on the level of like a Nightmare Before Christmas, but with a bit more of I don't want to say adult, like it's like, you know, like it's kind of there's some horror themes in there. Like Nightmare Before Christmas didn't really have horror themes, and there are horror themes there. There are bad things happening in this world. I mean, after all, your character was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. Right off the bat, that's kind of different than, you know, Nightmare Before Christmas. Things didn't work out for old Poppet. Kind of died. So now she wants to escape, but she can't leave the building because the curse is only on the building. So she needs either her body back or some way to live without the curse or take the curse with her, something. She doesn't really know, but she doesn't have much other options other than to, you know, figure it out. You know, who's gonna play it? I'm trying to release September 2026. The testing will happen probably before that. I'm probably gonna run play testing through Steam, so people will be able to, you know, apply for that if they want. But I'd say the game's maybe 35% done. What I'm in is in the first chapter, which takes about 2 hours to beat without having the story in here yet. There's 4 chapters. Some of the later chapters are longer than this one, so I'm trying to lure her away. But there's 2 of her. Are there 3 of you now? Oh God, there's so many. Why are there so many of you? There's supposed to be 1. That's the ghost girl who's the de facto ruler of the place. So you can teleport to the smoke, so be careful. Don't get near the smoke. If you have the key, you can open the door using the magician. This is like low-grade telekinesis. Like it operates cupboards, windows, drawers. Doors if you have the key. Yeah, I have a working piano. I'm gonna add a music puzzle to it, which is why it says the things in the air. What are you doing? How are you crawling in the sky? Aren't bugs fun? I gotta make the white keys longer. And make them louder. Yeah, it's a steampunk piano. Oh yeah, this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Oh, these things are hard to hit with that. Ow, you're so mean. It bonks things. If you miss, it usually says whiff or something, or maybe not today anymore. Why can't it hit you? Weird. I believe after I add the newest ones, it'll be at 202 streams I've done making this game. Not all of them are the same length. Some are like only a few hours long. Some of them are like 12 hours long, depending upon how I was feeling that day. But yeah, here's the playlist again for anyone who didn't catch it the first time. Let's put it on all three of them real quick. I haven't had the most recent couple streams or something. I usually add them in groups of like 7 or something. It's just the end of the week or something. Yeah, so this is the Empress. It's Bomberman basically. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby. And the red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby. You included. I've definitely done like 2K hours. 100%. I started in 2019 with RPG Maker, if you can call that game dev. Sure. And, no, it's game dev. It's just not the best games, but, then I took like a 2.5-year break for health reasons. But over the past, I guess 5.5 years. So 3 of those years I did game dev. I did kind of look at games a bit during those 2.5 years, but I was too sick to do a whole lot, so I couldn't really do it. Like, I opened up Unreal Engine, I looked at it, but it wasn't pretty. Better things happen. Yeah. But I'm back now. Really? Really? This is my plant. You're standing on my head now? I got laughed at, too. Wow. I didn't know they could climb like that. I'm not even sure if that's a bug. I think it's just funny, because they do jump, so it's fair. I guess I'm cheating and using double jump. You can also pick up, like, small objects with the Magician, such as cubes, and throw them at things. These are removable light, so you can protect yourself. You can also knock things off with the Fool. This is probably the best effect of the Fool. You just go, I don't want to fight this. Oh, you can do that too. You want to fight, huh? A fight? Oh, well, they could just jump off too. That's a thing. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. The black dice deal damage to anything nearby, based on what it rolls, and the white dice heal. They only heal me, though. They can't hit anyone else. They already have a random roll. I don't think they need to be even crappier. Can I have this? Thanks. Hey, buddy. Where's it going? I made a new system that spawns, like, encounters around you and removes things if you get too far away. And that's what I'm testing right now. So I decided I'd just run through the game. It does cost Curse to pick these up. Not free. I also have everything unlocked, so that's why I'm not grabbing any of the extras or anything. I could, but just haven't. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. It bubbles things. You can just bubble them and leave, too. They will eventually break out. It's irresistible, except for bosses can't be bubbled, but enemies in this game are pretty throwaway, so. Also, it has the best hat. Every one of them has to have a hat. I just like this hat. Don't question why I like it. The hat is awesome. It's a steampunk game. I'm gonna grab this cube and run with it. I don't know why. You see, it's in a steampunk city. You can't leave the building. If you leave the building, well, you'll die. Yeah, little octopus hat is amazing. I love it. It's great. Air dash, yay! There's no lights out there, so don't stay out there too long. I mean, you can if you want. You just won't live. If you're honest, you end up respawning, but because I don't have the game mode enabled that lets you respawn at places, it'll set me at the start of the game. So only one life to live. That's the fun way to test the game. Just don't die, Smile. Oh. Well, she is a ghost, so she can hover, I guess, but that's very inconvenient for me that you are there. So it's time to cheat. I'm going to mark that Charlotte got stuck. Actually, I should mark both things, honestly. So as far as the fixes go, Charlotte spawns twice in the Hall of Records. And the library. Charlotte doesn't despawn and can block the door. Okay. Game dev's full of all kinds of fun things. Time to use the all-purpose cheating. The chariot. The chariot summons little airships so you can just fly around. Well, it should. You are equipped, right? Oh. Beep, beep. Oh, 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 oh. You can't block me. Oh, you can try. Right up to the light. Not all these things are game ready yet. A lot of these abilities are conceptual. Like, I put in what they did, but I didn't put any kind of things to make them look good. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity, depending upon which way you spin it. Like, if I spin it the other way, I lose my health, but I gain sanity. You don't get all these abilities at once. You actually, like, for each of the little purple dots, you have to find it in the world. There are 66 abilities, by the way. I have not made all of them yet. I think I've made about 30 of them. And I'm working on the second chapter and doing bug fixes and polishing of the first chapter. And I have concepts for the third chapter. Or I've started the concepts for it. Like, I just put the concept last boss of the third chapter in. So. The game's coming along, but there's 4 chapters and I'm not even on the 4th one yet. So I haven't even got concepts for it yet. That's a lie. I have the last boss designed. I have the 2 bosses before it designed. Actually, I have a concept for the 4th boss for it. So I actually have almost all the bosses in the final chapter designed already. Because I made them first. I like to know where I'm getting to. Yeah, Metroidvanias are about exploration and finding new abilities to get places. Reversal abilities, if you will. I was looking for the key to that door. Yeah, you can use the magician to manipulate these drawers and open up too, so you can jump on them. I'm going to move away from the double Charlotte, though. Hopefully there's 2 Charlottes in this room. I'm going to slam this door in their face. You stay in there, okay? Yeah. I can bring up the code for the chariot real fast. Not it good. Should be able to. You don't want to open the door, huh? Well, I thought I was going to, but apparently it doesn't want to. I'll have to show you after. But, I'm pretty certain I just have a blueprint that spawns and attaches to her, and then she just goes invisible and sets herself to no collision. And then when I switch it back, I despawn that thing and then fade her back in. Also slow-mo dance. Slow-mo dance. Yeah. I gave her an idle dance, so, you know, it's funny to slow-mo it. Ah. So for the new people, this is the playroom. This is where sometimes you actually have to deal with Charlotte directly. It's really simple. There's safe spots. You jump into them and it'll give you the hidden stat. Up in the upper right corner, you are hidden. Charlotte will not attack you in these. Cool. And you can turn the light on and off, either, your choice. And the other rules, don't get caught. These are really difficult rules. You know, I don't know how you're going to solve it. You know? Where's she at? Well, she's over there now. Oh, oh god, there's 3 of her. Well, I wanted hard mode. There should be 1 of her. Get in the safe spot, there's 3 of them. They become land sharks. How do you go in the ground? That's terrifying. I didn't know she could land shark it now. Alright, well, I don't know why they have gained this new ability. I'm mildly terrified. There's 1 over there, there's 1 here. I'm going to try to beat it with it being broken, of course. It's more fun if it's broken. But I only have 1 life to live, so if I die, then that's the end of that. I don't get to respawn. I didn't even hit a save point up, so... Ain't no loser around here. Oh god, they're over there. Run! I need this key, quick! I don't see her. I might make it. I might make it. Oh god, they're over there. There's so many of them. I know the right way, at least. Yeah, it's a gameplay tag. I started switching everything to gameplay tags. The hidden state and everything else like that. Because it's easy to hand it gameplay tags. Like, anyone can get all of Poppet's gameplay tags with 1 call. And then see if she has something. So all the booleans and things like that. And a lot of the strings, actually a lot of the actor tags got replaced by those. Because everyone can get the player character. Because there's literally a note that says, get player character. So getting Poppet is easy. Getting the gameplay mode is easy. Getting the save is relatively easy as well. Getting the game instance is easy too. Everything else can be a little harder. You need references to things. And there's tricks to get those too. Oh, 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 hello. I gotta go that way, but I don't gotta go that way. I just gotta get that way. I think I saw one right there. Okay, this is much harder now. Yeah, it's written into her AI thing that she has an attack chain, if, you know, you're hidden or not. Like, there's different chains, so... I'm hoping they get far enough away that I can make an attempt for this. All 3 of them over there now. They'll randomly go to different ones. Potentially. But there are 3 of them, so they don't necessarily all random away from there. I did not account for 3 of these. Got me. I didn't think I was going to get through that room. Alright, well. I can just unlock the rooms and go beyond it. But that's the problem. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh god, look at him. Oh, Jesus. Because I don't have the right game mode on and I don't have a save anywhere, you just get that. I'm going to add that to my Discord, by the way. Just as a for funsies. Because, you know, whenever something dumb happens, it goes on the Discord. Sadly, it's not like a full-on anything besides a picture, but, you know, I'll add it. Oh, can I not be killed again? Yeah, I'm just like dead. It'll since I'm never gonna get like knocked out of there, it won't make a difference. So let's continue, but I'll just unlock that door. And I'll continue the playthrough from over here where you run into this room. I was almost out too. I had actually just about won. But oh, actually, let me show you all the gameplay stuff first, real quick. Well, I'm fortuitously dead there. I guess that's a fortuitous thing. Is that a fortuitous thing? I have lots of gameplay tags. Let's bring up old Popster here. So the way I have for gameplay tags, the system is largely this. I have well, I just have gameplay tags here. And these are all my gameplay tag thingies. Actually, I can manage them, make it easier to see them all. And some of these ones came about because of the gameplay sample. The character thingies I need to probably remove there. These ones are, I think, not being used. Elements for like what water things are, something like that. Like various stuff that need to be defended against, stuff like that. The enemy types where I just name the enemies outright. And this is how the, I use that in the Puppet Master to explain to the things how, which one it's supposed to be. The Puppet Master knows which of the behaviors to do it. I have a control puppets graph here. It goes through all these things, and then it goes here. It goes to the command puppet graph, and this is where it goes, okay, well, all the gameplay tags, which it got earlier, using an interface, it does it for you, so you can go switch on gameplay tag, and it's like, okay, well, does it have a boss, an interactable NPC? Default's just the enemy. So if it has none of those ones there, it just defaults down to this, like, okay, well, which enemy type are we talking here? Okay, well, I mean, you know, if it's one of the little bitey things, and it goes to the little bitey graph, it's like, okay, well, then it runs down its various behavior trees, mostly based on distance to the player, or to the target, I should say. It even has aggro gameplay tags as well, kind of show off these things. This just feeds it an instruction, and then it goes back to the bitey itself to follow the instructions. It'll send it all the way back to here and be like, command puppet, and it tells it the puppet, it's like, hey, blah, 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 what are we supposed to do? And then if you go look at the enemy is like, oh, where are you at? It goes here, it looks for what the command it was told, and it goes, sure. And it just runs down its command list. Yeah, I have all those. Let me show off other ones like that. Better explainer, I guess. Yeah, so one for each of the enemy types. Enhanced input I didn't do. Factions, yeah. I put a whole faction thing there, but then I realized there's really just two factions. You're either on Poppet's team or you're not. I just call it Team Poppet. And mostly this exists if Poppet charms something. I didn't do this one. Gameplay cues, I didn't do those. Some of these are from the game animation sample. Immunity to things like bubbles and waters. Like this is usually used for bosses or enemies that are too big, or for aquatic enemies in the case of water. Interactable types, if they can grow, these things like that. These are what's checked when Poppet tries to interact directly with something to see if it has a particular thing. Like can grow has, like they have to have this for the Empress to affect it. Can interact is largely just the magician. But I just had it as can interact because that was just told. If they have a dialogue, if something is immovable, if something is an illusion, if you can just tag anything, if something is a possessed object. These are commands that I was doing a mini game where Poppet would command Oliver to like try to use him as like a shield to keep Charlotte at bay. And like you could issue commands, and then he would hold these tags, and these tags would then, you know, he'd know which one to go do. So Poppet became the Puppet Master effectively using gameplay tags. And that was kind of fun. Motion matching I didn't do. NPC types, just for the NPCs that exist. I was going to do rooms, then I decided not to. Special moves. Some of the boss special modes that they have. Which just, it's no different than having a Boolean, right? Like if I had a Boolean that says they have Diabolic Shield on. Okay. Then I can just turn it on and off by that Boolean, right? Well, I can also just say, okay, well, I just give them this gameplay tag. Cool. Add gameplay tag. And then I can do remove gameplay tag, and then they're all the same. Like here, like that, and I can just check this as tag. Does it? Okay, cool. Then it'll, you know, act just like a Boolean. But the difference really is when you see things like this here, where it's get gameplay tags, I have a simple interface, and all the thing does is return the gameplay tag. So anybody can call Poppet, be like, hey, what are your gameplay tags right now? And then Poppet will go, these are them. And then it gets effectively every single Boolean she would have had on her, or of anyone of consequence anyway, in one call that I can just quickly search. So it became so much better. And unlike actor tags, which you have to set in the editor and you can't change during the game, or component tags, the same problem, you can change gameplay tags. There is a caveat to gameplay tags that makes them not as good, though, in some instances. And the main instance is literally if you want to... There's no way to go get all actors with gameplay tags, or with a gameplay tag. You can't do it. You can get all actors with an interface, you can get all actors of a class, you can get all actors with a tag, but these are actor tags. So in a lot of instances, if I want, you know, to locate an actor in the world, or get all of a certain type of actor, I don't get their gameplay tag to see what they are. I just give them an actor tag that says, hey, this is this, and I can just get them all. And this doesn't directly reference, like they would if it's of class with tag, that directly references, and that's terrible. This is just, oh, do they have this tag? Okay, put them all in a pool. Okay, what crap? And then for
shut up and take my money.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and basically I have an update gameplay tag thing because you can try to add directly to their thing, but until they update it on the actual target, it doesn't really work. So all the NPCs also have this, the event update gameplay tags. So then anyone can send messages and update them over and over and over. Thus, you know, effectively allowing them to change each other's Booleans very easily with just one interface in each direction. Hey, Sorrow, how's it going? Oh, you also asked about the chariot. All right, so how the chariot worked. I haven't looked at it in a while, so I have to remind myself how I did the chariot. Oh yeah, I have a has tag system for that too if the chariot is active. I have that for all the tarot cards, actually, right? Yeah, statuses is invincible, ghost forms, charmed, can act, the tarot thingies. I don't know, this tarot card active is a lot of the ones. A lot of them are just, are they active at any given time? Also, I have type down here for boss, the Charlotte spawn point, destroyables, Puppet Master, actually ignored by the Puppet Master, interactables, NPCs, shops, you know, basically anything. And they're saved to a file, so everyone just has access. Oh, you're good? How am I? Oh, pretty good. You know, I'm having fun. It's like the 4th of July. Well, it was the 4th of July. Now it's the 5th of July. But, you know, I get to be excused for drinking, even though I was going to drink either way. Mm-hmm. Doing my favorite thing that I love so much at any given time. I mean, it's the thing I want to do more than anything. This test is going pretty well. So far, it's largely worked. I even designed a new boss character. I haven't given her any abilities yet, but I'll show her off in a second. But yeah, I was describing, talking about the gameplay tags and why they're so good. I know my project has slowly been morphing into everything as a gameplay tag, if it can be. But I also got asked how the chariot was set up. So Poppet has material, a material collection thingy in her stuff. And it allows her to basically me adjust the stats in her materials at runtime. And it's part of an asset pack I got, the thing that was set up for it. So I would go into explaining how it worked. But to be 100% honest, I don't know how to actually... I know how to put the thing in the materials, but my understanding of how the materials do what they do is not as good as it could be. I could probably explain a little, but I got to figure out where I put it too, for that matter. Where is this? NPC Poppet. Oh yeah, for skin or clothing opacity like that. It turns out that making her completely doing one doesn't necessarily affect the other. There you go. I was like, her clothes are still there. When I was trying to make her vanish, there were some weird issues. It just, yeah. Also, there was a ghost form where I wanted certain ones to be a different thing like that, because clothing opacity of one thing plus clothing skin opacity of the other actually made her kind of exposed and not particularly good looking. It wasn't very good. Internal opacities, yeah. At one point, I was like, things like her eyes and stuff also different, glowing for when she gets hit, things like that. A lot of weird things. Not all these are even used anymore, but they were my experiments with how this worked. But look at the base alpha material. Basically, the way this particular thing works is they have this appearance thingy that came from this pack, and it's like appear disappear, I think. And I dump it in there, and I just feed the colors that I want, and then dump it as emissive and opacity mask into here, and that's kind of it. And essentially, they are stats that can be adjusted by this, by the matching name here. So the teleport color here can be adjusted here to whatever I want. Same thing with this ghostly thing and all that. And each one is a bit different depending upon how they operate. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of explanation that's probably not that necessary on that. But whatever the case, she does that. She runs hide mesh, which is actually just telling her to hide herself and her hair that actor in the game, and then make them not collisioned. And then I just load the soft reference to the chariot, which is BP chariot. Spawns it, attaches it to the root of Poppet. I changed the spring arm for the camera a bit, just for reasons. Give her the active tag, set the move mode to flying. And then the other way around, if she's already got this tag, then I remove it, destroying the actor of the chariot. Run hide the mesh, but I have this thing set to make it visible the other way. Change the spring arm length so you can set the camera. You can manually change the spring arm length at any time. I'm just doing it to be nice. And then I fade her back in. Set her to falling. And that's it. That's how the chariot works. It's just literally a dumb little thing I spawn in and then strap it to pop it. And then the other stuff's just extra, make it look pretty things versus anything else. Yeah, BP the chariot. If you use a soft reference, then she doesn't directly reference it the whole time, so it doesn't have to always be loaded. And the chariot is just literally this. I'm going to replace it with a better version. It's got a little smoke puff on it. Yeah, that's how it works. Hopefully that covers everything. If you have any more questions about it, I can go into greater detail on it, including how to set up gameplay tags if you want, or greater explanation each how those things were done. Otherwise, the test shall continue with the heads of judgment. They are there to laugh at how bad you play the game. They actually just watch you. That's all they do. They like to watch. But I like to think that they're judging you the whole time. And how poor your performance obviously is at this point. You gotta remember, Poppet's being solely driven insane, so, you know. To her, she might actually be thinking that. These are going to be so much more fun because right now there's the insanity, things like that, but they're gibberish. They have nothing to do with the game. I'm going to put ones in that actually relate to Poppet, things that she would think, and I'm going to actually have, like, you know, a version of her voice saying that. Like, I'll just, you know, have recordings for that. So this way, it'll be much more creepy and fun. And more like she's going insane. There's more to that mechanic that is not in the game yet. And part of it is simply I just haven't written all the ones I want to do yet. Look at that. He's just judging me right there. Like, you managed to jump on there, huh? Wow. First try, huh? That doesn't usually happen. That would be great if they were trolls. I'm gonna add that to the ideas. I have a list of weird ideas that are not always great, like having an Audrey 2 plot. Like a potted plant somewhere just has Audrey 2 written on it. It's like some epic end of the world battle music plays and you go there. Audrey 2 is the name of the plant from Little Shop of Horrors, by the way. I like having references to things. Make troll. The player performance. That could also be pretty canon too, because you know, if they do that, like, who's to say you're the first doll to come through here? You think you are, but are you? Are you really? Or have they seen others try and fail? Maybe you're not as good as the others. Possibly. I can't imagine Poppets are particularly confident. Whoa, that lag was enough to dump me down there. That's okay, I can cheat. Normally the punishment was you have to go through this room again and run back around, but... the dev doesn't have to... How do I spawn the heads in order? There's actually an additional spawning system, which I actually largely don't use as much anymore, that spawns stuff for the room. It's the room info thingy, and it has a list of things that it's supposed to spawn. And it just goes down the list and goes through the whole array and just spawns each one. And then when you go to leave, it despawns them all in the same order. Hey, Charlotte, how you doing? Try to grab you. Whee! I can show you the event afterwards, something like that. Jump faster! Hurry! Actually, you have plenty of time. I'm cheating now. I'm just totally cheating. I don't know why I'm cheating. I shouldn't be cheating. It doesn't super void the test. I'm not testing difficulty here. I already know about how difficult this is. What I'm actually testing is just the encounter system. And I've pretty much learned that these things are messing with it because they're getting added to the encounter array. And they should only be in the puppet array. I just flipped that pretty hard. Nice. I make it look harder than it is. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Oh. That's a flower thing. Whatever. Acceptable. Oh, these didn't spawn in. Huh. Let me add to the bug chat thing here. Bugs, 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 bugs. All the bugs. Wallies don't spawn in the forbidden hallway. They might not be on the list of things to spawn. I want some of these ones to just pop out of the wall and start attacking you. I do have a weird enemy that has multiple legs. I made them based on that thing, but not the same. Well, so far nothing's actually broken except for Charlotte spawns too many copies of her. I also left Oliver's door open, but we'll assume it's not open. I need to work on her so bad. She's never good enough. I gave her a whole new movement system. She was good, and then I gave her the new movement system, and she hasn't quite adapted very well to it. like how this looks like a final boss room. And it's the first major boss. Patrick might be the first boss, but this is the first major boss because you're dealing with the five other victims. She's got multiple phases. This is the first one. She's designed to be really easy in this phase. I'm also running away from her the whole time and dodging all of her attacks, so... But she's not as aggressive as she could be. She'll, like, do these attacks, but sometimes too far away. FS7 bosses will get for the look. Oh, yeah. I have blurps on, over on Twitch. I need to probably set them up on Kick, too, if it's possible. But yeah, on channel points. I stream on, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube all under the same name. Imaginary Villain, so... I can
That's what I do.
on all of them.
I drink, and I know things.
That's true. That part's so accurate. Use virtues. I do not use. It's all done in blueprints. I don't use any kind of behavior trees. I hate behavior trees. Here's what happened with behavior trees. I got told that for little AIs, they don't make any sense. They're a lot of work and they just take too much time. Okay, cool. And then I got told they're not good enough for large AI. Okay. So they're like for these medium grade AI thingies. Okay, well, most of my enemies are stupid. Enemies in Metroidvanias are known for being largely one-trick pony throwaway losers. Only the bosses are smart. But the bosses have super complicated AIs. So where does that leave it? Is it? Blurps can set it there? Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked much into Kick. I started streaming, I think, almost 4 weeks ago, I think, and I just kind of... I have a regular job, and then I stream this, too, and I just... All I ever do is seem to work on the game and that. I need to do other stuff, too. I do. I'm the worst at everything that doesn't involve me making the game. Or making money other places to make money for the game. Ow. Mean. I was doing better when I stopped. Actually, I should probably heal up first before switching. Yeah, but FF7's great. I still think Zach's cooler than Cloud, though. I actually like the people in 7 a lot more in the remake. Because I watched the story of the remake because I didn't have a PlayStation 4. And they finally put it on PC, but I'd already watched it. And they were so much more fun, including Yuffie being so much better, especially when I watched Rebirth. I was like, wow, these characters are so much more exciting. Tifa doesn't seem like she's just completely stupid and forgot everything and just isn't telling Cloud anything. Cloud seems like he's still lame, but he tried. Everyone has more personality. Kate said actually has a personality. Yuffie's like super funny, especially her Materia song in Rebirth. I laughed at that. That's great. So that was pretty cool. No, it's cool live content. It's interesting to watch. And you're super chatty. Makes some chill vibes. I like it. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I love to chat. Probably too much. If left unchecked, I'll just continue chatting, and people probably need to tell me to shut up periodically. It's like, make the game. I'm trying, but chatting. It's so much fun. As I like to tell people, game dev is what's known as a lonely hobby. Because most of the time you're in front of a computer, you have no one to talk to. So having a whole captive audience, I mean, people who generously watch, captive audience, to watch me do it and chat with me is fantastic. As any guy will tell you, mean people are willing to sit there and talk to me all day about my hobby? Oh my god, that's like a dream. See, played the OG so many times as a kid, gave up gaming for like 15 years as an adult, only came back to it, the remake just came out. I play someone just to play it, that's fair. If I wasn't so big in game dev and had no free time, I probably would have done it too. Now 5 years later, I'm full-time streamer, content creator, nice. I mean, FF7 was a good way to do it. So explanation for the people who don't know what's going on here. In her final phase, she summons 5 minions, those things there, gains an invincible force field, and starts regenerating health. And she also starts spinning the battlefield, so it's hard to keep up with where things are at. So you try to run against the battlefield, it's hard to keep up with a lot of the stuff. Anything you place on the ground will move away from you. I can't hurt her, so I have to kill these helpers. If you take too long, she regenerates a whole bunch of her health, so it's pretty bad news. But I said it'd be kind of a slow regen. Because originally she was near invincible. It doesn't seem like she's really regenning that much here, so that's... So what, Ray, do you think this naturally shout on your stream? Keep at it? Oh, well. Thanks. Listen, I just want to convince a lot of people to watch me play with my dolls all night. Nothing. It's literally the Spaceball scene. You see me playing with my dolls again? No, sir, I did not see you play with your dolls again. I need that as a blurb, by the way. If it exists, I should go get it. I convince you? Hell yeah. I don't know why streamers don't chat more. I mean, like, why are you here if not to chat with people? It's too much fun. Chatting with people is great. Why wouldn't you do this? At least she's regenerating health, or she says it's so slow. Yeah, I'll never understand that. I mean, it's way too much fun. Also, the chats occasionally tell me useful things. And some so not useful things. Listen, you know, sometimes the chat is very, very handy. Me neither. I check actually so many streams and they just focus on game, what they're doing. It's so weird. Like, why bother? Yeah. I think a lot of people just want to play their favorite game and get paid for it. And you know what? Okay, I can understand that part if that's what you're here for. I mean, who doesn't want to get paid to play their favorite game? Come on. That's a dream for a job for a lot of people. Why am I not hitting her? I broke the shield so I could do damage to her. Don't you run away from me. Come back and fight. Okay, I'm not even going to hit her with this. I'm going to shoot her with Justice. Get Justice. Get Justice. Justice is just a pistol at the moment, but... I've barely done any damage to her. This fight is so much longer. Nothing's balanced in this game. I don't know if you noticed this. I also didn't get any of the upgrades to any of the stats, so I just play with base stats the whole time in every test, even in the later chapters. It just means I have to hate myself a little harder, that's all. Oh, new friends have arrived! Oh god! I guess I can use this against them. Ah! This ability is fun. It creates a shield where you take damage to the curse, but it also creates little things behind you, and you can blow them up to deal damage to stuff. I don't think it's good in this area. You're not even supposed to have it for this fight, but I'm still testing it because it's fun to test these things out. Also, this is from a game that I ended up dropping. So, I always want to know, but I think that it's pretty mediocre in this fight. Okay. Also, I need to hit her, and she's not easy to hit with that. Can't chat me up, trying to chat. I start something games. Well, yeah. I've taken a lot of deaths, a lot of L's, to the fact that I looked over and chatted and got hit in the face instead. I was like, well, I blocked with my face, everybody. It worked out well. Hey, Krishna Game Dev, how's it going? You all just in time to be just in time too. But this time it's for a fight with Voodoo. The Voodooist of Doos. I'm using the Justice Terror, which is actually weirdly good, even though it's just a crappy gun. You stay away from me. I haven't even barely scratched it. She starts using this ability at half health, and if you've noticed, I don't think her health regen's even working, and she's still has a lot of health.
One eternity later.
Pretty much. Well, Justice should do a lot of damage to her. See, I see a boss with only one ball and still using his attack. That's what makes it different from other mobs. Yep. Well, it's also a female, so you know. But I kind of want to. For a while, she was actually using the ball to hit people like a giant mallet. But I liked her poking things more because she's a voodoo doll. I clicked off the game. That's not actually the game lagging. That's me clicking off it. So having it, you know, do that is more fitting. Shooting gallery. You wouldn't have this either. This weapon is so good against the non-rotating area. But because this rotates, it makes this weapon really bad. Temperance is the best one for this fire. But yeah, largely, you know, this game's a lot like, you know, if Jack the Ripper decided to take all his victims and turn them into toys instead of, you know, just eviscerating them and leaving their remains in the street. Which is why all the victims are largely, well, women, because that's what Jack killed. Not all the victims are women, but the 5 major victims you're supposed to deal with like that. Other people were killed. But you will encounter the other 5 victims, and we'll have to deal with them, and good old Vu is one of them, which is why I count her as a major boss. She functions reasonably well. She's a little spastic with the new movement, but I haven't seen her break at any point, so even though this battle has been going on for incredible amounts of time, I thought she somehow killed me. I was like, how did you do like 100 damage to me? You don't have an attack that does 100. I mean, you know, I'm using the wrong heal too. I should be using the one I'm supposed to. I'm actually using cheating things too. If I wasn't using cheating things, this would be worse. She's so overtuned. I just need to lower her numbers, basically. You like, you wouldn't have justice until later anyway. You wouldn't have the devil you get in chapter 2. Why is your shield still there? Oh, it just takes a while to go away. Fair enough. I want to apply a burning effect with this one. Almost got her. Oh, yeah. Well, it was just based on that. He's not actually Jack the Ripper. I'm just saying, you know, like... But the original idea for, like, I was just like, what if Jack the Ripper made him into toys? Hey, we got some food, get some workings done. What are you trying to do? Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Lazy Panda. It's been exciting and fun. And for listening to me jaw on about my toys and my dolls. God. Imagine not wanting to watch me play with my dolls all night. Or all day. It's night for me, I'm the weirdo here, but... Actually, I probably don't need to specify that I'm the weirdo here. I think that was kind of understood. That I'm the weirdo here. You don't make a game about toys killing each other and be normal. Or maybe you do. Maybe that is normal. Could I be the normal person that's ruining it for everyone else? I like that. I have become the normal person. The absolute paragon of what is normal, by which all others are judged different. That's as exciting as being an SCP streamer. Or if you foolishly fall asleep while watching me on watching YouTube in general, you arrive at my stream, waking up to my sweet smiling face, knowing deep down that maybe you weren't watching me and I was always watching you. Will it work? Will she play? Aha! Justice is cheating. I'm gonna have something where it imprisons them or something like that. Maybe some chains that lock them down or something. Some kind of giant, maybe giant handcuffs. That'd be funny. I don't know if I can get some giant handcuffs here, but it'd be pretty hilarious if they get locked by giant hand. Oh, well, the hangman could also do something like that too. Damn. How many prison things do I want? Did it stop spinning? Oh, it worked perfectly. Oh, so far everything has worked perfectly except for Charlotte and the other 5 bugs that we won't talk about. So it's all worked perfectly. Perfectly. Oh wait, that's Vu's thingy. That's not the right one. Oliver, where are you? Throw that over there. I do need to tone the fight down, but I don't need to worry about... I think her AI is fine for it. I think it just needs to be toned down. She does a lot of damage. There's not a lot of anything else like that. Where is this cage? Oh, it's over there. It's hard to find things in this place, by the way. There used to be a little voodoo doll of Poppet, and you used to have to defend it for this fight. But it was exactly this problem you're seeing right here. I can't find the right one to go to. I'm gonna walk in a circle now until I find it. Fluffles. There's Oliver's. Yeah, like, she'd get lost. She was so hard to keep track of that you're just like, okay, cool, but... And? You're like, that's kind of awkward. There's still one in the center doing with something. Locked Oliver. Talk to him again just to see if it does that. Unfortunately, I can't make it over to the other thing to test the key, but the key should work. The key system works on all the same doors, so. Because I only have the forbidden hallway key, but I don't have the playroom key or anything else. I would have had to have opened all the doors to get over there. Actually, I can try to cheat. I have one last trick that might get me where I need to go. Maybe. This would have worked had it not been me dying. Like, me dying is not considered a glitch. That's just considered me being bad. To be fair, the room was 3 times harder because there was 3 Charlottes instead of 1. That's no excuse. I'm just bad at my game. Ah, yes, the great argument. Am I going to keep this, like, you know, city section and talking about building here, or am I going to drop it? Because I have the wrong game mode enabled, it randoms me to one of the paintings, so it doesn't matter which one I go into. It'll just random me to one of them. But the painting does have to be opened. Huh. There's another bug for us. I could save here. Woo! Just have a different picture. So let's see here. 25. When spawning far away from Tinka, she is removed. Okay. Now. All right, let's see if I can make it to the second area just to see it happen. It'll be purely random if this works, though. Because as soon as I jump in here, it's going to put near one of the spots. And if I have the right keys, I can get there. And that'll be awesome, just to do it. Just to say I did it. Oh. Never mind, that's the perfect spot. What am I smoking? I don't gotta leave this room at all. I needed to get to this door in the first place. Thanks, game. Portal? Oh, it didn't show the portal, but this will random me somewhere. Because I had the wrong game mode here, too. To the secret room! Oh, I'm on the second area. Yay! It's unbeatable from this direction, but yay! Still. That excites me greatly that I can get there. So, now I have plenty more. That's predators. Not necessary. I need this. A door. Doors don't. Show a portal and opening them. Actually, a portal tells. Okay. That's weird. They thought they worked, but that's a no for me, dog. Yeah, look, see, it's supposed to be that. Yeah, that's what it was supposed to have shown. Slam the door. Hidden grotto key. Very exciting. Alright. Oh. If you're still hanging out, the guy, he asked the question about how I spawn everything in order. And it's actually this event here, the room infos. And they, pretty much are super complicated, but largely, whenever you hit the box, they go through and they have an array of things. They get the room information, ask if Poppet got it. If she doesn't, then it says the name of the item on the screen, so she's, you know, unlocked that room. And then it goes to this, runs the Poppet arrive thing, and it just goes through this list of if the enemies are spawned. If not, then runs this macro and just goes through all the spawn array, going through each one and just going async load it, spawn it in. Actually, it spawns a little appear thingy at the location and then spawn actor. Which, yeah, and I have a spawn array for each one. And largely I can just move them wherever I want. So for the heads one, I just move them to where I want and it just spawns them in. I can just add more to each of the spawn array and the spawn transform. Also, if you like the spawn transform here, if you show a 3D widget, then you can just drag the widget places in the world and spawn them in. And they use it for everything that's not part of the encounter system. It used to be the whole system. It was the big bad system, but then it got replaced by the encounter system. Because this one only spawns in when you enter the room and when you leave the room. They had to spawn in all the enemies, which was like eating like an extra 20 FPS that just didn't need to be eaten. So I was like, oh, well, the encounter system was just like, I did that and immediately gained 20 FPS. I was like, well, I guess this is the new system. And the encounter system is way more dynamic. It just attacks you everywhere, so. But they both have their purpose. Since, you know, if something is not something attacking you, like if it's just something in the room that's just kind of cool, but I don't want to have it loaded all the time. Yeah. Some guy asked me at 11 o'clock at night. Actually, 11:41. So can we meet tomorrow at 2:30? Well, I didn't know. Much I would like to do business, you know. Oh, also for the people who didn't see earlier, before I test for bugs. Oh, it's got hot. Terrible. Oh. Turn the lights off. Get my mood lighting. Oh my. Glorious mood lighting. This is going to be the boss of this particular form. She has no AI whatsoever. No. This is my red queen. I haven't done any cloth physics or hair physics at all. Yeah, I'm responsible for her too. Pretty much all the major victims I made. But yep, she sits on her throne and her chess pieces will attack you in the fight, I imagine. I'm sure she'll try to jump on you because look at that base right there. She's definitely thick, let's put it that way. I mean, she could literally just go. I'm assuming she'll do that or something. I know that only knights are actually able to jump in the chess world, but listen. They also don't come to life and kill people either. Well, actually, they don't kill people, but they don't come to life and fight each other to the death at night either. Well, probably don't. I mean, I guess I don't watch chess sets all night, so maybe they do that. But yeah. Last night she was actually more of a dark brown color, but she didn't seem as menacing. Her hair wasn't like metallic, so I did a bunch of changing earlier today to change out the materials on her, especially. Didn't change the actual overall model, but definitely changed the look. I think I have a picture of what she looked like previous. Um, um, I think I do. Mm, I should. Oh, there we go. This was like her old look. So when I moved her into from inside of her into Dad's, like oh sorry, into Unreal Engine from Dad's, she lost a lot of things like her material and her hair got messed up and everything like that. So I ended up redoing all these. I also changed out their material and it needs to be more metallic instead of this regular material thing. I'm trying to rotate her. I can't rotate her. She's a freaking 2D picture. That's how it's supposed to look. But it's caught in the back of her, so I need to do cloth physics in order to make the hair move correctly. And like I said, I didn't bother to make these opaque like that. Not opaque, oh, sorry. Yeah, lower the opacity like that, transparent. There we go. Yeah, she had more of a this wooden color. The reason why I got rid of it doesn't look as good in Unreal Engine. The game is really dark, and she becomes kind of hard to see. Also, the colors kind of blend together a little too hard. It was like it's kind of a reddish tint or like wood on her. Like it wasn't. It wasn't working as well as I thought. The concepts don't always work out. Um, do I have an original concept of Charlotte? There were some early concepts of Charlotte. She didn't have legs originally. Made her more ghost-like originally. Her reading a book. Not as creepy. Though to be fair, she's mostly made creepy by the look on, you know, her face versus anything else. Later on, I did give her legs. And I changed her hair. That's because this other hair was had so many polygons in it. It was dumb. It was so many. It was I couldn't get it lowered enough to make it work. So her model was like 3 times heavier than Poppet. This was like the original concept for her, by the way, in case you're curious. Or a tall version. Sadly, the toy doesn't have a skeleton, so I would have to rig the toy in order to use it. Otherwise, the toy would be pretty cool to have in there. A bloody version of her. She got much better looking later, by the way. But these were like the early concepts. And concepts, you know, aren't always the best. I'm just saying, they aren't always the best. I'm just saying. That kind of sucks sometimes. You know, little concepts for people in case they're bored. I used to have these in the games, the Jack in the Boxes. I might put them back. I don't know where I put them yet. I guess I could put them in Charlotte's area, something like that. The thing is, the voodoo dolls kind of took the place of everything, and that's a lot of things got thrown out because the voodoo dolls were actually just cheaper. I paid like $5 for like 8 of them or something. It was pretty good. Big old pack. I was like, how much? The answer is yes. They also looked really cool. So I was like, ooh. Um, if you're curious, this is what Poppet originally looked like. As you can see, she was not very attractive at all. That was back in the RPG Maker ones I made her for a game jam thing. Changed a lot. It was a creepy doll. Or by the window. Dude picking her up. Her meeting Bugaboo. All my concept stuff for the game like that. And you know, not saying this concept stuff won't come to fruition in this too, because they probably will. You're still going to meet Bugaboo. She's not the last boss anymore. There was no reason for her to be the last boss. She just was. That's my explanation. She just was. Originally, the RPG Maker game was in a house, a mansion. This mansion. Not anymore. Obviously. But. Daz. They were all made in Daz. Daz excels at taking the models and making renders of them. Because it's used, you know, people use it for a lot of dirty comics, but also for a lot of advertising and YouTube thumbnails and the like. Yeah, Daz is very good at that. Here's Poppet looking out of a box. Originally, there were stars in the background here, but this is why Poppet is in a box. This is the original box, the OG. The new box is much nicer looking, by the way. I just thought I'd point that out. I do want to have a scene where she's like reaching up and pushing the little thing like that. I don't know if I can make that happen because the box is really big and Poppet's not that big. So this box is much smaller. Our little tiger kitties. I had little stuffed kitties too. They might come back in. I recently found that I can apparently still get the rights to use them because I didn't make these. They were just a model in Daz. I didn't have the rights to use them in a game. I had the rights to do renders of them. So, and then I thought I couldn't get them because I thought they weren't selling the rights anymore, but apparently I can still get it. I just don't know if I want to pay the money. They're not that neat. I also had the floating skull head thing. Sorry, the floating clown heads. Which I would like to kind of get back, but again, Daz charges for rights. Because I didn't make these. It would just be me buying the model to use. But Daz charges for usage rights inside of interactive stuff, and the license can be prohibitive unless you can stack the right sales and cash at the right time. So I kind of, like if I was doing paper ZD version of this game, I wouldn't have to worry about it and the game would have been cheaper, but well, that's a different story, isn't it? That's not what happened here. Oh, I had a pumpkin house in the other game. So I made it black later. I like the black one better, obviously. It looked like a cheap plastic pumpkin, which was exactly what I was aiming for. Cough, hack, wheeze. Let's see. I got lots of entertaining, weird crap for my conceptual days. It does a good, like, all kinds of things like that, because this is popping out by the window, too. And I mean, look at it. This could just be straight up an animated feature. When you see like how the quality of these things that Daz spits out, amazing. Things look so good in Daz. And then you move into Unreal Engine. They don't look so good in Unreal Engine. A lot of things broken in Unreal Engine. This was the main character from the game that didn't get made. I actually have some of the thingies for her. The Saxer game didn't get made. Oh no. Did not get made. That's okay. I tried to make this look good, but some of the concept art for Voodoo originally was actually that she was going to have an outfit and things like that and Voodoo things. I even had to try a hat on her. But the big problem came down to it looked terrible in Unreal Engine. Terrible. It suffered from the dark skin problem again, which I think I have a solution for it now, in that you can put a really weak light, like just a small distance from this, like a really weak, like 300, like 30 intensity or whatever it was, and like maybe like 50 attenuation. I do it with Poppet too, and it makes darker skinned characters much better looking. Like they go from like creepy weird to almost like nice looking, friendly, like not friendly, but pleasant to look at. And that was a big problem she had. I think the other version just looks better though at the end of the day. This one didn't quite work out the way I wanted. Not everything does. Some things are just kind of crap. Crapola. Snugglewaffle, who will in fact show up. Hell yeah, Snugglewaffle. Not going to show that character because it's a spoiler. You'll just have to be sad and wait and figure it out the hard way. Poppet was originally an NPC, but I don't really want to spoil anything about her specifically. But we just won't. Yes. Yes, indeed. Artwork for Sally. Boss at the second area. Might add some more to her, honestly. I don't know. Not sure. I don't want to spoil that character. Certain ones I just don't want to spoil. Only if they're like major story characters. I had this character in our Boozeberry. So named by Twitch chat. He's a drunken alcoholic little bear. Looks like he's high. Yeah. He's in there. I guess to be fair, it's not really a spoiler because it's in the RPG Maker game. This was the first Poppet dead scene, by the way. If you're curious. She died. There's a scene in the RPG Maker one there. I didn't ever, it's not a full video or anything, but she's like, bleh. I'm dead. But not in the, like, that's not even how she looks anymore. I changed everything. That was a long time ago. But she did die. There was also a robotic bunny who didn't fit the game. Actually, looks a little better in this one, probably. So we got kicked out. I was kind of desperate for things to run in the RPG Maker game, to be fair. Yeah. That's fair. The Annies did make the cut. Yay! They have so little movement in that skeleton. That's why they kind of waddle around, because they only have joints at their arms and like at their hips. They don't have any kind of hand movement, nothing. But their little pigtails move. Where is it? Oh, I redid some of the scenes with a newer version of Poppet back in RPG Maker for new concept versions. She had way longer hair. Like I said, I put this in. She also had a different outfit. I put this in Unreal Engine, put the hair physics on it, and she looked like Cousin It. It was just like this weird ball of hair. I couldn't get it to work right. It was terrible. And a version of her getting picked up during the day as well. a version of her giving into the curse. She looks so stupid and weird. It's great. She's like, no. I had really sad music for that. A sad Tinka. Oh no. I did a lot of random concept things. They don't seem to only do concept stuff though, so I just kind of did these things. Old version of Poppet being sad with an old outfit and her hat. Like I said, she usually just had the hat the whole time. She's a witch doll. A very, very bad render. Her being held lifeless. For funsies. Lots of concepts. I think this is her giving in to all the toys like that and just letting the curse take her or something like that. I don't know. Got lots of weird things. The original Dawn Fluffles. I just dressed one of the little tiger kitty things. They're actually called the tiger kitty. That's the name of the model. I didn't name it, by the way. I dressed it up as a stupid little mobster. I thought it was funny. I've done a bunch of random crap. Most of it not really going to work out too well, but yeah, you never know. There was a little mask that floated around too that read books. Probably not making the cut in this one, but it was in the RPG Maker thing. Not showing those off. Like I say, some stuff I don't want to spoil. Like I don't want to show you what Poppet looked like as a human right now. That's no fun. You can find out, I'm sure, at some point. Don't want to give off who the toy maker is. That would be no fun. Plenty of pictures of Poppet all over the place. There was a version of her as like a ghost. When she turned a little ghost form, that was the little version I had for it. She's much cuter up close, I think, but you know. Not there so much. That was the old version of her. I've seen a lot of old versions of stuff, to be fair. I just don't want to spoil certain things. So it's like, oh, I don't want to show that. That's a spoiler. That's a spoiler. That too is a spoiler. You do actually see Charlotte as a human. Probably technically a spoiler. But that's all we have that. I did redo Poppet to look more not redo, but I with her hair down. For advertising things. I have so much RPG Maker old crap too. Jesus. I won't bore anybody with that. Oh yeah, they're all dads. I have old game dev videos too, really? Yeah. All kinds of crap. I don't post on the internet, but I probably should. Oh, thanks. But for a while, Poppet had this hair too. Didn't last very long. I tried a lot of looks with her because things would just change and wouldn't work out so hot. I tried to. I remember I posted these. I was so excited because I got this. This was like with a stylized trick. This was Paper ZD plus post processing to stylize it. It looks kind of cool in a way. I thought about doing this. Her running through a house, and in another world that would have happened. It would have been a much smaller game. Don't get excited about these particular environments. I didn't make these environments. These are literally from the Victorian house thing, which I do use a lot of assets from, a lot of materials from, everything like that. But originally, I tested it by making Poppet really small, and that's what these tests were. I just made the model really small. And then I ran into so many problems that I shelved the idea, or I decided to stop the idea, just dropped it completely. Because Unreal Engine doesn't like tiny player characters at all. The biggest problem is you could move fast enough to phase through things. Like Unreal Engine couldn't quite understand things being solid when you were that small. It caused so many issues like that. The camera was a nightmare. But I'm pretty certain I could have fixed the camera. But the issue that she could literally just sometimes phase through things based upon how quickly things loaded and her side, it was weird. So it was not exactly good. Other versions of the old stuff. I remember how excited I was. This is like Bugaboo is the Paper ZD version of her. Pudgy, the corgi doll. I kind of want to get Pudgy again, but again, it's a usage rights issue, which I think I found the ability I can get it again, but doesn't mean I want to spend the money. If I catch it on sale, we can talk. But otherwise, probably not happening. These were in-game shots. These weren't, Daz, obviously. For a while, Poppet did it. The chariot was actually a car, by the way. There's Poppet driving the car. If you look back through the various streams, there are streams of me driving the car around. The problem was the game's not set up for a car. It's got too much verticality. The car just can't go anywhere. You had to summon the car, drive a little distance, and it was fun to hit dolls with the car. That was funny. But it wasn't very useful. Here's why I don't do character creation things. It's not that I don't want to. It's that in order to do it, I have to use the AMD codec for my streaming. But the problem is the AMD codec bleeds and tears and looks terrible with any kind of motion. I could, as long as I only did Daz, I could do it. But if I use I wouldn't be able to do the render sessions of it. No, I would. I just would only be able to use Daz. The game would look terrible otherwise when I was playing it. It would be good. And that's because Daz only likes the NVIDIA card that I have. However, the better streaming codec that makes everything look nice is also an NVIDIA codec, and thus only wants to use the NVIDIA card. But that one card isn't powerful enough to do both. In fact, Daz can easily overwhelm that poor card without the help of streaming. So I can't. Like, I just, so far, unless I get another NVIDIA card to help out, I just can't do it. Otherwise, I'd love to. Daz is fantastic. I could show you guys how to do things so fast and so great. I mean, they just come out looking so awesome. But unless I'm buying another graphics card, which I sure don't have the extra money for that right now. Hey, Apple V, how's it going? Pudgy in the wild. Yay, Pudgy. Another picture of the car from the back. It'd have the chariot on the back of it. Hell yeah. The Poppet one. I wrote it on there. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Actually, don't hate the game. Or the player. Don't do that. The game that never was. And a lightning strike going on. I was trying to catch the lightning, I think. I thought it was super cool. Yeah, lightning in the dark thing. I tried lots of things there. The game that never, I don't have many pictures of the game that never was. I don't even know why I took those pictures, to be fair. But I did. Also, the game that never was. Woohoo. Oh, I gotta follow. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the follow, Harding Mall. How's it going? Well, just in time for me to reminisce down memory lane and all the things that I did not decide to keep. The game that never was. It's called And Remember Tomorrow, but it never was. So it's pretty much, the game never happened. So as you can see, I have so many old game dev screenshots. You don't even know how many old thoughts I have of everything. That's not it. That ain't it. Nobody wants to see the old RPG Maker crap. That's gross. I have a bunch of old recorded videos of things. I just never deleted them. Weird. Those look relatively new. Nobody needs to see the new stuff. Voice acting test. Yeah, no thanks. I was originally testing AI voice acting like a long time ago to see if it would actually work. It's fine. I don't think I'll watch the random videos until I know if it's actually a good video, if they're just me sitting there trying to set something up and they didn't delete it. I always hide crap everywhere, and I can't remember where I put all this garbage. Blah, 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 blah. Putting things. No. That. That would not be particularly interesting at all. Just more random files. I guess I have extras or something. Maybe those. I should probably render a whole army of things. I can render a million different things if I want. It's not a problem to do that. Oh, the magician room from a long time ago. Here's my concept room for the magician. I don't know if you remember what the magician room looks like, but if you've forgotten what the magician room looks like, or for people who just don't know, it gives you a real idea of how the concept rooms work out, where they're just like super simple. I just need something to work off of. The new magician room. Versus the original. With like the first anime I think I made in this was like the voodoo doll for this version. Isn't that exciting? The toy maze originally was like piles of crap on top of each other. Weird. Originally you started in the Toy Maker's Workshop. Just saying. More gruesome. I realized that image was maybe not the best one. Original carnival room. Concepts, basically. I took pictures of that in my game dev doc. And then I just kind of, yeah, left them. There was originally going to be a thing on top of the building. It's not there anymore. There was originally a weird little toy town area that was very, very tiny. Mostly it was a picture of Poppet versus Toytown. It's literally the meme of, you know, the woman who takes the picture of the item or something like that, where it dominates the whole picture instead of, you know, like the guy taking the picture where it's a picture of the object. You know, the Poppet did that basically. To be fair, I did that because, you know, I was the one taking the picture. The Moonlit Garden that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, you kind of get some ideas. But most of the concept stuff's already kind of been shown. Character info. Oh, that's probably most of it. There's probably random piles of crap everywhere, but I don't remember where all of it is. I'll be spending forever looking through every little file. I can dig out more if people really want, but... Hey, Legendary 9. I've been doing story time most of the night. The screenshots were unreal. If you saw a character like sitting by itself, like out there, then that was typically unreal. But this stuff here, like this was... I'm going to back up. This is unreal. 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 Yeah. Probably doesn't look the same in Unreal as she does in Daz. I would open up Daz and show you, but like I say, as soon as I use like the thing that renders stuff in Daz and makes them look really good is what uses the NVIDIA card. So as soon as I activate that, there's a high likelihood it just crashes the stream outright. So I kind of don't do that, you know. I mean, this was obviously Unreal. Obviously Unreal. Yep. Like I said, it was a swing earlier. It's like the meme thing where it literally, you know, the woman takes the picture and she is like of something, but she takes the whole picture of herself and the thing is in the background versus the guy taking the picture where it's, you know, the whole thing is just the thing that they wanted to take the picture of. This is before she had light on her face too. She has pretty dark skin as far as like she's a sack. She's like literally canvas. Like someone basically took, you know, what would have been like a rice sack or something like that and just stitched it all together out of, you know, pieces like that and just that's it. That's all she is. Likely with some kind of beads inside her or something. Oh, Toymaker's Workshop didn't really change much. That was a concept for it. The original library concept, by the way, was this tiny little room with like a little thing up here and nothing above it. This is it. This is what the library eventually became. This hidden grotto painting is actually relatively new. It's still pretty far off what it used to become. Doesn't have the island, doesn't have any little geysers. Trees have changed. These mushrooms are no longer here. There's other mushrooms over here to make a thing. There's stuff on the walls. Oh, changed there. The Forbidden Hallway is still was just an empty little room thingy. Yeah, some of these old paintings I took were pretty old. The painting world didn't change too much. Actually, I guess she's no longer sitting there. She's in the center now. Oh, I got some even older ones. Ooh. There was actually a fort made out of buckets, and like originally the game was so dilapidated that there was weird piles of crap everywhere, and you were wandering through the piles of crap. And this was how some of those looked. A hallway of town, place like that, where, you know, you use the Hierophant for the first time in the dilapidated building. More random mazes. The painting world painting used to look like this thing here, which was actually like an experiment with a room that was me experimenting with a different type of room. This is when I decided I might want to switch to something that was not dilapidated. The old city, which isn't, it's still different, but there was a room known as the Tea Party. Where there was a boss. This room does not exist anymore. There was a cook boss that you fought here. It was in about the center of the what would have been the 5th floor. And you had to get all these dishes that you're up there, like bounce on possessed dishes to get up there in order to fight it up there in that spot. The old version of the carnival, probably the oldest version I have. Found more new stuff here. This was part of that Toy Town thingy that got taken out. There was always going to be a Toy Town, but it just got moved way down the road. I found more stuff. Kinda. Sorta. I think these are pretty new. Those are like the current ones. That's not exciting. Sometimes I find really ancient things just sitting around. And I mean like really ancient stuff. And sometimes I don't. Yeah, about that. No. Wish I saved more renders. Actually, I wish I did more renders, to be honest. I don't tend to do that. I don't tend to keep a lot of them. Originally, there was a character known as Anna, and she looked like this. There's not that anymore. It was just a creepy looking doll thingy. There is a character named Anna, but it does not look like that. Let's see. Now I'm having multi-threaded fun. Oh, some timing errors maybe. Some Annie's on. Hell yeah. Annie's on's the best. I decided to make a lore for this character, or fight this group, things like that. But they're all fighting for this hat. And whoever gets the hat runs the shop. But she hates you. She's a villain. She's totally a bad guy. But because she's wearing this hat, she has to run the shop. Described as a character so greedy she would sell all of her, kind into slavery just to make a buck. She doesn't care. Hey, 3 edits. Well, I was working on some testing and the encounter system. Then I started doing like story time and showing people renders of old concept stuff. So there were these unwanted toys that were originally going to potentially be in the basement. And this was a concept of an unwanted toy. It's not going to be like this anymore, but I was like, I'm going to make these weird creepy things and see if they would be entertaining. How to get off yesterday with the program running 100%, wake up and run it. Now I'm getting thread errors. Yeah. Sometimes Unreal's just having a day. Don't question it. Or do. You can question if you want. There was a thing known as a fluffy before. There's not a thing known as a fluffy anymore. There could still be, I guess. Or just kind of bounces. I do need a bunch of adorable stuff for the areas that are for them to wander around, for people to wander around. And to be fair, I might add some adorable stuff to the top area too. I can still make it look better if I want. Not sure that's even going to be in the game. That's for a different project. I had 2 projects, so you know. They were made in Daz, so this I did not make myself. This is just a model I found in Daz. I didn't have to do anything. This I did create in Daz. But keep in mind that Daz is kind of like a character creator on steroids. Like every time you get any new assets for Daz, you can mix them all together into something even more ridiculous. It gives you more sliders that you morph things into strange things. And you can add and remove all kinds of materials and adjust geometry and things. So it's kind of like low budget, you know, Blender meets the greatest character creator you've ever seen in your life. From like, take any MMO you've ever seen, nothing you can even compares to what Daz can make for a character. And it's really good at rendering things, and it also fit clothing to things really fast. It's very good at doing these things and making essentially renders that are quality of a level that, you know, necessary for like almost like a film. It's 3D. Well, this is a reference. This is a render of the 3D thing, but the characters are all 3D. A real model that is currently, you know, in there if I want it. But oh, what about these? What's in here? What's in this one? Oh, I think I looked at these. These are like the really old versions of Poppet, which I showed already. So the original version of Poppet became a character known as Fortuna, who tells fortune things. And she's like hiding in the little thingy like that. So he was just hovering at that, and I'll have to mess with her, see if I can even add her into the game. This is a fun little throwback in to have her as a thing. Yes. The old paintings. Oh. Originally, when you beat the paintings, it was going to replace it with a version of Poppet. Like, she used to go in the paintings and fight the things in there, and it was going to replace the original painting, which was like, I think this here, with like this painting here, when she beat it, for like standing over them while conquered, which I thought was fun. I didn't end up keeping that because she doesn't go into paintings anymore to fight things, but it was kind of a fun concept. Yeah, well, they're fun. I mean, you know, Daz does some impressive renders. Let's see. You like has one-legged twist amazing one. Thanks. So I was working notification down, setting individual toggles and flying picker and on previous player. I'm queuing it only to play the first sound it receives and not playing anything. Okay. Sounds like you're having fun. I can show off the 9 million versions. Poppet has been through a lot of versions. So many, both like the human version of her that you basically never see, and the doll version of her that is, well, yeah. This is actually much more recent. That's a very tiny image. That's hard to tell anything. Do I have her old outfit anywhere? This is the old outfit she had, by the way. She had a wand, by the way, a skull wand, and a hat, and weird leggings. I still have the model somewhere. Oh, that's the new version where she has different everything. Yeah, I'm going to continue this and work on threading issues later. Fair. I mean, sometimes you just kick the problem down the road. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This is Poppet as she is now, in case you were curious. You've probably already seen her many times, but originally I also used to do like all the animations for her runs too. So just in case you were curious about that, for every direction, that's how I did the Paper ZD stuff. It was all renders. I'm trying to avoid like spoiler thingies, though, so I don't want to show you certain things. Your problems yesterday? I can hear you on that one. I mean, today I've mostly talked to people, showing my story of how I got here versus anything else. Ah, yes, the many versions of human Poppet. Well, we won't do human Poppet. We'll leave her out. I don't want spoilers like that. I have human versions of every one of the major of all the major victims. Like what they look like as a human. I have all of them. Voodoo in an attic, just in case you're curious. This was a Daz render, by the way. Daz do be rendering. He wasn't as tall in that version. It would be kind of fun to sit there and like make all these animations in Daz and then render them out to look cool, but I think with AI you could probably just do a better job these days. So I think this has a funner look to it than a lot of the AI crap I've seen. You probably emulate it in AI though. So this is one of the saddest things I've encountered. This is a model that I found in Daz. How cool would it be if these legs actually moved, but they don't. So I'd have to go into Blender and move them myself, and I never did that. But it'd be cool if Spider Baby was a thing. You managed to notice the auth issues? Token refresh, and emote storage, and retrieval, so that has a huge win. Most oh. One less thing to worry about. Seems good. Hmm. That's right, Toy Story, yeah. I don't want to show that character off. I want that character to be a surprise. I'm trying to be careful what I show. I certain things I don't want to show you. I really don't want you to know in advance. You most certainly can animate inside of Unreal. Unreal has been used to make all kinds of things, including professional Hollywood film. But if the question is, can you as in me specifically do it, I do not quite understand how to make the video, things like that's definitely a level, a thing that I haven't quite spent time on yet. I need to spend time on it. I just haven't. The new rigging system, I have not. I use the thing that just auto, does the auto rig like one to the other, like as far as, moving animations from one to the other. Yeah, that I use all the time. But as far as anything else, not so much. Oh. I guess I showed off some of these. I showed off Don Fluffles. The original Don Fluffles. He's adorable, if you ask me. Absolutely adorable. Who I have made to be a much more interesting character. What's this? Oh yeah, the original Charlotte just floating there in the attic. Hard to even see. These were actually paintings that were in the RPG Maker game. Yeah. Yep. All kinds of concept ideas. And just, yeah. Ooh, these might be even older. That's exciting. Are they old? No, they are old, but they're mostly Miranda and her game that never was. Oh, old Poppet Quest renders. Maybe. If you actually beat the RPG Maker game, her reclining in front of the window was actually a reward. But I actually replaced the window with a space scene going on, something like that, and like stars shooting by and everything. So it came out of this like that, but her just laying there. It was an RP. It was a game jam game. I mean, don't expect too much out of a old game jam game. I did a bunch of versions of it to test it out for lighting. Oh, not that interesting. I went through so many versions for the game that never was. I assume you guys don't care about the game that never was, so that's why I'm not really wasting my time with that one. For the most part. I've accomplished so little today. I don't even care. I spent so much time working this week, it's kind of a whatevs. After this, I just have to pull users resolution, set overlays resolution properly instead of just assuming everyone's using 1080p. It's fair. I'm just assuming everyone's using 1080p. They could change it still, sucker. You. Alright, I'll get back to being useful. I actually kept all the save files of all the models, so I could actually go through and render a bunch of the old models to show people. In theory, I could probably open DAS. What I can't do is I can't activate the thing that makes them look good, the iRay mode. Are we playing with dolls again? Yes, we are 3D addicts. We're always playing with dolls. We love dolls here. Sometimes inappropriately. How's your day going, 3D addict? I'll put the music back on. I haven't accomplished hardly anything today. I got the encounter system working, I think. I did a test and found a bunch of, bug stat in my list. The Death Tarot now works, even if it is kind of garbage. It's actually powerful. It's just garbage in that it's not fun. Currently it's a vampiric, so it literally just steals their health and gives it to you. Why are you shooting through this? How is that possible? I haven't done any kind of cool things to, for gameplay feel though, so, and the second attack is terrible. Or maybe it's the first one actually. Yeah, the first one sucks. I don't like that one. Mobile working with mobile engine, just using WPF and see sharp in Visual Studios. I kind of have to, unless I want to set settings button. That's fair. Either way. Like his hand was slipping through the wall. Yeah. He's actually just shooting clean through it, which is just interesting. He was just literally sticking his hand in the wall. So yeah, it was a thing. Kind of those things where it's like, whatever. And that weird off chance it happens, it happens. I don't know whether there'd be only one-sided collision, but I guess to be fair, maybe that's how it works. I don't like to have collision inside the thing though. Actually, you think that would automatically hit the thing inside it, so it would collide inside it. That's interesting that it doesn't. Because if I spawn something inside a wall, it just breaks. Huh. Yeah, this doesn't feel very good because usually you just trade blows, but you get all your health back, so it's kind of like pointless. Except for that, you're basically invincible. Have you noticed that? Like, though I get hit all the time, like I still have like full health. That first attack is terrible. See, you're just literally just basically taking blows, but it doesn't even matter because you're just getting the health back so fast. But it's not fun. Like, I don't like it. I don't care if it's good. I don't like it. It just doesn't have anything interesting about it. I gotta basically go back to the drawing board and think about how I can make it fun. And my answer is I don't know yet. I'm gonna take a quick bio break. I'm assuming it's like 3 hours since the last one, and you know, I kind of drank all this alcohol. And first off, for my 4th of July celebration, I only drank one, which is sad. Anyways. I think I'd say memory by only stopping collision on the forward-facing side. Not sure. No, see, because I've definitely shot things into walls and stuff like that, and they break inside the walls. I don't know. You didn't drink at all. That's fair. I drink on stream all the time, so that's why it's sad. Wasn't even any extra. Yes. Anyway, I'll be right back. The alcohol's winning the fight. Let's put it that way. So I'll be right back. Alright. I have returned. Rejoicing may now commence. Sorry, you may rejoice. Okay, go ahead. It's acceptable. I guess I can actually be useful. I guess. I don't know. Yes. Such rejoice. Much well. Okay, so when it opens, it doesn't go. I'm always full use, but I don't know. You don't have to use it. And there are a lot of days where I don't really feel like I'm actually full of use at all, but I'm still trying to use it. I'm just saying. Like all the use ran out a while ago, and I'm still sitting here trying to fake it till I make it. Like a champion. Hey, Buffer Overflow. How's it going? You're just in time to hear us talking about whether or not we're full of use at any given moment and whether or not we're faking it. Or something. Also, I'm fixing a door. But fake as you makers, just practice. Practice for being a true game dev. Actually, I see you have as a foil. What a mess. What was I smoking when I... Oh, God, it's ugly. It's so ugly. Jesus. Okay. Listen. Some things in this world are inexcusable. What's going on here is one of them. I mean, here I am drinking. The last thing I want to do is make this complicated to try to figure out where all the lines go. Can you build a full game using only blueprints? Why, yes, you can. Otherwise, someone lied to me and I have this game and I don't know how it happened. I mean, maybe the C++ goblins have snuck in the middle of that and added code to my game without me looking. I guess that's possible. I mean, I'm a team of one, but that doesn't stop, mythical beings from showing up and altering my code when I'm not looking. They do that, I try to feed them Oreos. They go away because, I mean, Oreos are disgusting and clearly I didn't want them, but for some reason they eat them. I think they die and that's why they don't come back, but maybe they actually survive it. You just don't get to hear everyone else's doubt and people tend to share it. You only stuck with your negative thoughts, but everyone has them. A lot of people feel like imposters because of the perceived pressure on us. I mean, pretending like I don't have imposter syndrome for everything going on at all times with this is an impossibility. People are watching. I'm surprised. I mean, okay. The fact that I managed to make this game shocks me. I always think that the game won't do well at all times. I think that it's always going to fail because for too long there was no one who cared at all. So it's like, it's weird that people do. I always think that no one's going to care. But I always just think that I assume that I don't know things that I would. Like I actually do know it, but my first thought is, will I even know their answers to their questions? You're imposter syndrome. So if you have imposter syndrome, hey. The good news is I have a secret weapon for imposter syndrome. If you drink enough of this, it's not that you don't have anymore. You just don't care anymore. Ah, the real secret, the cure for imposter syndrome. Also, having gobs of money, if I got paid a bunch for making the game, that would also help cure imposter syndrome. That's just it. You're right, I'm not, but I don't know, it's an all new world. It's just weird and strange to me, and it's glorious, but at the same time, I always wonder, like, how'd I get here? Do I even deserve to be here? I think the fact that people are watching exciting and want to chat with me and everything like that is always amazing. Like, I'm just thankful you're all here. That's just the truth. Like, I'm only even monetized on Twitch, and like, you know, people are watching even on other platforms too, so it's not even money. Not that I make much money. I think I made like $30 last month on Twitch, so it's not like I make a lot. It's money that goes into the game though. Anyone watching is just helping fund the game, even if I'm not monetizing that platform. Just funding me by, you know, giving me your, you know, your willpower to help continue on. I actually don't need willpower to do that. I love game devs so much that I would continue if nobody watched. If you don't believe me, go back and look at my RPG Maker streams. Oh. Yeah. But it's cool that. Let's see. You know, reapers torch trees? Wait, what? Verify. What do trees ever do to you? I was one of the Engine 5. I don't have such powerful PC. Oh, sorry. I don't have a powerful PC. My specs are, I have 2 graphics cards, but you only really need one to do it. Like, I have a 6700 XT, which is a 12 gig card, which is actually what's running my whole computer for the most part, and then a 3060 Ti that runs all the streaming stuff. And so yeah, like, either card is actually capable of running Unreal Engine in my game. So if you have a 3000 series card, you could run a game like mine while building it. But you could actually run a lot of games that don't have as high a graphics. Like, if you did like sprites, it'd have almost no requirements to run on Unreal Engine 5. You could run it on a really wimpy card. You could probably run it like a 1060 or something. But to be fair, people are like, you know, oh, I gotta learn Unreal Engine 5. If your computer's not good, Unreal Engine 4 has made almost every single AAA game you have ever played. Unreal Engine 5 is only like 2 years old. Most of the AAA games haven't had enough time to be made yet. You're still playing games on Unreal Engine 4 to this day. In Unreal Engine 4, I was able to run a game that looked very similar to this and stream it with a 1080. So you can always use Unreal Engine 4. It's not like it's so bad, you know. I gotta tell people, the Final Fantasy VII Remake was made in Unreal Engine 4, and it's probably cooler than your game you're gonna make as far as graphics go. So I mean, like, you could make something really good in Unreal Engine 4. Do it for the exposure? Oh my. Maybe. Yeah, Unreal Engine looking at Unity or Godot? I'd look into Godot before Unity. Unity is like, they had something where now you have to be like, you make your projects online and you have to sign up with them to do it. It's weird. Like, they're such a terrible company. Software is fine, but that company, ooh. What's up, telling game dev just because you don't have the software you want? Or ways get there and shows what? Yeah. Yeah, like I say, you know, but for try Unreal Engine 4. Seriously, the requirements for it are so low. And it can do just about everything Unreal Engine 5 can do. Sure, there's some new stuff that's cool. I mean, I'm using the latest version of Unreal Engine 5 because I stream and people like to see the latest version of stuff. But I could have made the same game in the other. It's not like Unreal Engine 5 has really added anything to the mix. There's some cool things that's been nice, but, you know, for all the stuff like that you think is cool, I didn't have to do a lot of this optimization on Unreal Engine 4 because it actually ran better. Like, the cloth physics in Unreal Engine 4 are a lot better than Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, Chaos Cloth is terrible. Yeah, it's like 3 times heavier. It does the same thing. They say it's more accurate. It's not. I've never seen a difference except for that it requires way more resources. That sucks. The open world's easier to set up, but you can set up the open world in Unreal Engine 4. You just have to actually go to the trouble to do it yourself. That's all. So that kind of sucks. I don't use nanite. Nanite's terrible. I lose FPS when I enable nanite. I also lose FPS, and the game crashes over and over if I use DirectX 12. I also don't use Lumen. All of these things suck in my mind. You know why Lumen sucks? First off, it's terrible at handling lights. Weird, huh? You'd think it'd be good at it with being a lighting system, but it's actually not. It likes emissive stuff and just emissive stuff. Cool. Megalights is actually what's handling my lights, by the way. Lumen is completely disabled in my project. But what it does do is it makes it so that it's this weird, foggy, crappy look whenever you have light. It looks terrible. Lumen is so bad looking. I don't understand what they were smoking, but when I found out I could disable it, I was like, for like Unreal, actually for DirectX 12, I thought the DirectX 12 just had terrible lighting, but no, Lumen itself was what was ruining it. It was terrible. So I actually don't use any of those. They actually lower my FPS, and DirectX 12 just outright crashes the thing over and over and over. Terrible. Do I even have RTX? I don't even know if I do. I think so. Nanite meshes are optimized by the box. Well, that's the thing about Nanite. It's supposed to allow you to do all the stuff out of the box. If you have to sit there and make LODs for everything, why did you need Nanite? The whole point. Nanite's supposed to be the fire and forget solution. But the problem is it's not good at doing much of anything. I think so. Follow buffer overflow. The thing with dealing with Nanite is you have to get rid of all your transparent surfaces, because Nanite doesn't do transparent objects at all. And if you happen to have any transparent material on a particular static mesh, the whole thing can't be nanited. So all of my doors, I had to go through and blank them like this so they could nanite the doors, because this door can't be nanited because of the stupid transparent stuff. Well, Nanite doesn't have a converted option at all. It's just literally you just enable it. The thing is it's only beneficial if you have a disgustingly high poly count. Like if your stuff is super realistic, you'll get some benefit, but for everybody else, you actually lose FPS. They actually have all these threads on the Unreal forums about it, where it's like you are more likely to lose FPS than gain it in Nanite, unless you're doing super realistic stuff. Which I'm not. My stuff isn't heavy enough for Nanite to gain benefit, so I actually just lose FPS for using it. And I did a bunch of tests on stream for exactly this to show how bad it was. It was terrible. People often run it in like really tiny projects. It looks like Fortnite? Hell yeah. I'm done with that. I really haven't heard much about needing to convert it specifically. It's mostly an enabled system, but like I say, the big thing is it's all about how many polygons does it have. If you have like a stupid amount, it's really valuable. But unless you do that, so essentially it's just a good for ultra realistic. It lowers your FPS and everything but that. There it gains it, but they have all these tests on the forums. If you want to look it up, there's threads about it where just they go over all the testing of all the data and everything with people way smarter than me about this stuff. I was just like, wow. Because I was like, man, am I just the only one having problems with this? No, everybody is. It's just outright not very good. And maybe one day they'll fix it, but I tested it in 5.6 and it was still sad with the results. But maybe you're right. Maybe there is some sort of converter. I didn't hear anything about that, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, to be fair. I don't know. That's good at all. I think I want to put that there. Yeah, I do. I haven't looked at these doors in forever. I'm trying to remember where things go. I'm building a 3D Metroidvania. where you're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is kind of like a theme park toy store, full of dolls trying to kill each other. So, you know, basically, it's a small world. And I'm trying to make these little portals work right. Oh, I can grab the key first. I put one right here just so I can grab it. That order is terrible. I'm going to enable it beforehand. Wait, which direction will that go into? It's going from reverse, right? Yeah, reverse from end. I wasn't paying attention. I drank a little alcohol, that's why. It's just new, they'll fix it. Yeah, I agree. I think that eventually it'll be good. A lot of things are good out of the box for them, but there's things that they haven't got yet. And once they figure it out, I mean, I'm keeping the door open for it. It's just that my current experience with it has been bad. I tested it in 5.6. Like, I thought, oh, maybe it's good this time. So I spent a whole day testing it to see, and it was the same results, unfortunately. Well, it's supposed to actually do it to here. You know, I don't know how far they're going to go with before UE6, because remember, like, what, like 4 stopped at like what, 4.27 or something? No, 5.6 is released. It's not in beta at all. So, you know, we doing it live. You know what? Why don't I do it this way? If it's a portal... No, that doesn't work. Oh, it's currently a hobby. I will show you a quick bit just so you understand what I'm doing. Intro new follower. I just did a full test of what I currently had, so I don't want to do a full test again, but... Alright, so, for the new guy. This is Poppet. Game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. She, as I was saying, she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is, like I say, it's a small world. All the dolls are trying to kill each other. Yeah, it's a small world. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, I'm gonna do this dodge thing here. You gain curse power, which is basically what brings all the dolls to life and powers you as well. It also powers all your abilities. But if you're in the darkness, you also lose sanity, which, if it ever hits 0, well, the curse takes you over and you die. So, because that's fine. My dog's up. Fair enough. This is the insanity effect. You know you're going insane. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain curse power. So you'll have to kind of balance the two if you want to use your abilities and not die. Use tarot cards for abilities. This is, of course, the Fool. Giant squeaky toy. Good at breaking things. Bashing stuff. I clicked off the game. Nice. Game wasn't lagging, I just clicked off. I don't have anything to use in the magician here, so we'll just have to pretend like the magician does something elsewhere. This is the Empress. It grows and shrinks plants. It's one of its abilities. It also can heal with the blue mushrooms. They count to 10 and then they explode and heal anyone nearby, and deal damage with the red mushrooms. Also, I'm in the dark. No, they hit everyone nearby, including you, so that hurts. In the upper right corner, it tells me if I'm in the darkness or the light. And the room I'm in. October seasons for that. Water's lethal to Poppet. There is a tarot card that protects against it, the Emperor. You're not supposed to have it here, so I'm trying to play without it. I have everything unlocked though, so clearly I do have it. Be curious, if you jump in the water with the Emperor, without the Emperor you would die, but with the Emperor it just gives you protection. There's areas you can swim in other areas, but this area is not really designed for swimming particularly. It is exciting though, but you know. I'll do a quick run through the little rooms over here so you can kind of see how the platforming works. I'm doing all the major arcana. There's 22 major arcana, and I'm doing 3 abilities for each, which are the purple orbs representing all the abilities you have to find in the game. Well, you don't have to find them, but you might want some of them. Only the traversals are necessary to beat the game. You don't need the weapon abilities. Well, you only need at least one for certain, but... She saves by jumping into toy boxes. All the menus and everything work, so I just want to save. Loading works too. I click save. Well, options all work except audio. It doesn't work. Change all the controls. Blah blah blah. The map is not that exciting yet. Just shows where things connect. I'll probably make it better, but for whatever. For whatever reason, hasn't yet. You've seen the tarot menu. Collectibles. They exist, but I haven't added all that much of them, so. Magician's like low-grade telekinesis. It lets you flip light switches, open windows. Actually, that window could be opened. I will open the window. I will cheat. Go outside. Steampunk game. I guess I didn't put the thing out here for it, so there's nothing to jump on, but... Normally would tell you there's a steampunk game. I didn't realize that was an unlockable window. If you leave the building, you'll die because you're powered by a curse on the building, but as long as you stay in the building, you're fine. That's still finicky. Not a fan of that. I'm cheating and using double jump. I'm kind of cheating a lot right now, using a bunch of words. It is temperance, it's a bubble wand. It can break stuff too. The moon can destroy moon objects, like make them visible and invisible. Actually, I guess illusions are not illusions. And has some other abilities too. There's a lot of things. I've got so many abilities in this game. I have like 30 of them so far. It also makes clones of Poppet that you can destroy, in theory. tug of light. Yay. Those blow up a little late. Yeah, you kind of get an idea of what it is. Except I literally just did a like hour or 2 hour long tour or something on the game. So not sure I'm gonna do yet another tour, but soon I'm sure. I've done so little today in the game. I've talked to a lot of people, that's true. I had fun talking. I mean, there's some days where I don't mind. I mean, it is technically like, well, it's sort of like my 4th of July. I haven't gone to sleep yet, so it's still 4th of July for me. And so I'm allowed to celebrate. All right. Again. I didn't go anywhere, so like, actually I didn't go anywhere. I did work at home. Like 4 or 5 hours of sorting through a collection to make an offer on it to buy it for Magic cards. Fun. It's not fun. Predictably tedious, I think the best way to put it. Clones. Pull up. It's too slowly? Yeah, too slowly. Actually, explosion animation is too slow. Don't disappear fast enough. Actually, if they just disappear faster, it'd be fine. Okay. I don't know why the logic of this is not working. Should. Print a string. Not open. Portal. Not portal. The effect is not turning on when it's supposed to. Hit the chat. Nice job, me. Well done, me. Well done indeed. Whee. Neither plays. It's reversed. Okay. Good to know. Somebody did it reverse like this? It's just a reverse logic issue. I do that a lot. The number of times the true falses can start to chain together in a way that I just get it wrong. I mean, it's 50-50 you get it wrong, but one is not too bad usually, but I kind of need the key first. Wee. The hiddenest of grottos. A grottoist of hiddens. Representing like 2 hours into the game. At the time you see that for the first time. If the game's 10 hours long, I'll be happy. I mean, I am a solo dev, and I can always add DLC. And I mean 10 hours to like beat it, not necessarily get everything. Because, you know, I mean, a story-based game done by a solo dev that's 10 hours long is In 3 years or less than 3 years is pretty. Yeah. Well, a game like this anyway. If your game's an RPG Maker game that takes 10 hours, well, to be fair, that also takes quite a while. But it could just be boring story that's just, perpetual exposition that they have to go through. It gets real dull real fast. Okay, that fixes that problem. As someone who spent a lot of time with RPG Maker, I get to make fun of it now. I did my time. I earned it. Also, I'm responsible for the most popular lighting plugin currently for it. And will probably be the most popular because it's the most feature-rich and free. That really makes a big difference, this whole being free thing. One little secret. People tend to go, oh, crap. And they show up to me years later, it's like, do you have support for this? No. Free. You got this, buddy. They often don't figure it out. And then I'm so sad. I'm like, but it's so easy. And they're like, bleh. And I'm like, I wonder if I still have it there. Yes. Behold. Here it is, community lighting. Views. 237,000 views. To this date. Still the thing I'm most known for. Now you know. Good old community lighting. Yes. Yes. And no, I don't really recommend using RPG Maker. Actually, that's not the most impressive thing I can give you. I can show you something more impressive than that by far. For things that are just so dumb, I don't know why it happened like this. Is it possible to sort by views? Where are you? For whatever reason, this RPG Maker particle test here that I did, where I was just literally testing things out like these in old RPG Maker. I wrote Area 51, everything because I thought it was funny. Nothing cool about it. I don't understand it. It's just running. I just want to test how many particles and weird things I can get on the thing there. Because getting getting RPG Maker to do this much crap is pretty hard. Yeah, she runs around a lot. But whatever the case, this has 339,000 views. I don't get it. Why? But technically, that's probably the most known thing I'm for. Some stupid thing like that, of all things. I don't know how I got that. Didn't deserve it. I was just showing off to some friends of mine. I was like, look, I got all these particles to work at RPG Maker. Anyway. Do I want Wally's to spawn the Forbidden Home? I guess I could. I want certain things to not get added to the Puppet Master. I think I can fix the Puppet Master problem by simply adding an additional collection to this. I don't want them to ignore the puppet. Well, actually, they're already in the puppet array. I guess the movable object shouldn't be in there either. Good old not booleans. Hey, Polar Robin, how's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. But as is always the case, I never know what anyone's in time for, but whatever it is that the universe has figured out, you are just in time for. Also, you still have an adorable little icon. I love it. A wizard is never late. You are correct. Wizards are too important to be late. If I met a wizard, I would wait as long as possible for the wizard to show up. I'm like, well, be like that. I'm gonna wait however long it takes there, buddy. Oh, actually, I can test this in a different room, not that room. It has to be tested in a room with possessed objects. Like this one. This one. What are you, Polar Robin? You streaming tonight? I don't even check. Maybe you are. I'll have to rate someone at some point. Man. How come all those got added to the encounter array? They shouldn't be added. Careful moves across. That's fair. This one has a bent cross here. That reminds me, this is actually stuck in the wall, by the way. I'm supposed to move this out of the wall. What are those like? That's weird. I don't understand. Now, I might take tomorrow off. I have a bunch of things I want to get done. Some things that are coming up that probably need to get done, to be honest, but I don't know. I don't do that. Whatever that was not. Yeah. I started streaming only 4 days a week, so I'd have an extra day to work on YouTube videos. So I didn't really take the day off. I just wanted to get monetized on YouTube really bad. Yep. Positively do not open. Have you never have you seen the Annabelle? Like the one from the Warren Museum, the one that all the movies is based on? Because in the Warren Museum, this is actually the warning that's on the case. Warning, positively do not open. Oh. Yep, she's sitting there waiting. Do not open. This is my Annabelle reference. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Bell. Warren Museum. I can find it. Come on, you're here somewhere. Oh, you can't even see the bottom portion. That's weird. So, this is the actual Annabelle, by the way. If you're curious, it's just a crappy Raggedy Ann doll. By the way, he's opening it in order to clean it, whatever. So, literally, Warren only pots it and he opens it anyway. Yeah. And actually, it's saying the open's actually hidden below too. You can't even really see it, but they moved it to a bigger container because apparently Annabelle was making all the money and thus got to move up to a bigger house. It's so funny because the Annabelle doll that they use in the movies is a super creepy doll. It's way cooler than the actual Raggedy Ann, crappy Annabelle doll. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love all this creepypasta stuff. But I mean, they didn't even bother to put the sign up high enough, which says a lot to me right there. Yeah, there's people who stay in the War Museum like that. And it's kind of fun. I mean, like, if you like all that weird SCP, weird, you know, just cursed dolls, cursed objects, things like that. It's pretty fun. But if you really want that, you should just watch Annabelle Homecoming because they have the war that's the doll from the movies, by the way, right there. Or a version of it. The one from the movies is much cooler looking. But yeah, they have the War Museum inside of that movie, and they give all these powers to all the things, and it's a lot like Warehouse 13 was, where they had all these ridiculously cursed objects that killed people, and you got to see what they did, which was so much more fun. It wasn't a horror film. I was way too excited by you mean the weird samurai statue does what? Oh. You know, I was so happy. Or like, there's this box where you like, you know, it's like a board game where it's called like Feely Mealy or something like that. And you're supposed to reach inside and feel for these things and try to pull out the thing that's supposed to be whatever's on a card. And you know, sticking your hand to a weird cursed box is not going to turn out in your favor. I mean, it's so much fun. So, if you get a chance to watch Annabelle Homecoming purely to see what all the cursed objects do. With Annabelle being, you know, the big thing in it because her name's in the title. So I mean, you know, I'm just saying, with her name in the title. The second one's actually the only creepy one. The second one's actually very, very good for creepy moments. The first one's stupid. It's not. It's like there's actually. What got me into watching these films was that they told me they had an extended universe of them. Because apparently, the Conjuring movies, Annabelle, and the Nun movies all happen in there. And people told me, well, all the other things are scared of the Nun. So I was like, I mean, now I gotta know why, right? Like, all these, like, you know, other cursed objects are scared of the Nun? How messed up is the Nun? I gotta know. I watched all those and I was like, man, this is actually pretty fun. If you're a horror buff, they're pretty fun. The third Conjuring movie sucks, and so does the first Annabelle movie. But the second Annabelle movie is the best one in the entire all the franchise. It's easily the best of got way better creepy moments because they do the thing that a lot of horror things fail to do. They don't show you what the problem, what the scary thing is. They keep hinting at it and building up suspense all the time. And only near the very end do you ever see anything. You kind of hate horror movies? That's fair. I think they're fun comedies. They're usually so stupid that it's just hilarious. I mean, if you watch The Nun 2, The Nun 2 is like, there's one good scene in the whole movie, and the rest of it is just like a cheap, like, action film half the time. You hate jump scares? Oh, wow. You probably wouldn't like the second Annabelle. The third one's like I say, it's purely just fun. What does it do? I don't know if I call it good jump scares. The second one had good jump scares, but it was definitely the best of the stories. Some of them had some pretty good stories. The Conjuring ones are like, they're all supposed to be based on the, well, the Conjuring movies themselves are supposed to be based on the Warrens' true stories, because the Warrens were a team of demonologists. They were like people who did exorcisms and went after and investigated creepy things, and they wrote all these like files down. And you know, it's probably all BS, whatever, sure. But they're at least fun if you like that kind of stuff. And I love creepypasta things. I don't know if that's obvious with all the dolls killing each other and everything, but just in case you weren't certain, I love those things. Because like I said, I think they're funny. But terrible at reacting to horror things. I have to like pretend like I'm like, I don't even pretend well. I'm usually too busy laughing at them. Yeah, I mean, it's fun for an extended universe thing. I think the second Conjuring film was pretty decent. The first one was okay. The third one sucked. First Nun movie was actually pretty decent. The second Nun movie was retarded. It had one good moment, and I like to use it as an example of a good horror moment. So, there's a boy kicking a soccer ball around, right? Or football for those people not in the US. Sure. Whatever. A little round ball. He's kicking it around. He kicks it down the stairs by accident, and it goes into a basement. Okay. So now you get into this basement, and off to like, you know, one side, the basement's open like that, whatever. But off the other side is a door that's open, but completely dark. So he's just kicking the ball around down there. He doesn't care. And he accidentally kicks the ball through that door. And then something kicks the ball back to him. Kid books it out there. You don't see what it is, but that is a moment there where that's a creepy moment. That's a real life thing that could happen. There could be someone in that dark room by you that decides to, you know, mess with you and kick that ball back. And you're like, oh. You don't know what's in there. But if some idiot came out dressed as a nun, even a like weird demon looking nun, it wouldn't have been the same. Like it would, like I would have just laughed. Like it was stupid. But it was such a good moment because that's a real life thing that could happen. That is a creepy thing. Imagine you're in just some random basement somewhere with a dark door, and you know someone just kicks a ball back out at you. You can't see him or anything like that. That's messed up. Man, now knowing you into this stuff, I would be scared playing your game. Oh, this game's not a horror game. The thing about it is that it's more macabre than anything else. Like there's some moments that are like a little scary. There's more messed up happening than anything else. But the problem with the Metroidvania versus a horror game is that in Metroidvanias, you keep gaining more power, more abilities, making you stronger and stronger and stronger. Whereas horror games are about making you feel powerless, taking away your ability to fight back. If you can beat the bad guy in a straight up fight, there's no reason to be scared of the bad guy. And Metroidvanias are the opposite of that, where you're literally getting more and more power to beat the bad guy. So they make terrible horror games. So I'm making kind of the opposite of a horror game, but there's just macabre things. It's probably closer to a messed up Nightmare Before Christmas. But yeah, just from a psychological thing like that, you can't scare somebody by giving them power. Like, what? You are now powerful enough to defeat all of your foes. Are you terrified yet? No. No, I don't think I am. I think I'm fine. Like, what? Yeah. I've accomplished so little today as far as, I mean, more than the average game dev, but less than me for certain. I do so much all the time. I mean, even off stream, I actually made a whole new enemy and everything. So I actually spent like 2 hours a day working off stream on the game. I thought it was going to do an ad break. I was like, oh, all right, well, but I guess not. Enough. The moon clones don't destroy fast enough. I was going to fix the moon because I was like, eh. I have a big list of things that I'm supposed to do. As you can see, the big list. The big list of ideas, things, stuff, conceptual things, you know, stuff. Mostly I'm messing with these bugs up here. Many bugs, some are ridiculous. Other ones are not so bad. So these don't blow up fast enough is what the problem was. So I think I actually need to go to the moon itself. I gave them the moon. And to the surprise of nobody, it was powerful. Actually a weird fun ability, honestly. Kind of hard to... creates the clone wherever you dodge from. Well, it's not even a dodge, it just launches you away. It's not a true dodge because you're not invincible during it. So you have to try to jump up near the enemies and then, or like run near the enemies and then use it and then detonate it before they kill it. Or run away with it and try to get them to lure them into it. It's essentially a mesmer from Guild Wars 2. That's all it is, it's a mesmer. You're welcome. I think it just needs to actually be like slightly faster, that's all. 5. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. We shall moon them. Yes. Is there a delay beforehand? No. When you blow up clones, this is the music it plays. It's so weird music to play. Twitch chat back yet? Hell yeah, Twitch chat. Welcome back. I was all talking, it's like blah 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 ad. We're just sadistic with how many ads it has. That's way better. In case you ever felt the need to see yourself killed over and over and over. I love the Mesmer class in Guild Wars 2. For those people keeping track, the name Imaginary Villain actually came from being a Mesmer in that. That was the name I had for the Mesmer. I was like, oh, this works perfect. I later decided the Necromancer was more fun. And it was, because you pushed a button and got a bunch of free loot. It was great. It was very hard to kill, get free loot thingy. The other one was very strategic and able to kill bosses, but it wasn't all that effective at just looting everything or scoring free kills in World v World. True. I don't really care about Interrupted. It's just gonna play the. I guess maybe Interrupted might matter. I'll leave it. Not that tired today. Usually, I don't get any sleep, so I'm just like, ugh. Now, other than being intoxicated, yeah, I'm kind of a lightweight, more than a little. A little. I'm not really tired. Remove this from the list. Yay! Clones exposure. So blah 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 blah. I do have to do different animations for those, I guess. It's on the list. I might as well just start crunching things off this list. Actually, before I crunch the useless things, let's crunch the triple Charlotte problem. I don't know why she's multi-spawning, but it ain't okay. There's a smoke spawner? Where is she coming from? Oh god. There's so many. Shouldn't be that, it should just be the other. I'm only supposed to do it once. How are you working twice? Fun. I only see one. Built-in light. I gotta work on how the sun is gonna work because the sun doesn't seem to be all that good. You're dancing in the flames. And it burn, 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 the ring of fire. I'm in Silent Hill now, boys. And girls, if there's any actually watching. There might be one. Probably. Okay, probably. But maybe. Maybe. I should watch those movies again. Those were stupid horror, but at least fun enough. I think the actual one with oh gosh, what's her name? The second one was actually better than I expected. At least it kind of matched the game. But people say that one's actually the crappy one. I was like, is it? Because it seems like it kind of matches the game. Is a little fun. I mean, you gotta remember, horror films aren't exactly known for being the best thing in the world. Like, they're usually pretty mediocre. You're there for the cheap thrills, okay? They're not despawning. Why aren't you despawning? You're supposed to be destroyed by... I think there's an issue with the... Oh, look at that, there's too many of them. Oh god, they're everywhere. This is a weird interaction with, I'm assuming the encounter system plus the room system. Because there's Starlight Smokes, which you can travel to, but those shouldn't be the issue. Also, that reminds me, did it add everything else to the array too? Because it shouldn't add a multi-encounter array. It does. Do you not have the tag possessed object? They're all the possessed object. They do. How are you adding them then? Actually, this shouldn't even be necessary. Right? Why are you adding NPCs to the encounter array? I don't think this should be here. First off, because all I really want is these and maybe this. I don't remember what this is for, but I'm sure it had a purpose. But at this point, if it has any one of those, it adds. Otherwise, it shouldn't even matter. These shouldn't even be in here in the first place. They shouldn't even get added. Ooh. How are you adding yourself to the array? Wait. Because a lot of things will have this ignore puppet master option here. If you're really curious, there was actually a third game. The first of the games. We don't even speak of that one. It had some similarities to the second game, but it got thrown off the boat because there was just no way I could make it anything. The visuals for it, nothing was. It was not a thing. Not a thing. It had a relation to the second game, so it just kind of. Yeah. I showed up a delusional whelp in the world of RPG Maker, expecting to make my game any way I wanted. And the first game was pure delusion on a level that made the second game look super achievable, which is why I made this worked on the second game. And the second game was pure delusion to start with. So, yes. Sometimes delusion is all you need. This needs to read like this. The first game you always make in all these RPG worlds is always, you know, some sort of fight god thing or something like that, or some sort of thing with involving gods or something. It's always so overpowered and stupid. The farther in I've gotten on, it's literally just become more and more small ball to the point where now you're in a building with dolls fighting each other. But really, stories about little small stuff are so much easier to relate to. That's the difference. Like, I mean, you can relate to being scared and running from some sort of, like, you know, creepy thing in some sort of, like, you know, dilapidated building or just, you know, some unknown place. Or maybe you can understand someone who was killed or something like that. You probably can't understand God's fighting. You're not a god, you don't know. What is it like for gods to fight? Important questions. Yes, the encounter rate seems like it's perfectly fine. Seems like that fixed that bug. Oh look! Little ones! They're so adorable. Don't ever talk to me and my daughter again. Pretty much. Okay, ma'am, I'm leaving now. Don't worry about it. Got caught by something. Doesn't matter. I was mostly just checking to see if the encounter rate was adding or not. Make certain it even adds that array. I noticed the number didn't go up even once, which is interesting. Does the code work, or have I foobarred it worse? I do got to get this working. It's important. Not adding to it. Is my logic wrong? I have questions. So many questions. Oh. I'm a goofball. I blame the alcohol. I haven't had enough. This should probably fix the last problem, though. Theory. There we go. If I go in here, the possessed objects, does it fill up the array with possessed objects? I'll have to change numbers, sure, so that they don't just spawn like crazy in the room, but... Yep. I'm not expecting those numbers to match up because the possessed objects are also controlled by the Puppet Master, but the encounter array and the possessed array, or actually the puppet array, aren't the same. Despawn everything. Put the numbers back to largely 0. In theory. There we go. So I got 4 left away from the room and it made it back to normal. Seems good. Of course, the thing I was trying to solve was if it spawned Charlotte twice, not whatever was going on there. I only see one Charlotte. Those are books. You know what I want to do? Test the playroom. I had 3 Charlottes. I think they're not despawning. And then what's happening is they're appearing from the other rooms. That's my guess. And then like they can teleport to any smoke they find. Slam in your face. Slam in your face. I don't have the key. Would help if it didn't suck. Right, killing me gotta follow? Fair enough. Thanks for following, Metal Kitty. I too like Charlotte. I understand why someone would follow because of Charlotte. She's adorable and her kills people's right away. Well, kills dolls anyway. Or Poppet. Okay, well that's awkward. There's too many of them. They're everywhere, oh god. That doesn't solve that problem. Why is it not despawning her? I mean, she has the permanent stat, sure, but the permanent stat shouldn't affect this. I mean, I could put a thing on her herself where she just goes, okay, well, what room is Poppet in? And then if it's not in the room that I set specifically for her, then it would be to destroy herself. But it's worked before. Also, the Puppet Master should destroy her too. She's in the encounter system. Why am I sparing bosses? I don't understand why I'm sparing bosses on this one. Bridging the gap there. Whee! I'm assuming the Charlies were just teleporting to the other room because they could find a smoke, and not because there's really spawning multiples of her. And there's no reason for a boss to appear, well, for her to worry about if you're outside the room. Like, it just destroys her, it's fine. You just see one of her. No more alcohol. How much for my 4th of July celebration? I mean, sure, it's not the 4th of July anymore, but that's okay. I make up for it by not caring. Like a champion. We. Fail jumping in there, perfect. Well, if this door open? Hell yeah. That seems to fix the bug there. Cool. Check the library, make sure she doesn't double spawn in the library or anything. I gotta let her spawn in this room first, though, because that's the bug, I'm pretty certain. Or two of her? Or one of her? There she is. You can teleport to the smoke, so I'm just looking for see if multiples or not. I don't see one. Alright, well that solves that problem. She despawns now. Get rid of that one. As far as the NPC saving, I hate this mechanic. I don't know if I want to keep the mechanic, but I guess I'll keep it for now. I guess I don't hate it, I just don't like it. It's actually part of the part of the other system, isn't it? Control puppets is what eliminates stuff. She just need the tag permanent. Maybe. Find that character wherever it's at. Yes, permanent. Where do you keep vanishing then? Hmm. I realize I fixed this one. I've never seen these bugs again. Probably limit them because it's been ages since I've seen them. They're random though. You see which ones I've deleted and left forever. It's weird. She has the permanent chat. Oh, nice. I'm at the 461 subs on YouTube. Only 39 more and I can get the first level of monetization, which does not much, but make me feel good. You get monetized, you know, it just helps pay for the game. Or more stuff for the game. Yes, more stuff for the game. It's got a print string. There's no other way about it. I don't know why I jumped off. A bit of life hitting there, I guess. Why if we're trying to destroy yourself? Too many objects that are reporting in this. I need to go to an area where there's nothing. I thought there was a thing there, but it's not. Trying to find the invisible one. Tried to pick her up and it screwed up. Boom. Yeah. Way more tired than I thought. This cause it. Do they all do this? What a weird bug. The inventory mechanic is so crap. 6-hour chair is starting to win the fight because it's already over 6 hours. I don't recall Annie having this problem. Wait, where's Annie at? Might be a worse fix than I thought on this one. Where'd you go? You know, I'll probably come back to this particular problem. Seems like a rabbit hole that I need to fall down that I just... I think I might be too tired and maybe a little intoxicated enough. I don't know if I'm solving that one tonight. Something got messed up though. The encounter system. They should be, well, maybe. I guess I can look at it. Maybe they should be permanent. No point is even saying false. Somebody else is destroying it. Because when it says true, there's not even a command to destroy it. Well, it's not a room change. Might be you. Let's break this intentionally. Wait, what? Why is that the thing? That shouldn't be the case. Why run a 4 super and then pull the element off that? That's weird. Pretty glaring error. I'll build some level stuff or something. My brain does not want to code right now. At first I was really kind of excited, but my brain's just... nah. It's been a week, a long week. Fun as it is, my brain. Probably go like another 43 minutes or so, to the 8-hour mark, and then I'll wait, I imagine. Here's the rest of me. I'll be right back. Hey Xeon, how's it going? Song's relaxing? It's fair. And most of these game dev tracks are pretty good for just sitting in the background, you know? Trying to wake myself up. Difficult to do. Long week. I was working on something here and I forgot about what it was. I remember now. Bring myself here to start a tip series on YouTube. What are you up to? Kind of building stuff. Doing tutorials, huh? Nice, nice. Gotta get them views, yo. Views. Mostly trying to keep myself awake, I think, is really what I'm trying the most to do. The glass walls here. A little too out of it to do a lot of the complex coding I was looking for, or at least try to figure out some of these problems I have remaining. I fixed most of the encounter system bugs though, so that's something. Nice tutorials. I don't want to do things step by step. Just talk about things and how they're supposed to work. But probably people who already have knowledge from the engine. No, that's fair. The correct answer is yeah. Tutorials. Yeah. I don't know. That's true. Nice. You could get though. And I would just nod my head, smile back. Yeah. Tutorials. Yeah. I had some ideas I'm gonna do over the weekend to try to make a bunch of YouTube videos. Thankfully, this week I've only done like, I think around 34 hours of streaming or something. And not the 40 to 50 hours, so I feel a little more rested. Still a bit tired because, well, I do still work a lot, but I did 5 hours of regular work and then now I'm doing this stream of 7 hours and 27 minutes, so we're at almost 12 and a half hours of work. Even though I enjoyed this a lot. Need glass for this. I need to have an AI thing to go through my streams and find all the clips that are worth watching. And I can make shorts out of them. That's something I gotta do this weekend too. Should be exciting. Probably. I might pay him like 20 bucks or whatever it costs just to do it, because you know what? Might not be a bad choice. Wait. Did I pull that wall with it too? No. Okay. I figure there'll be windows looking through to some sort of things happening in these rooms. Maybe I just make this like a hallway between these things and I don't have a great fighting area. I don't know. It was originally called the Great Board, but am I really gonna have a bunch of enemies fighting each other? I don't think I am. That's a lot of extra coding that doesn't need to exist. They could just have a stalemate going on. Which I think makes a lot more sense to me than the other. I don't know how that happened, but sure. There's a bunch of issues with the brushes that are in this too, such as this weird rotating bug happens now, where it rotates one of the sides if you duplicate it. I've encountered that bug a bunch. It's only the first time you duplicate though. Actually. Might as well even them out a bit. They split up into chess and checkers area, maybe? Or maybe it's just all chess areas? I don't even know. I don't see how much crap I could even get going for chess. I still don't know what a world for these will look like. Like, I have a whole bunch of enemies ready to go, or can easily make them without much effort. Ideas for enemies, but not ideas for area. I'm gonna have to look up some old chess or chess things in other games and see what they do. Hmm. Could make it like a castle, medieval castle style. Hmm. I also have to go with something of a toy store feel, so that's something I need to think about. Kind of why I'm building these concept areas, trying to figure out what it is I plan on even doing with it. Just don't have a good idea yet. Maybe, just maybe, I should actually center this door. Or make it a little more centered looking. So I do need to split this up. It's clearly huge. Huh. What would happen? Oh, I guess there's an orphaned one somewhere. Fair enough. Ooh. It's the best strategy when you're really tired. Do something that requires just no brain power whatsoever. Well, there's brain power, but I'll come up with some sort of a rough layout of how this place will be, and yeah. The area above it doesn't actually do anything, so I don't care. Wait. I can use this area for something. I'm so dumb. I can totally use this area. In fact, I should use this area. It's supposed to be for that. So if that's the case, I was building like I only had one floor for the chest stuff, but that's not true. Huh. There'll probably be rooms that go up randomly or something like that into other sections as well. Now I kind of want stairs going up. I've been using these stairs everywhere, but I don't know if I want to use stairs like this, but at the same time, I don't have any other stairs set up yet. I'll have to make some handy capable ramps too. These kind of suck. Made this central room, but now I don't know if I want to do that. Maybe I want to just have this over to the side or something. And not even have a central room. I only know there's an up area that kind of changes a lot in my mind that I wasn't really thinking of before. You know? Like it just wasn't something that I was like, oh yeah. I'm like, no, I have no idea. Why is it at such a funny angle anyway? Shouldn't it be like this? I mean, I understand why it's taller. Why is it so big as in general? It should be this. Actually, I can have the stairs here, and then I can have doors too, so I'll just move forward. What are we doing? There's one that's already the right length over here. Doesn't seem big enough. Like a person wouldn't really be able to go through it. Hmm. Door's not very centered. Just sliding down on my seat here. Actually, it feels much better on my back and, you know, neck. Maybe I should be slouching down more often. Usually they say it's bad for your back, but sitting up straight seems worse for my back than neck than anything else. Awkward as that is. Especially because it gets me farther away from the monitors, and since monitor radiation is clearly what, you know, powers me, it's a bit bizarre, you know? You'd think it would be the opposite. So, I guess I need a door through here too. I did not plan for this. I thought that area was part of the other one, but it's not. It's literally just open and was intended for use here. And I have so few plans for what the rooms are going to be in these yet, but that's okay. I have like all weekend to think about new stuff to add. So it's not like it's going to be a big thing. And if I can't think of anything to build for levels, I could just actually design enemies and combat and everything. I've got so many of those to do too. I think how many I have. I have like, I'll say real quick just in case. What are we even at? Like I say, I estimate I need 100. I probably can get away with 80 enemy types. But there's still a lot. Nothing to that one yet. I'm not going to count the concept ones, so there could be things. Yeah, we have a cardboard area, so we'll see about that. These doll heads don't even count, and neither do the contraption mortars. The rest of them should be fine. So 15. We actually need like 5 more for that area anyway. And you know, 21 and like 24. I barely have any. I don't have a quarter of the enemies I need. I haven't got half the abilities yet, and I haven't even got a quarter of the enemies. Gonna be something of a journey to the end of this game. And you know, I'm working towards the 50% level design setup. So I'm almost I'm really at the halfway. I've only started on this and I never even finished all the stuff in the third area, no, the second area. So I do have a bunch of layouts and concept ideas going on, so it might be close to 50% done on the level setups. But problem is, it's just because I laid things out doesn't mean I've actually gamified it or created any particular rooms or anything. So it's going to be a minute. I have a lot of rooms planned for the 4th chapter. This 3rd chapter was always kind of a. Actually, to be fair, the middle chapters were more wild cardy than the others. To be fair, most of the games are pretty wild card. Who am I kidding? Pretending otherwise is adorable, but stupid. Wait, do I want to put doors between these, or do I want to put like a weird pathway between these? I can also raise them up too if I want like a room that's bigger. Do I? Maybe I do. I probably should just use like metal and things like that, or some sort of like pre-made thingies instead of what I'm currently doing. It wouldn't be a bad decision. This floor is at a really weird spot. Also, to be fair, I could make it where you could walk on these. Can't really. Never mind, it sticks out way far, so it'd be kind of weird. I almost want to get rid of the pipes around the outside, though. It look kind of bizarre. Like, nobody else has that, so it's kind of weird looking. I think it might actually make the place look significantly worse. That's an idea for later. Not right now, obviously. Anyway, I'll probably end up just calling it. It's almost been 8 hours, and by the time I raid out someone on Twitch and everything, it's gonna be easily over 9 hours. But I'll be back like probably Tuesday or something. Like I say, Mondays I'm gonna try to resort to making YouTube videos to maybe get monetized there sometime. I admit traffic's been kind of low the last couple days on YouTube, but to be fair, holidays. So yeah. Anyway, for the new people, game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, you know, whatever, or don't. Either way, thanks for watching. And I'll see everyone probably about 3 days from now and 8 hours earlier than this time. Bye bye YouTube and Kick, and I'll send the Twitch people somewhere.